Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Shadowverse Evolve Grand Showdown Los Angeles event. I'm your caster for the day, Ignitius, with my handsome, effervescent co-caster, Red Zone.
Ooh, I like that. Gassing me up already. I'm here for it.
Hey, that's part of my job, baby. I always gas up my friends, especially when we have such an amazing event ahead of us today. Cal, it is like, I mean, we just talked about this literally 10 seconds before the event went live, but it is like the first big event of the season for Shadowverse Evolve English Edition right now, and like the first Grand Showdown ever. And it's a high stakes event here happening at the Los Angeles Hyatt Regency. So very, very exciting. I know quite a few people who are at the event already, and I hope to see them on the cast today. But why don't you tell us a little about the format of the competition today?
Yeah. So the format is best of one. Of course, we are in the Paragons of the Colosseum format as well. And we have 7 rounds of Swiss, followed by a single elimination top 32, which goes down to 32, 16, 8, 4, and then, of course, the finals. So we have a lot of Shadowverse Evolve today. I think total it's like 12 rounds of Shadowverse Evolve. I'm actually really, really stoked for this.
Especially because the meta is so interesting and so fun right now. Like I'm loving this at 6 meta for sure.
It's like very open in my opinion. I think there's a lot of like powerful decks. I think people like looking into this event had a lot of options, right? Everything from like Abyss to your kind of staples like your Egg Haven, as well as your well, of course, Kuon. I'm sure we'll see a lot of Kuon today.
Big elephant in the room, of course.
Right.
They're the poster child of the box. You know, they got to be on there.
Yeah, and I think they're gonna deliver. I think it's the deck that, if you're preparing for this event, it's the deck that you are either playing or that you are playing to beat. And even if you are playing the deck, you're probably playing to beat the mirrors as well. So that's the big one to be looking out for today. But that's not to say that there aren't any other very, very powerful decks out there as well. So I think it's going to be a really interesting day. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Dark Horse decks. We saw it at Worlds. We saw some like awesome upset decks come out of nowhere, and I would not be surprised if we saw that as well today.
I mean, for sure. Like the benefit of the English edition is that they get to build upon and innovate over what happened in where the Japanese meta left off, and we've already seen that historically with Shadowverse Evolve over the past year. I mean, just a few months ago, I mean, it's been like half a year ago at this point, but like at Worlds, for example, like nobody would have guessed that Rose Queen would have gotten runner-up, right? So there's definitely a lot of smart deck builders, a lot of innovation, and like in America, the home region of that runner-up, like I'm excited to see what actually gets brought to the table here. just to give the audience a sort of idea of what the schedule is like for the day, as Cal mentioned, it is 7 rounds of Swiss, and we'll take about an hour break to deck check for top 32. Yep. And then, there's going to be an award ceremony after that. And if you're wondering about what the players are actually playing for today, well, Grand Showdown, there's one per region. This is the first Grand Showdown in Los Angeles. It's basically like a continental event. And just for participating, all the recipients get a alt art fashionista Nelcha card. And then just for making top 32, you get a unique color hot stamp.
Yeah.
alt art Blazing Breath. Absolutely gorgeous. And each of the Grand Showdowns, we've revealed the Los Angeles and the Singapore one so far, they have different hot stamp and text colors, which is really, really cool. That's definitely gosh.
Igni and I were talking about the hot stamp colors.
That's what I'm saying. I wanna if I wasn't casting, I'd be over there right now playing for this hot stamp, brother. I'll tell you right now.
Obviously the guy named Red Zone Rogue likes the red color stamp, but I really do like the red color stamp. It's actually pretty sick. Like, imagine just rocking up and slamming down your red hot stamp Blazing Breath when your opponent attacks you. Like, that's pretty sick, right?
I mean, you're speaking to the choir here. I'm a red themed guy myself. But that's not the only prizing, because of course top 16 also gets a unique Grand Showdown playmat with an alternate art Gilnelis. Getting to top 8 gets you a copy of that alternate art Gilnelis, again with that unique hot stamp color, either silver for Los Angeles and red for Singapore. Top 8 you get one of them, top 4 you get 2 of them, and of course the champion walks away with a whole playset. So, that's a beautiful card to have in your arsenal there for sure. But apart from all the physical pricing, of course, one of the huge payoffs that you get from playing at this event, the top 3 players of this event, so if you're third, second, or first, all get unsponsored invites to the BCS World Finals in Japan for this year. So that's
pretty sick.
I mean, as somebody who's been to the World Finals now, I'm just like that's like that event has a whole different energy. I love it.
Like,
I love it.
I'll be honest, like, going to the World Finals of Shadowverse Evolve in Tokyo was kind of awesome. Like, it was kind of, I don't want to say dream come true, but also, it was kind of like a dream come true, right?
Well, going to Japan, right? Yeah.
Going to Tokyo, Japan, like, to play a card game.
Like, just a full hall of people playing card games. You're like,
oh, it's so good.
My people.
Exactly.
Yeah. And if you're actually at the Hyatt right now, don't worry. Listen, all the best for your Swiss, but not everybody can be a winner. But there's still if you want to play, side events happening at the venue as well. So there's single elimination mini tournaments where you get another copy, or you get a chance to get another copy of the Fashionista Nelcha, as well as a promo Series 7 pack. There's free fight where you get promo Series 7 and also a promo Draconeer Evolve. So, even if you drown in pools, as they say, you can still hang out, play some card games, make some new friends. That's what it's all about, baby.
Yeah, you can be like me and scrub out of the main event and then go undefeated in the side events, which seems
exactly.
to be what I do best.
That's it, man. I like how you said that, but there was like a hint of like you almost teared up there when you said it.
Yeah.
No, Cal.
It happens, especially when you're like, I'm gonna play this deck. This is my like meta deck, and you don't do well with that, and you're like, fine, I'll just play my fun deck in the side events, and then you just go undefeated.
More likely than you'd think. I'm really curious to see how things happen in this event as well. But guys, enough waffling about, because we actually have our first game ready. It's gonna be Sharudu with Amata's Forest.
Ooh,
and
okay.
What is happening? Profeta with D-Shift Kumon. Okay, so immediately 2 of the biggest, most pertinent threats that we would expect out of the meta, of course.
Yep. These are 2 of the decks that like you're definitely preparing. Amata's Forest, also known as like Fairy Forest, is kind of like this.
The overlay might be a little mixed up as well, because we have the Forest player on the right.
Yes.
Up in a hot minute, but yeah.
Yeah, the Forest Craft deck is really interesting. It's kind of like this, I like to call it like aggro combo kind of thing, where you can get really aggressive with it, but it all hinges on like these big combo turn plays where you can pump up all of your fairies, give them Storm, and do a bunch of shenanigans. And it looks like we're just going to run out a couple fairies here, and that's like some pretty nice early aggression, especially against a deck like Kuon, which is a little bit slower, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of we were talking about this earlier, but like a lot of the meta right now is Kuon and decks that can beat or like can out aggro Kuon. That's kind of what the field looks like at the moment. And because later in the Japanese format, Curse Crafter does get limited, but in the English format currently, Curse Crafter is not limited for Kuon, so they
Very
have
strong. Yeah.
the full access to all copies of Curse Crafter, and that really limits the amount of mid-range decks that can enter the field because Curse Crafter has just such efficient removal. So really, what you want to do is you want to just go face, or you want to win with a D shift over the top. And I feel like with Amato's Forest Craft specifically, they sort of reached a critical mass of like the amount of Storm followers they have in the deck. Especially obviously there's the namesake, the eponymous Amatos himself, giving your Pixies Storm, right? And you can buff them up even further with Spirit Shine or whatever. But like even just from the previous sets, they still have access to Sukuna, they still have access to even Rhinoceros. So they sort of reached this sort of like in deck building, this like turning point where they just have so many Storms in their deck that all they do is just go face, and it can be pretty overwhelming to try and overcome. So that's part of why Amatos is so popular.
Yeah, for sure. And there's like a bunch of ways to pump your board. We have a set 1 card with Blessed Fairy Dancer that just kind of like basically pumps your squad. And
yeah,
here we have a nice little card selection. Actually, being able to get that card in hand off of Lily is pretty good. Getting a second Lily off of Lily is not bad. It'll set up
right now. Lily, she's the whiff queen whenever I play her. So whenever I see her actually land a card, I'm like, yo, popping off. Let's go.
Yeah, right. You even mentioned it, especially the deck isn't running exclusively Crystalia or Pixie followers. You do run stuff like Roach. You have a lot of misses, so getting the card off of Lily is pretty sweet actually.
Mm-hmm. I see some people in the chat are excited about that Penguin Wizard, but yes, it is just a good tool to have on the board. Oh, immediately getting a Truth Adjudication just to deal with the Lily. I mean, I think the Kuon player knows that, like, if I can make it to the late game, I'm gonna be able to win with my inevitable win con, right? That's the whole thing. But yeah, just like spending the entire turn to take that out. Fair enough.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Kuon's game plan is essentially to control the board, to draw a lot of cards. You also want to fill up your bin with spells and or Omyodo followers to just kind of like turbo out Kuon at the end of the game.
Right. And Kuon gets cheaper with every spell than Omyodo in your cemeteries.
Yep. And like using Penguin Wizard here just to kind of clean up the board makes a lot of sense, especially if you're playing a deck where you just want to clean up the board, slow things down as much as possible because you do have that inevitability at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm. And it's just so we keep referring to the inevitability. D shift, formerly known as Dimension Shift. Let's take another turn. So you play Kuon, you Dimension Shift, you attack him. You win from there. You'll figure it out. So it's like a pretty much like a late game I win button. So yeah, you're trying to make sure that they can't get to that point, right?
Yeah, and this Elven Princess Mage coming out is kind of big. Like getting those wisps in your EX area, that can really let you have these explosive combo turns, right? And by combo, I mean literally the effect combo.
Yeah, they will... with Sakuna and with, just like with Amatas as well.
Ooh, speaking of, here we have, well, not speaking of that, but here we have a
Demon
one of the many Omyoji followers here.
I'm like the GeoGuessr of Shadowverse cards. One pixel, and I can tell you which card it is. I've been playing this game for 8 years. For some reason, it's just burned into my brain. Family memories. Who needs them? Shadowverse cards out of like 5 pixels on the screen. I can identify all of them. Yep, and we're gonna get the rush on the Paper Shikigami just to deal with the EPM there.
Yeah, it's nice. You get a nice little last word effects on the Shikigami as well. So, doing exactly what Kuon wants to do, cleaning up the board, fueling the strategy, filling up the bin, all part and parcel here. Okay, and I do like what the Forestcraft player is doing here. Like I said, like getting those wisps is exactly what you want to do to set up for like really explosive turns later on, so you can kind of like burst your opponent down. That's why I call it kind of like an aggro combo deck.
No, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong with that description for sure. And also, like, I wonder like how impactful the turn 5 is going to be for the Amatas here, because like a common play line, right? It's just like Amatas bounce Amatas to buff the EX twice, but see if they have it.
Yeah, it all hinges on whether or not they have the Amata's in hand. The bounce.
This looks like a combo turn to me. Just playing out the wisps for combo count.
Yep, that's 2.
Ah, Spinaria. Very nice.
Okay,
Combo
that makes a lot of
3.
sense.
Yeah.
Spinaria is a very, very nice one. Like
Get
with
your play
that
points
extra.
back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Draw cards. That's all there is to it, baby.
She's also just kind of like big. She's like a 3/5 with ward.
Yeah. Kind of hard to get over. What's in the
Still
hand,
one play point remains.
Fairy circle. And there's the Blessed Fairy Dancer you were talking about as well.
Yeah, those are pretty nice ones to have for sure.
I'm just thinking, where's Mr. Bald? That's what the whole deck's all about.
Yeah,
Bro is not showing up to work on time.
Yeah, we gotta dig for Mr. Bald, as you call him. I mean, he is very bald. He's very.
I mean, I can't speak
shiny.
right now. I recently cut my hair, and now I'm Mr. Bald, so that's why I cut my
Mr.
hair.
Almost Bald. Mr.
I'm
Almost
Mr. Almost
Bald.
Bald. I'm trying to channel the power of Amata's a little bit as well. I don't have the shine on. I don't have the shine on my head, though, dude. I need a shoe polish. But he's got 3 play points left here. Of course, the Spinaria getting you back 3 play points is so huge. It just like enables even more combo play. Like if you have a Sukuna here. Oh, you get the fairy circle. Fair enough.
Dropping a couple more fairies down.
Yeah, I mean, you got the fairies in the X area, but where's Mr. Bald? That's the big question. Hey, that's the Blessed Fairy Dancer. Very nice.
Blessed Fairy Dancer is going to give +1/+1 to all Pixie followers on the field and the EX area. So it's going to pump the board and pump your EX, which is actually pretty sick.
Yeah.
All those fairies being like 2/2s is just a lot of pressure.
It is. I mean, it also just works towards your game plan, right? Like you want to be pumping your back row so that you can give them Storm of the Amatas later. That's sort of why I really like the modal like one of the new cards that was revealed in released, I should say, in this set is a Spirit Shine, and I love the modal nature of it. It's like, oh, you need more fairies, or do you want to pump one guy really big? And it's like, okay, let's make a decision on that front, which is nice. Oh, nice! Immediately gets out the Lamplet using the quick effect before the end of the turn, taking that Spinaria down. I wonder if they have a board clear here.
Yes, I smell a board wipe.
Yeah.
And the board wipe would be pretty big, though, Kuon is going to be standing looking at an army of 2/2 fairies on the back end.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? You can get the Curse Crafter out, you can clear the board, but how many boards can you clear, okay? Because we have the entire Fairy Armada coming through every single turn, basically.
Yeah. And it looks like, just kind of judging by the players' hand sizes, looks like Forrest still has a lot of gas, so even if he's able to clear up this board, you got to know there's more fairies coming.
Exactly. Okay. 5 play points here on the rune side. Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected.
There's the Curse Crafter. Yeah.
I mean, it was like the obvious play, right? It is. Especially even Caller on the field as well. Like it makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the big strengths of this particular version of Runecraft. Like a lot of Runecraft decks hinge on spells and playing to the long game, but the Kuon version is very like board heavy too. You have all of these.
Yeah, the Kuon version can use quite a few followers as well.
Yoji followers, yeah.
I mean, that's sort of the big strength of it, as Cal was saying, that Kuon gets the cost reduced not only because of spells, but also because of Onmyodo. Okay, as the turn progresses here, we see the Blessed Fairy Dancer taken out.
Shikigami, the little paper Shikigamis are just so much good value, right? Like, when they die, they do exactly what you want to do. You dig through your deck a little bit, but you also put a card into your bin, which furthers your Kuon game plan.
Yeah. It's very similar to what it did in digital. That's sort of like a big part of the charm of the game for me, is that just seeing how they adapted. And that's why every set I make that video.
Right.
How they adapted the cards from the digital game. And there's the Curse Crafter Evolve, of course.
Yep, using the last Evo point there.
Another lamp.
Worthy to note.
Nice. Okay.
Effectively clearing the board pretty well here.
Benaria's still up though. But you know, you are gonna manage to sink 4 in there, no problemo.
Yeah. Spinari is just kind of still chilling there.
I mean, like you said, she's a big body. Like you can't really take it out super easily at a 5.
Yeah, five's just a really awkward number, to be honest. With
yeah, because a lot of the removal in the game is like 3 or 4. Like,
yep.
Overwhelming majority of them. So
now, Forestcraft is going into a turn where they do have a body on board. They have 3 fairies in the EX and a decent grip of cards here. So they've got likely a lot of options for potentially aggressive turn.
Yeah, I just worry that they haven't put enough pressure up to this point, but...
Yep. I mean, Kuon's done a great job of slowing things down, right?
Exactly, and there's 1 fairy. Okay. You're scaring me
Combo
here.
count is 1.
Oh, no way!
It's good to keep track of this kind of stuff, just in case. You mentioned it before, but there's the Sakuna. You could always have to...
of course. Yeah,
keep track of that.
You always have to respect it. Roach as well, to be frank. So.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
In my own forest fairy, it has been interesting running Roach again, you know, after not running Roach for a few sets.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like I said, this sort of critical mass. Like, if you can end the game, you want to end the game, and now that you have all these other storms in the deck, it's like, okay, I might as well run the freaking Screaky Keat guy in order to deal damage to the dome.
This was interesting. This is
Elf Girl Liza. Yeah.
Liza's an interesting call. I think it's definitely like a meta call for sure. Oh, there's the Roach.
We were just talking about Speak of the Devil.
So yeah, there's 3 cards played into Roach. A big bug.
Big bug indeed.
All right, so immediately gonna evo that Roach.
Kind of unexpected to see Liza here. It's good to see her again. We were just talking about like cards we haven't played for many sets coming back randomly. So
yeah, I think Liza's a pretty interesting meta call into a meta with a lot of runecraft.
Oh yeah, I mean it kind of makes sense, right? Like it's so funny because that's exactly how it was in the digital game too. Because Liza stops damage from spells in the digital game.
Yeah.
So it's like,
yep. Exactly.
It's really, you know, what a faithful adaptation. You know.
Yeah, so we have, established a board here. Still not as aggressive as you'd like to be, but a good job at cleaning up what Kuon is doing.
I've been saying, where's Mr. Bald? He didn't show up.
He's just biding his time.
Well, you know, somebody go check on him. Maybe his life alert's going off. You know, he's
right.
He's an older man.
And personally, as someone who's played a decent amount of runecraft and Kuon, this is still like a pretty threatening board state. If I'm the player here, I'm still like, okay, I still gotta clear. I'm definitely a ways off from doing the Kuon stuff. You're many turns off from your D-shift Kuon turn, so you're still basically in like board control mode. And it looks like we have a is this one just the traditional sorcerer, I believe?
That's the one, yep.
So this one's gonna depends on how many spells he has in his cemetery. It looks like he gets to do the thing, which is summon a paper Shikigami, heal for 2, and then any of the paper any Shikigami follower gets a ward that's put onto the field.
Yeah.
Ooh, speaking of which, we're going to summon more paper Shikigamis.
That is, yeah, it's fun because in digital, there was another Shikigami type that we don't get to see in Shadowverse Evolved called the Demonic Shikigami. But paper, it's just in paper, you just get the paper one and the Celestial one. So that's all you need, baby. I mean, having a board of wards is good, especially when you know it's they're 2/2s, So
yeah, I really like the paper, the paper Shikigamis. Like they're 2/2s now, and they have like a really interesting effect that's not quite the same as spell boost, but it kind of functions similarly because you get a draw and discard.
Yeah,
kind of feels
spell chain functions differently.
Exactly. Yeah, I actually really like them, and I like how they can be aggressive too because they're 2/2s instead of like 1/3s.
I mean, just goblin stat line, you know.
Yeah.
Can't disrespect that.
Looks like we're just gonna have some simple little trades here.
Even trading. I'm just really worried about this forest craft. You were talking about this earlier, where you were saying that this is right. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were saying that like you felt that it was very much more draw dependent than other decks in the current meta, and we're kind of feeling that a little bit here.
Yeah, we were talking about this off stream, but the forest deck, especially the fairy forest deck, is very powerful if it pops off. But the problem is sometimes you just run into the half of your deck that's just like little dudes and maybe some incidental pump here or there, and you don't really run into your power cards, like Igny's been saying, like Mr. Bald. And if you don't run into your Mr. Bald, then you can be pretty sad.
I gotta stop calling him Mr. Bald. They're gonna
yeah. You're just running out. You're just running out like little fairies that aren't as threatening as they could possibly be, right? And that's the real downside of the deck. It's a very powerful deck, but you still have that sort of I don't want to call it randomness, but you still have that sort of like variance, I suppose.
I mean, yeah, of course. Like with a deck that is like aggro combo, you are more susceptible to your draw mattering more, and that's like the entire point of the deck. This is why this is the fun part about physical TCGs, is that every place has a different sort of environment or different sort of meta. And I know personally in Indonesia, people have been really respecting Hunter because they
I love Hunter Forest.
They think, it has a lot of filtering, and it has that sort of inevitable win condition as well with like Elephant or the Silver Bolt, right? So that's quite the fun part about it. The thing that I find very funny about Hunter, though, is just like if you randomly queue into a Ward Haven and suddenly your Silver Bolt can't go chase. It's like, but that's sort of like battle of the jobbers. Let's be honest. It's not, but yeah. Oh, and Elixir on top of all of this as well is huge. That's going to be a massive board.
Yeah. So you mentioned it before how Spirit Shine can like has this interesting duality, and we saw it here, giving a +2/+2 to that fairy, making it a 4/4 fairy, plus even more with the elf song. So massive, absolutely massive board. Oof. Like, yeah, like we also saw Lily. She kind of whiffed a little bit on the draw, I believe. She didn't get the card selection, but her Evo was able to just clear that ward super easily, leaving Kuan pretty defenseless against this massive board.
And hey, I'll just tell you guys right now, if you think this board is exciting, you're gonna be really excited, because on October 11th, just a quick reminder, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girl starter decks and booster set released, and Forest Craft, they got a little tool called Anastasia that you want to be keeping an eye on. Okay, so be excited for that. And as we wow. The defense total on that Kuon suddenly got very low. I blinked. Anyway, and I just want to remind the chat as well that once the Idolmaster set comes out, we are going to have Idolmaster release tournaments as well. So if you got it's also a really great, as an ambassador, it is just like a fantastic thing to just have entry product to point to and be like, if you're a new player, buy this. And that's exactly what Idolmaster is. So if you're trying to get your friends into the game, just tell them to buy one of the starter decks. Cool is very strong. And you can just go ahead and enter that. And I also just want to mention that the booster set 8 Alter Chaotica, the pre-order is ongoing for that as well. And there's going to be a Grand Showdown in Singapore, obviously, that we mentioned earlier. And right now, there's actually happening a player survey on X, and that's ending today at midnight Pacific time. So if you have any feedback for Shadowverse Evolve, it's very, very valuable to let your voice be heard. So just, a quick sort of rapid fire of announcements there that they wanted us to mention. So make sure to keep your eyes out for all that. And again, I think the player survey is especially important. Check out the X page and let your voice be heard. Okay, back to the game here. How is Kuon gonna recover from this? He's in a pretty dire situation here. I mean, that lies though with such a heads-up technology from Sharuru, though. Like, hey, you're trying to clear my 5/5 fairy, you're gonna have to work twice as hard, basically.
And we mentioned it before, like 5/5 is very, very difficult to clear, just in Shadowverse Evolve in general, and especially in Runecraft here, where you do have options, but your options are limited. We did see a surefire bullet getting fired off right at the end of the Force player's turn, just to chip down a little bit, but still staring at a full 5 follower board. Looks like we're gonna dig a little bit. Draw a card with this insight here, definitely trying to dig, and that's game. That is game. Did not have the removal to stem back the tide of Forestcraft.
That Liza was she carried the whole team on her back, dude. She was like, all of you get behind me. None of you shall be removed today.
It's such a, like I said, it's such an interesting meta call. I know a lot of people like discounted the card, but against a meta where you expect to see Runecraft, it does so much work because Runecraft's removal is all like spell damage based, right?
Ability based, yeah, exactly. I mean, we were just talking about this. Like, Kuon, probably the best deck in format, but it's also got the biggest target on its back.
Yep.
And that's where we see the deck builders, the absolute geniuses who are building on top of the metagame, find these cards from old sets to make a meta call. And yeah, that Liza, absolutely. Hey, you know, who needs Amatage? You know, call it Liza Forestcraft at this point, because we just swung in with that fairy, and it was just unanswerable. It was fantastic to see.
Yeah, I mean, they did what Forest wants to do, right? They swarmed the board. They didn't even need Amataz to get there. Just play a bunch of followers, pump them up, and then be like, hey, you got to have the answers or you're going to die. And then backed up by that protection is just like, you know, really good against the Kuon deck. So, yeah. Very interesting to see Kuon lose round 1 here.
Yeah, right. Especially because the sort of narrative going into the game was like, Kuon is gonna roll over the entire tournament. Not so fast, Buster, okay? Because I'll tell you right now, on the English side, we have quite the powerful deck builders as well. I think it's also really tough with Kuon when you don't see the Merlin in the early to mid game, because the deck sort of runs a whole toolbox of different spells. And Merlin really helps you access like the entire toolkit that you have in your deck. And in this matchup, you know, you would have liked to see more board clear. You would have liked to see what's a new card, Crimson Meteor Storm, stuff like that.
Yep,
and
Crimson Meteor is a great board clear.
Yeah, and just not having access to the Merlin in the early game really harmed the Kuon player there, because you just can't find. It's hard to while you have a deck full of, you know, one of toolkits that you can access to if you have the tutor. If you don't have the tutor, suddenly that one of is really, really hard to dig for. So, you know, it's a tough call. So not having that access to that was tough for the Kuon player. And you know, Amataz definitely, I mean, we're saying this as if like Amataz was not like a very big meta threat that people are also paying attention to. Yeah. So yeah, for sure, very I wouldn't say unexpected. It's not unexpected for it to take a dub, but yeah, it is nice to see after the entire narrative online being, oh, Kuon's gonna steamroll this, to just see it take a, you know, be humbled a little bit, you know, as we get into the event here, for sure.
We'll see how that narrative shakes out for the rest of the tournament. To be honest,
we're very early in the day. We'll find out, I suppose.
I imagine this is not the last we've seen of Kuon today, and perhaps we'll even get to a turn where we can see the whole like
D-shift go off. Yeah, I mean,
D-shift Kuon,
right? Yeah, for sure.
You can do crazy stuff like D-shift double Kuon to just fill your board with almost 20 points of damage out of nowhere. Take your extra turn and just OTK. So like the Kuon deck is very, very powerful. And I'm sure we'll see it in action today. For sure. All right, guys, just a quick reminder on all the announcements that we said. Of course, Idolmaster coming out October 11th with the release tournaments happening as well. Ultra Chaotica pre-orders are going. Grand Showdown Singapore happening as well. Not too far off from now. So, hey, if you couldn't travel all the way to the States, no worries. If you're in the Southeast Asia Oceania region, we got you, okay? And of course, the player survey on X ending at Pacific time midnight tonight. Make sure to head on over to the official Shadowverse Evolving English Edition X account and submit your feedback. Let your voice be heard. It's very important. People do be reading that. So if you have you know, praise, complaints, criticisms, make sure to get your voice in there. But wrapping up on the first round here, we're going to go to a quick 10-minute-ish break as we get the second round ready. And yeah, I mean, already that was a heater of a game, and I hope that we see much more of that today. So we'll be back soon.
When might becomes law, will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory, on sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have one copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...?
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and Glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places, too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2, and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yup, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin!
You're on.
Bring it!
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my glory card, Alexander. And since it has rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that! Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's special week because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes! I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias! Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy, too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Colosseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Colosseum.
The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Head towards the Starlit Stage! Crossover set, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls!
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now...
How's it going, everyone, and welcome back to the Grand Showdown Los Angeles for Shadowverse Evolve. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined today by my excellent fellow co-caster, Ignitius. How are you doing,
I
man?
forgot to mention the first time that we're also English edition ambassadors of this game.
We are, yeah. I'm repping the swag here, so we got that. Yeah, we're about to get into round 2 of 7 rounds of Swiss, and we do have a little bit of information to talk about. We do have a rough breakdown of the representation today, and looking across it, it looks pretty even. Like, I'm actually like,
it's very even with one notable exception, but I will say
yes, it's the one that you would expect.
Yeah. but surprisingly though, and a very pleasant surprise, every class and universe is represented at this event today. So very hyped.
Yes, there are more than 0 Umu-Usame players at the event today. Which,
more than 0 is a very funny way to say it. Yeah.
Yes. More than 0, and they are the true troopers out there. But yes, as you'd expect, we do have a lot of rune craft today. That makes a lot of sense to me in general, right? Kuon is a very powerful deck. It's kind of like the deck to beat, and I feel that runecraft just in general is very, very popular. So that makes a lot of sense to me. And then across the board from that, it's like a pretty even spread, which I think is pretty awesome. Like,
I mean, I'll tell you right now, there's more Abyss than Forest. That caught me a little bit by surprise.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Hey, Abyss is my personal favorite right now. So maybe a little bit of a personal vested interest, but I do want to see some Abyss, maybe some Control Abyss make it in there. That would be really, really cool. But yeah, no, like we were mentioning at the top of the show, like we feel like the meta is like pretty open, and I think it's showing here.
Cal, I'll tell you
What's
right
up?
now, I just got a sneak peek at the decks of the next round that we're about to spectate here, and I think we both are going to be very happy.
Ooh. Okay.
So we're about to get into it. Again, this is round 2 of Swiss. It's going to be best of 1 Swiss until a top 32 single elimination. So, anything can happen in Swiss, and we're about to see that prophecy come true, perhaps, with this next round. I am actually so excited for this game. So I'm so ready.
I also just looked, and I'm very stoked. It's actually kind of spicy too. Like
a little bit. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Especially, listen, I'm never going to underestimate the American players ever again. Ever since I've seen how Bella Boo cooks her decks, I'm like, damn. They put something in the water over there, okay? And they've got the big brain gene, and I'm excited to see it play out for sure.
Yeah, there's some choices in both of these lists that I'm very like, that's pretty sick. Like that's pretty sweet. I'm not gonna spoil it.
We're really teasing the chat right now. Yeah, you can't see it, but yeah, you'll get to see it in just.
We'll see it very shortly played out when the players are all set up and ready to jam. But I think it's going to be a really, really exciting match. Potentially could depending on how things swing, it could be a little bit of a longer game than the last one that we saw. But it all comes down to the cards. The last game could have easily gone on for several more turns if Kuon had got the removal gas that they needed. But yeah, it's Shadowverse, man. Like one of my favorite things about the game is just how like fun and explosive it can be. You have like this really fun back and forth between,
especially when you get to like turn 6, turn 7.
Yeah, exactly. That feels like one of the crucial play point numbers in the game, right? Like 5, 6, 7 play points is when all of the crazy stuff starts happening. And once you start getting into like 9 and 10, those are like end game type turns. But like the 5 and the 6 is really the juice, really the meat, right?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, like we said, it's like very, very even across the board. for most of the classes here, which I think is really awesome to see. And then of course the most of the classes are all very even, and then there's the universe
there's some who are.
the universe is still hanging on, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll be able to see every class on stream today. That's the goal here, right? And I mean, we're about to get ready with that right now. In this next round, I'll tell you right now that the two players who are playing in round 2 on camera here, they're not playing classes we've seen yet. It's Disdain Dragon from Onesto, and Serio Tenon is playing Control Abyss. You just said you wanted to see Control Abyss. They were listening to you.
Yes, sir. I mean, dude, this is basically like our favorite decks against each other, right? Like,
right?
You're all Dragon, I'm all Abyss.
Here. My man's.
Yeah, like, and I'm looking at the lists too. Like, this is a Control Abyss deck that runs some pretty spicy cards. Ones that I don't personally run in my deck, but like, I respect. There's some cool stuff.
I mean, obviously the 3 Gensetsu, the 3 Yuzuki, that's pretty standard, but yeah, I mean,
she's running like a reanimation package. She's got Death's Breath,
yeah,
and Israfil, like a 3 of Israfil, which is like crazy. I mean, I love Israfil. It's one of my favorite cards, but I don't run it in my own Control Abyss deck. Maybe I will after this. Like, that's pretty sick.
I mean, it's pretty interesting. Death's Breath can bring back Gensetsu or Yuzuki, and they both have pretty powerful fanfare effects, to be honest. So
yeah,
you know, especially when
I don't hate it.
That Necrocharge 10, kind of crazy.
I dig the whole kind of like little reanimator package he's gotten. And then of course on the other side we have Disdain Dragon, right? And this is a deck that I know that you're a big fan of. Makes great use of the new card from Paragons of the Colosseum, Phylene. She's incredibly powerful.
Phylene and White Frost Whisper has just like added so much. It's like what the deck was missing, just like a early game card that's really strong and like helps you control the board, and then in the late game you just have additional burn and like really cheap removal. It's so strong. We are gonna see a Bellringer evolve just to kill off the Disciple immediately, but that's fine. I mean, the Oracle already happened, so
nice little tempo Bellringer, and then we have immediately thrown the Bellringer under the bus, drawing some cards with the Soul Conversion here, which is really nice. Draw 2 from the card effect, and then 1 from Bellringer dying. This is a pretty standard like control play.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, Onesto, my man, he opened turn 2 Dragon Oracle. He's a real Dragon man out here.
So. Real gaming here, yeah.
There are a couple of different philosophies on how to build Disdain right now.
Dragon Oracle, we're ramping big, going big here.
Onesto! Okay,
next turn with 6 play points. That's a lot.
I was just gonna say there's a few different philosophies on how to build Disdain Dragon right now. There's the all-in tempo version that uses like Fina to pull 1-drops and stuff, and there's the one that uses Oracle. And I'll tell you, Onesto got some pretty interesting 1-ofs here that make the Oracle build a little more. Got the 1-of Genesis Dragon, as well as 2 Riko Kashimotos as well. So ramping
that's one of my favorites.
Ends up being pretty valuable here. We're gonna see. Let's take a look at what card Rule and I discards. Oh, we didn't get to see it, but that's okay.
I mean, it's still pretty big. Like, only 3 cards in hand. Like, Dragon's been ramping pretty big, but been using all their resources to do so. So only having a 3-card hand going into this turn with 6 play points can be a big deal if he doesn't have any of the really big power cards, right? You mentioned Riko and Genesis Dragon, but he's also running Shenlong too, right? Your tried and true Shenlong can help fill that hand back up just a little bit.
That was a turn 6. That was a 6 play point pass on Onesto's side.
Oof.
I mean, you're waiting for overflow, I suppose.
All interaction. Oh, another discard. That's a little rough.
Discard with a very small hand. It's not looking good.
Oh, the random discard too. That's a 3. Wait, was that Shenlong? I think it was Shenlong. Oh, no.
I think it was. It was. And of course, the Rulanai is going to go to the dome as well.
Chipping on in with Rulanai, yeah. I mean, like the game plan. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, this is a thing that's endemic to Dragon in digital as well. Like when you get like all ramp but no payoff, you end up you have all these play pointers and nothing to spend them on, and that's been an issue.
Yeah, I mean that's the real downside of like the ramp style decks too, right? You just need to draw into your big swingers. Luckily, he's got a decent chunk in the deck. Everything from Galmia, Forte, Riko Kashimoto.
The Phylene now is active with overflow being able to get the White Frost Whisper out of the deck.
Yeah, and then of course White Frost Whisper having the little bonus on overflow as well. Gonna be able to clean up this pesky little Demonium pretty well. Like just the Demonium being a 2/3 ward Bane right now is just really annoying against a lot of dragon stuff. Like you don't want to run your Forte or anything like that into it. So
Yeah, just
being able to clear it up with you know, a spell or something less consequential is really, really good.
For sure, for sure. I will say, with the dragon deck, we were just talking about how you ramp and you have nothing to ramp into. Again, I'll just bring it up because I'm really excited about it personally. The Idolmaster Cinderella Girl set coming out on October 11th. We get Fumika in Dragon. I'll tell you right now, I'm putting Fumika in all of my Dragon decks immediately once she comes out.
There's some really good stuff in that set. Let's just say that set is very, very powerful. You'll be seeing a lot of Idolmaster stuff before too long for sure.
Okay, you're gonna see.
All right, a little White Frost Whisper targeting Demonium here. Or is it just
it's the targeting of like it's not gonna stand up next turn. It's not gonna get refreshed.
Gotcha.
From the Firelink fanfare.
Gotcha. Okay.
And White Frost is gonna take out the Rulan Eye. And deal 2 damage to the face, of course, which is another great secondary benefit.
Yeah, that one's only gonna cost 1 because of
but Rulan Eye makes it cost 1 more, so it goes back to being 2. So.
Right, yes, that's true. Yeah.
Very
balances
silly.
Balances out. Yeah, and it's essentially what Control Abyss is doing here is exactly what it wants to do, right? The way I like to think about it is it's a deck that controls your opponent's hand, controls the board, and then eventually you control the game. It's kind of like this all-encompassing control deck that has this really scary top end. And what you want to do is just run these like removals, like back-to-back removals, and like hand disruption. Especially in a deck like Dragon, where they have like very large, like one large threat. It can be pretty tough against Control Abyss, where they have, you know, the answers, they have the hard removal. This one's a pretty interesting include in the deck. This is one of the ones that I thought was pretty interesting that I personally don't run in my version of Control. This is a Wings of Lust.
I think it's a really flexible card for sure.
Yeah,
you get so many effects to choose from, which is nice. A lot of player agency and a 1 play point card.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't hate it in the list, and he's only running a 2 of the card, but it's an interesting one. And then we have another Demonium. This is and you know, at this point, this is an Abysscraft staple, right? Just a really efficient little dude, gums up the board, gives you some life. Don't be like me and forget to heal when it dies. But it will heal you for 2.
Oh, we got the Dragon Oracle for the draw.
The third Dragon Oracle.
Anything good off the top?
All right.
Ooh, okay, so this is not a very common inclusion, but Dragon Tamer to just draw a card and discard a card to cycle through the deck a little bit. Only running 1 of the evolved form. Which is pretty interesting because it, you know, stuff is in your cemetery you kind of want to get back. Maybe you can get that Shenlong back from the grave, technically.
Actually, let's see. Shenlong, yeah, it is a Wormkin type follower. Yeah, you can definitely get it back. So, I mean, that's a good way to get your only Shenlong back.
It is pretty interesting, yeah. I saw people playing Dragon Tamer to get Shenlong back. To get multiple Shenlong evolves as a meme deck once. But, you know, actually using it as a utility pick for when you're up against a discard deck. Hey, there it is! Yeah,
there's the Shenlong.
Hopefully a discard doesn't target it again, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
nice.
He's got a turn, right? Turn off a Shenlong, but getting it back. I mean, Shenlong, in case you didn't know, like Shenlong is just a really powerful card. It's a 4/5 for 5. It has ward, but it also has this really powerful enter effect where you draw 2, discard 1, and then on Evo it heals you for a bunch. It just does a ton of work. It's just an all-encompassing big dude.
You know, I'm a little worried here. Going on turn 6 is when Death's Breath is activated, and I can't see Seiryo's drop, but if he was able to discard like a big bomb card like Ginsetsu, Yuzuki, or even the Israfil, then Death's Breath can resurrect it, right? And that would be pretty scary.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, like, he's also running, like, Kawi. There's a lot of, like, really just threatening top-end cards here. With 6 play points, you could just hard cast Yuzuki if you have it at this point. Ginsetsu, I would personally wait until you can do the play and Evo. But, like,
getting an Israfil
for pretty...
Getting Israel 2 turns early is kind of crazy, though.
Yes, yeah, for
especially
sure.
when you have the evolve point.
It also gives it ward. Death Breath also gives ward.
Oh no, we just get a Kawi hardcast. That's totally fine.
Yeah, I don't mind
So-
this. This is
If you guys are familiar with Soul Eater, Kawi's last words is what Soul Dealer does on evolve. So very similar.
Yeah. And Cowie's just a big old 5/5, like 5/5 for 5 with ward. That yeah, like Igni said on last words, he just destroys an enemy follower and you heal. Like, and once again, this is just a really nasty threat for Dragon, which just
There's-
has like a lot of big followers.
There's the guy that we got back.
It's the guy. Resolve its fanfare, draw 2, discard.
Yeah, you're probably gonna evolve it, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, get some
Healing
use out of that.
5, pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, both of these decks are playing to the late game for sure, and it's going to be like a battle of attrition, right?
You
At
know-
some point, it's just going to be like a battle of titans, like really
Well-
big monsters fighting each other.
I was just gonna say, this is supposed to be a Disdain deck. We have not seen a single Disdain guy come out except for the Disciple that got promptly massacred in the early game. So it's like,
That's a good point. I mean, like, Galmiu is like really good at like getting card value, right? So that could be a way to help offset all of the discard equity that Siryu has been throwing at Onesto here.
God, this is a bit of an awkward trade because if he goes into that Kawi with the Shenlong, that's a lot of healing for Seirio.
Yeah. All right. Oh well, it's going anyway.
Oh.
So we're getting Kawi under the bus. One of my favorite cards, Soul Conversion.
Very
Basically
strong.
destroying his own Kawi to draw 2 cards and then getting that last words trigger, likely blowing up Shenlong and gaining like a whole bunch of life.
Of course. Yeah. And the Shenlong didn't even get to swing.
Nope. Nope. Did it on the Dragon Tamer attack, which is real nice.
I was just
And
gonna say as
gain
well,
even
like,
more life from Demonium.
Right. It's at 23, and this game's been going on for a hot minute here. I was just gonna say
Yeah.
that with the Disdain package, I feel like you kind of have to mix it with some like other spice, like PDK or Ramp or whatever,
Yeah.
because the density of good Omen cards just isn't there yet with only
Agree.
set 5. Once set 8 comes out, and you get Zealot and you get a Sneer, then like you can have almost a full deck of entirely Omens. But right now, the what I find is very interesting is how the players express their deck building skill and how they fill out the rest of the package. So, like, is that Genesis Dragon actually going to end up being useful, or is it going to get blocked by, you know, like a Kawi or a Gensetsu board, right? Like, that's
Yeah, I think this is a pretty tough matchup for like a ramp style
Oh yeah,
dragon.
I kind of agree.
But I totally agree with what you're saying about the deck construction. Like personally, I go for the PDK version just because I open up a really nice ultimate rare PDK. But
Okay.
I think the ramp version is also
No
really
need-
really sweet.
No need to show off in front of me as the dragon name.
Oh,
You're making me jealous.
Little subtle, yeah, yeah.
Oh, another Rule and I. Well,
Yeah.
you gotta pitch one.
Yeah, Rule and I and good old Demonium. So these are some, for the last couple sets, definitely Abysscraft staples. Even a lot of like aggro decks run both of these cards.
I mean, Rule and I is just a good card.
Oh yeah,
Like-
it's so efficient. The discard, the taxing effect, it's so good.
That's right. And there it is.
There's the good old, good tried and true Dragon Warrior.
Gonna come out and try and
Immediately
clear
get
this
that
up a
evil.
little bit. Take out that Demonium, I would assume.
Yeah,
Syria goes up to 25 defense.
25.
How are we gonna
Whoa.
punch through this? That's the big question. The Rule and I
mean, like-
is refreshed, so it cannot be attacked into right now by the Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, like, 25 is a lot, but when you have 7 attack Storm Fortes and your, 10 attack Storm Genesis Dragon, the life can get chunked down pretty quickly.
Well,
It's
my
all-
concern is that the one-tailed foxes, they just come out and
Yep,
get a whole
come up the
of
board.
guys. Yeah.
And
You
here we
can't
have
really-
some
Oh, nice.
nasty hard removal. Kill your
Very
dude,
strong
discard a
silent
card.
purge, and you discard a card. Yep.
Yep.
Onesto has no hand, basically.
And that's what I was saying, why this is going to be such a tough matchup. Like, Dragon is really reliant on these just big, like, one big, like, units.
And he has to pass on 10 play points here,
Yeah.
only drawing Disdainful Rending. And that's the thing, especially when you're playing the ramp variant, because you spend all your resources getting your play points up, then your hand is low, then they discard you, then you have literally nothing, right?
And they just
Literally
have
to play with.
here's a hard cast Israfil, like Israfil from hand, gain 4 life, and now he's got an 8/8 that just domes all the enemy followers on attack. And I think this is what the Control Abyss is really settling into right now. He's like, I'm just gonna play my own threats, maybe not overextend too much, and see what you have. You only have a couple cards in hand. You're basically playing off the top of your deck, and you know, it's very comfortable. It's like a lethal board right now, right?
I think there's pretty much nothing that Dragoncraft can do, yeah, especially with the construction. Like, there's no I mean, the only thing that could save Osnesto here is just drawing the Rico.
Yeah, Rico's real nice.
Yeah.
Here's Genesis Dragon.
But it won't do it.
I mean,
it's Jover.
You have to use it to attack into Rulanai, right? Like, to not die, you need to Genesis Dragon into Rulanai. Or you can just tend to face to send a message.
Send
in the message, tend to face.
I don't think message not received. Going down to 19. That's one less than what you started with.
Hey, he's drawn a little bit of blood.
Well, I mean, yeah, Israfil, go face.
He just kills it.
Oh, come on, no!
This is powerful removal, like unconditional removal.
The worst part is, Cal, you can't even Blazing Breath the Rulanai because of the tax. So it's like,
yeah, that's true. That is true.
Jover, GG. Very well played game from Serio Tenon. I think it was a really tough matchup for the Disdain Dragon for the many reasons, like we said. I think if it was the more aggressive version with the PDK and especially the Fina to help filter your deck a little bit, would have been less of an issue because you would have had more hand size, wouldn't have spent all the early turns ramping. But yeah, it's definitely for this build of Dragoncraft a very, very difficult matchup. So, you know, the fact that he lasted that long.
Didn't really draw into any like value cards either. Didn't get into his like Galmuse, which is really good at kind of like getting, you know, reusing all those Omen cards. And
I mean, especially the Apostle. Like, no Apostle scene that whole game was just disastrous. Like, you need that Apostle to get the 2 Omens. Like, if you don't, then you have basically no draw. Listen, Dragon Tamer, he only draws you on, but then he discards you on 2. He doesn't count really. So, like...
yeah, and you're staring down a deck that's just full of hard removal and discard. Yeah, so anything you play is like, all right, I'm just gonna kill your big dude with my 1 card that also makes you discard a card. It's
exactly.
It's a tough spot to be, and you know, definitely showcases the power of Control Abyss, which is my personal favorite deck in the game right now. And yeah, there it is. And we even mentioned like there's a pretty wide representation across the board of almost all of the crafts in the game right now. We have a lot of Runecraft showing up this weekend, but a substantial amount of everything else. Like, it's pretty even across the board. And so, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw every single craft on stream today. And I think the meta is just that open.
Yeah, it's like Rune and Abyss are like a little bit above the rest, but like, yeah, every other class is pretty even, and every other universe is not so even, but you know, they're still hanging in there.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would love to see Sword. I would love to see Haven pop up.
Oh,
I mean, Egg Haven, you can't disrespect Egg Haven, okay? The moment you think Egg Haven is bad, it'll show up and instantly ruin your day.
Egg Haven's
you will
still
be
crazy.
Well, Kel, maybe for the Egg player, it'll be over easy. So do not underestimate.
I was waiting for it. I'm like, which one is he gonna go with? Which pun is he doing?
But yeah, it's a very yeah, the fact that there's such an even field is very heartening to see. So yeah, and quite a nice turnout for the event in general as well. So have quite a few friends who are at the venue sending me pictures. I'm like, ooh,
yeah, love to see it. Absolutely love to see it.
All right, as we sort of wind down round 2 into round 3 here, I do just want to give a quick reminder to everybody in the chat, all the upcoming news for Shadowverse Evolve, of course, October 11. I keep mentioning it, but it's important, okay? Do not sleep. Even if you're not an Idolmaster fan, you're like, I don't get this series, I don't understand it. You will have to, because some of the cards in this set are incredibly powerful, coming out on the 11th of October. So keep your eyes peeled for that, as well as the release tournaments happening on the release of that set, as well as the pre-orders for Ultra Chaotica are up right now. And of course, Grand Showdown Singapore is happening this December, which will be, you know, after the set. So keep that in mind. If you're in the SEAO area and you couldn't make it all the way to America, understandable. Singapore is one for you. And of course, we have the player survey up on the official X right now, where you can make your voice heard. Very, very important. Ending at midnight Pacific time tonight. So make sure you fill that in. They do read it, believe me. So please put in your constructive criticism, your thoughts, your feelings on the state of Shadowverse Evolve, and hopefully we can all make a better game together. So, yeah, love to see it.
Yeah.
All right.
100%. And with that, I think we can cut to a nice little break before heading into Swiss round 3. These last 2 games have been really, really excited. So I'm like stoked to see what we see in round 3. So we'll be back shortly for that.
When might becomes law, will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory, on sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...?
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and Glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places, too.
way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2 and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yep, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin.
You're on.
Bring it.
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my glory card, Alexander. And since it has rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that. Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's special weak because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes, I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milnard Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias, Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy, too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Coliseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Coliseum.
The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Head towards the Starlit Stage! Crossover set, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls!
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects! Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our
Hello and welcome back to the Shadowverse Evolve Grand Showdown Los Angeles. It's the first Grand Showdown event of the competitive season, one of 3, so a very elite few. I'm here with Cal Red Zone Rogue, and we are your 2 English Edition ambassadors commentating this event. If you guys didn't know, actually, by the way, each Grand Showdown is going to have 2 of the 3 of us. So we're kind of like on a rotating list. That's kind of fun. Anyway, we've just gone through 2 rounds of Swiss. If you are just tuning in, it's 7 rounds in all, and 2 rounds have already concluded. We are heading into round 3 now. And the good thing about it is that this event has a pretty even split between all the classes for the most part. So hopefully we get to see some pretty spicy stuff. Cal, how have you been feeling about the event so far? Like now that we're on a sort of halfway point of the Swiss rounds here.
Well, seeing as how my favorite deck in the format just won the last round, I've been pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it's been great so far. We've had 2 rounds and 4 different classes represented. And these are decks that you would expect, right? We had Stain Dragon, we had Control Abyss, we had your Kuan D-Shift Rune, and then as well Fairy or Amataz Forest. And I think that just shows, like you mentioned, the diversity right now. We haven't seen Haven or Sword yet, but we might see them at some point later today. And overall, I just think this event is like exactly what I've been experiencing and talking about, right? How being like so open, like the meta's so open, and like people can really express their deck choice and their love of specific classes because of that, right? If you're like really big into Haven, you have options. You can play your Fabled Haven. You can even bring something like Karula, which is my favorite version of Haven, or even like some Ward Storm stuff. But like the point is like it's so open and there's a lot of fun to be had, and you can experience that, you know, in whatever way you want, which I think is great.
Yeah.
And it shows it here at the event.
I feel like there was also like, you know, people were kind of dooming a little bit like, it's the Kuan format. Not so fast, because there's actually quite a few options, especially when, you know, one deck is like sort of the boogeyman. It's got a target on their back too, right? And everybody's going to be like figuring out how to beat it. And we've seen that today already.
Yes.
So
I was gonna mention, you see if a deck is like that prevalent, you know everyone's gonna be preparing for it. And if you expect to see it like, you know, X number of times in your day on average, you're gonna probably tech for it too. And we saw that literally in round 1 with the Amataz Forest player bringing in Elf Girl Liza, right? Which is like really, really good against removal that's all like spell damage focused, and it's also good against other classes too, right? Disdain Dragon does a lot of spell damage removal as well, so it kind of like hits multiple axes, and it's just a really sweet meta call. It's not a card that you like run in every single forest deck, but if your meta calls for it, which it does this time, I think it's a really interesting include. And I think it's that kind of stuff that will set players apart at this event, right? I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And also just like we talked about this before, but it's sort of the magic for me as a person going from digital to physical. And you do see this a little bit in digital, especially like during the World Grand Prix and stuff, where like people from different regions play a different way. But I feel like that's like amplified tenfold when it comes to physical card games. And just because of the way, things work logistically, you can't instantly play with everybody from all around the world like you can in the digital. You play with people who are local to you, and so like the Americans have a different way to play, the SEAO, the EU, they all have a different way to play, right? So the fact that we can see that here, especially in terms of deck building, I know that picking up from the JP meta, like people are very, very creative. So already seeing stuff like the Elf Girl Liza, and hopefully many more to come in this day of competition as well, will sort of emphasize that for sure.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big bonuses we have, like the bonus of hindsight, I guess you could say. Like since we have what was already established in the Japanese meta, we can kind of like adapt to it, and people can change it up or keep it as similar as they feel is necessary. And I think that's a really interesting advantage that Shadowverse Evolve in particular has, right? As opposed to like other games maybe having a completely unknown meta. Here we have a little bit of a framework and people can adapt to it. And I've personally had a lot of fun, playing around with that. As someone who builds like at least one deck of every single craft, every single set, it's fun, like, tinkering with that and tinkering with what the known meta is versus with what I personally want to do, and how I want to engage with everything. So I think it's a really unique part of the game. And like you said, it can lead to innovation, and we saw that earlier this year at Worlds, and I'm sure we'll see it more here at the Grand Showdown today. And I also think you mentioned each region having their own specific kind of like playstyles and meta, and I think that's in physical card games. I think it's like super interesting when you have open invite events like this Grand Showdown, right? So anyone from the world can participate at Grand Showdowns if you didn't know. So if you wanted to go to the Singapore Grand Showdown and you're from the United States, you can totally do that. And that has this cross-pollination of all the metas just coming together, and you can kind of, experience what is popular in different regions, which I also find really cool. So it's one of my favorite parts about physical TCGs.
Yeah, and you get to go to Singapore, which is always a good time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we have the two players sitting down at the table right now. Let me just take a look at what they're slinging. We have the lists up. Oh, man, I'm really excited for this. We have, it is Haven versus Sword. We're just getting...
let's go. Okay. I do want... While they set up, I do want to mention one thing. So I mentioned this to Igni a couple times off stream. I'm a big fan of Sword. I've mentioned that my favorite deck right now is Control Haven, but I'm also a really big fan of Swordcraft. Mostly like the Thief Sword variant, but you have your Heroic and your other variants of Sword. Sword is my pick for like the Dark Horse deck of the event. I feel it's one of the more underrepresented, though still fairly well represented. But I think the deck is really strong and it has legs, and it could this is a deck that can pivot from like a mid-rangey kind of tempo strategy into like a really aggro strategy depending on the matchups, and I really enjoy that. And Sword is just a deck that's just full of search effects, so you can always go search for the right answer to the situation that you face. So I'm really excited to see this Sword matchup for sure.
There's a few interesting inclusions in the list as well, which we'll get to. Hopefully you get to see it on the table, but just a one of Miarabane, a one of Leonidas, toolboxy stuff like that, which you can always get because of Gemstaff. You can always get because of Gemstaff Commander. Dude, Miarabane and Sword, dude, do not sleep, okay? Everybody in my store plays that, and it just snipes people all the time. And it's always like suddenly you're just taking a huge amount of burn damage for no reason. And you're like, oh, great. This is just fantastic. Exactly what I needed against Sword, taking more burn damage. We love it.
Yeah, it makes sense. If you're kind of all-in deck where you get rid of most of your hand, he can really excel. The one of it is pretty spicy. Another include that I think is pretty spicy that I haven't included in mine is a Courtly Dance, which is a 6-drop spell, which is I think it's an interesting include for sure.
It's such a great card because you just get a bunch of guys, which is exactly what Sword is all about, and especially because you have so many good targets for it now. Like just thinking about, you can get the Ralmia out there, and like because
Good with
Courtney
Ralmia, for
Dance
sure.
floods the entire board, and Ralmia's evolve costs 1 less with every guy on your board. It's just like really great synergy, of course.
Yeah.
And I mean, not to neglect the Haven side here. We are, by the way, it's not eggs. I'll tell you right now, it's control Haven.
Oh, let me take a look. I haven't looked at the list yet. Let me take a look at this Haven.
Really interesting, because I'll tell you right now, there's no
I love this
Aegis
list.
in it. So what is
Okay.
happening there?
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
This
tell me about
list runs Deus Ex Machina, personal
Uh-huh.
favorite of mine, and it runs set 1 fan favorite Lucifer. Like it runs a 2 of Lucifer. I think this list is pretty spicy. As I scroll down it, I was like, yeah, okay, this looks pretty close to my own Karula Haven. No Karula. Instead, it's
Karula.
running like Lucifer as like the top end, which is super interesting. It looks like they plan to Evo, because they run two of Lucifer in main, but also 2 of Lucifer in Evo, which tells me they very much plan on Evoing that Lucifer.
Wait, and the 3 more. Okay.
Yeah, 3 Marwyn.
Three Craving Splendor. Are they about to make a gigantic man that's about to swing
Yeah.
face for 5 million attack? Also, the 3 Apostle of Repose as well, letting you get back the play points for your end phase, for your quick spell effects on the turn after. Like, this is. We talked about it. They're really feeding us here. We were like, can we get some spice out here? And they were like, bet. Let's do it.
I really like the 3 of Deus Ex Machina in this deck too. They're running pretty, easy includes with DXM. They're running like Acolyte's Light, which is kind of like a free play after DXM. They're also running like the Craving Splendor, so you have this really sweet removal package that you can basically hold up after rocking out your Deus Ex Machina. But Deus Ex Machina in this particular meta, perhaps not in this match, but in this meta, I think is really interesting. If you expect to see a lot of Control Abyss, Deus Ex Machina is really good because it just basically lets you draw a bunch of cards at the end of your turn. You can discard your hand and draw 4 cards, and it really counteracts a lot of the discard that Control Abyss does. So yeah, I like this for this meta.
I know that you specifically are a DEM enjoyer. You've been playing her since she came out, and
Yes.
hey, maybe you'll finally convince me if this match goes well.
I think she's like legitimately quite good. I was talking to the current world champion of Shadowverse Evolved, Daniel Yanto, about it, and we were in agreement. But without further ado, let's get into the match. Swiss round 3. We have Chairman on Ralmia Sword and Min on Control Haven. Really interesting matchup.
Man, sorry, I was just gonna say, like, I'm so excited for this because the lists are so weird. Let's just get straight into it.
The Ralmia Sword in particular, we didn't talk about it, but they have like a, I'm just gonna call it a hero sub theme. They're mixing.
Oh no! This is very, very common, at least in my locals, man. Because heroic entry, you can get Mach Knight, but you know what else heroic entry can get now these days? Disciple of Usurpation, and that's totally fine too.
I mean, that's fair.
Entry.
Disciple of Usurpation is quite good. I love how I love how they're mixing the thief and the heroic variants too, because they're running like a full thief package too, right? There's Octress, Servant of Usurpation, Disciple. So yeah, and speaking of the sword or the hero package, this is the Ironrot Defender, just a nice little 1-drop 2/2 right now.
Yeah, I mean, the hero defenders in the chat, you'll know that Ironrot Defender can become a 1-drop 2/3 with Ward if you have 2 other heroes in your drop. So it's like, okay, once the Mach Knight comes out, once the heroic entry comes out, then your Ironrot's already immediately effective. But there's no other heroes in the entire deck, so it's really just Mach Knight and Ironrot holding the fort down here.
I would like to note how Chairman has dropped 2 of those heroes, and they have immediately both gotten removed right after being played. And that's kind of what Haven wants to do, right?
It's called Control Haven for a reason.
It wants to keep the board clear as much as possible. Ooh, nasty little 3 damage here. Get a mill, but it's only going to do 3 for the time being.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, it is a very, very powerful card, as we know, but yeah, not having the snipe for it is a little bit unfortunate, but that's fine. You still got tools. Well, speaking of the Craving Splendor, to take it out immediately.
slow
I'm very
removal.
much expecting to see an immediate Morrowind next turn. Just slam down, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, Morrowind would be huge. Getting that Evo off on him, skipping the turn, but getting a ton of value and just a big dude. And that big dude will be pretty hard for Sword to clear.
Yeah, especially because Sword, I don't know if you know this, not a lot of easy access to Bayon, so it's not like you can just take the Morrowind out. You know, I know that if you're playing Abyss, people just like something, you preemptively play the Demonium, you know, get that in there. Sword, not a thing you can do.
It's a classic Floral Fencer, just dropping on down and then spewing the board with tokens. I really like this card in the current meta. I mean, I've been playing Floral Fencer since the start, but like this goes really well with Realmia. If your opponent isn't able to sweep this out, Realmia becomes incredibly powerful on the follow-up turn.
This is one of the strengths of Sword is that they just do this every single time. Like because you have Floral Fencer now, and especially because you have Courtly Dance now, it gets really, really consistent to make Realmia always get that full effect. So
yeah, I feel that,
about that
Sword might be one of the most efficient and what's the right word for it? Consistent decks in the game, just because of all of the search effects and everything.
Very nice. There is the Apostle of Repose coming out, which of course on Evolve banishes a reserved enemy follower. So nice try keeping the Floral Fencer standing there, but not so. It's removed from the game.
And it's a 3/5 on the back end that also like recovers 2 play points during each of your opponent's main phases. So it's a nice card. It gives you the play points back, so you can maybe sandbag some removal, some of your 1-drop or 2-drop removal. And then also it's a 3/5, which is just kind of annoying to deal with, right? We mentioned it before.
Fire defense stat lines. We talked about this. It's like a lot of the removal in this game is either 3 or 4 damage. So it's like you get a fire defense guy out there, it gets pretty tough to deal with. If you ever had a draconic weapon on a PDK, you'd know this very well as well.
yeah, exactly. There's a very few removal in the game that reaches that's not like straight up hard removal. So Sword's going in to their 5 play point turn with 2 followers on the field. Not too bad. They have a lot of options, and as I mentioned before, Sword is a deck that has a lot of search effects. And when you're looking at your hand, if you have those search effects, you have to also think about like every other card in your deck and kind of plan for it. So if you have something like a Gemstaff Commander, you need to plan for it. But here we just have a nice little storm unit, right? This is a very scary unit, and there we have Realmia. Speaking of scary units.
There she is, free evolve. Hey, that's a great price. Now, of course.
Yeah,
she just has Storm.
Yeah, this is kind of what I mentioned going into the last turn. Doing a Floor Fencer into a turn with Realmia is like so scary. If your opponent isn't able to clear your board, she can just come down and be huge. She does a really good job of pretending to be like a Forte, basically.
Yeah. And we're going to swing with the tokens, too. Just get them in there.
Yeah,
Control
this is
Haven.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, you're a Control Haven. Are you going to get to the point where you can actually start doing that? Or are you just going to fold to the pressure here? It's a little bit scary. I think the best possible card is probably Jean.
That's what I was thinking.
Kicker could also do it to clear. But man, it's a pretty tough call because you're clearing the board. If they just have more Storm off the back, it's also pretty tough as well. It is going to be Boost Kicker. Yep. Fair enough.
Yeah, Boost Kicker is a really nice card from Paragons.
Deal 3 to the whole field. Get him. And then swing with the Apostle here. 17-8 now. But the problem is there going to be another Storm off the back?
Yeah, what's really nice about Boost Kicker as well is, it also gives play points back too, right? So you get 1 play point back at your end phase, and then the other card,
the Apostle,
the Repose, gives you 2 play points back on your opponent's turn. So now 3 play points back.
On the back. That he's open for a Creating Splending, technically, if he has it, if he needs it.
Not quite enough for the Acolyte's Light, but still enough for some removal if he has it.
Right? Would have been nice. Yeah. Acolyte's Light, though, fantastic card in this matchup if the Leonidas is ever played. Oh, there's the Courtly Dance!
Ooh, let's see what we get.
About this. What's off the top?
I love how he's like, oh, let me read what that does.
If
Yeah,
it's
that's-
Ralmia, he might be cooked if he doesn't have a quick spell.
All right, let's see. It's got to be Ralmia and some other stuff. So the way this card works is you're gonna look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and then you could put any number of followers that cost 3 or less that total up to 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can potentially hit really, really big on this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Mac Knight.
Right,
Iron
yeah,
Rock Defender.
I mean, that would be pretty good. That would be pretty good.
Okay, we got Swordsman.
Kagemitsu? Ooh, is that
And?
it?
That's it.
Ooh, that's a big whiff.
Kinda,
It's only
that's a whiff.
that's only 2 play points worth of value here. So that
you spent 6 play points for 2 play points worth of stuff. That's the opposite of a deal. You got ripped off.
yeah, that's a little rough on that one. Not gonna lie. Now we're in a tough situation as the sword player, I think. You get a nice little oh, okay, so we're gonna draw a card here.
Oh, it's focus. Yep.
Let's see what he has. Like, draw a card. Do we have any answers?
You heal one too. Don't forget.
Oh yeah.
You
All
heal
right,
one with
no more answers to that. And this swordsman is just kind of gonna chill for now.
Did they process the focus heal? Hold on.
I believe so. Yeah, they were.
They were at 8. They were at 8. Yeah. Okay, 6 play points. We've seen no Marwins. We've seen no Deus Ex Machinas, no Jeans. Are they ever gonna come out? Is Min okay? There's the Jean. Okay, thank goodness. If that didn't happen, that was gonna be you're gonna be in trouble. I was just gonna say, like, are you even gonna be able to live to your Lucifer, or are you just gonna, fold here? Let's find out. Oh, nice you.
Beautiful Jean. Yeah, I mean, you need turns like this in order to survive. You're at 9 health at this point. We've already seen 2 of the Apostles of Usurpation, though, so you don't have to worry about a double Apostle turn. But the deck is still very scary. Ralmia has Storm and can get very, very large. So 9 damage out of nowhere isn't nothing.
You've
it's
got
like
2
something
open
that
for a surefire at least, though, right? That's some solace for you.
Yep.
If you
surefire,
have the surefire.
potential angelic snipe. So like Min's running a ton of removal, so options could present themselves, or the opportunities could present themselves going into this turn. 7 play points. Chairman can play literally any card in his deck. We're gonna take a look at the graveyard here and see what has been played. Likely,
now you know what that means, right? That means there's an Octus happening, probably.
Yep. Definitely has an Octus in hand. Oh, so we have the 3rd Apostle here.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have the snipe, the banish, the surefire,
This is interesting.
there it is.
Yep, there's the surefire. Yep. Likely counting the number of cards in the bin to see if they could get that additional +2. So here we have another Floral Fencer. Unfortunately, this Floral Fencer is not going to do a ton other than spit out some dudes because there's no way that
the Apostle. The Apostle's at 7 defense.
7 health, yeah.
We're talking about annoying stat lines.
And, Min actually has a ton of damage on board, right? He's got 7 damage just on board between Jean and that Apostle. Unfortunately, you won't be able to use it to clear the board because none of the units are attackable right now without a sail, but, he can just push some damage of his own, and then he's likely sandbagging like a bunch of removal. Yeah, like this, like Boost Kicker.
It's over. It's over.
God, Boost Kicker is so good. It's such a nasty card. Like, you wipe your opponent's board, one-sided board wipe, and you have value on the back end, getting that play point back, and like you mentioned, surefire bullet, like leaving up play points for bullet.
I don't think there's any way to get around this as the sword player. Like, I don't. When the courtly dance pulled 2 1-drops, that was like, I don't think there's a way.
That's
to
brutal.
that. Yeah.
That's quite brutal. So here we do have an Octress. We're gonna mill 2, and then look at the bin and see what we can play here. We have 8 play points, 6 remaining. So like, there are options. There are removal cards sitting in that graveyard that can be potentially played. This is going to be an interesting turn.
You can use the surefire. That doesn't really handle everything. Is the issue?
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous for chairman here.
Unfortunately, there's no like Temis's decree or anything.
Yeah, no kidding.
So like all the removal is like more or less single target here, unless well, there is they have their own boost kicker, right? But that's not enough. It's like they could play the boost kicker from the bin, right?
They could. It wouldn't kill the apostle though.
Yeah, it would only do 4. It wouldn't even kill Jean.
Oh, no, but you could trade with the Octress, so you could. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think boost kicker might be. Oh, he played. Okay, it's got to be. You're scaring me.
Oh, they took Lucifer.
Lucifer?
Yeah, they took Lucifer.
I mean, you can play it. You can play it.
Yeah, with the cost reduction.
Go
and then
for
we're
it.
gonna gain some life with Lucifer. Okay. All right, I like this. This is a big play.
This is pretty funny to steal the opponent's Lucifer and
Ooh,
the
and
Iron Rod Defender.
Okay.
Oh, do we
All
have
right.
2 other heroes in the bin? I don't think so, right? No, they
Yeah.
didn't play Heroic Entry. They didn't play Lock Knight. Yeah, it seems unlikely.
Yeah, this is the, what happens when you have like a split themed deck, right? You don't have the huge, number of heroic cards, so you can run into situations like this.
Man, would have been nice to protect Lucifer a little bit, though. No, with Ward would have been good.
Yeah, I mean, like
Alas.
sitting at only 7 health, is a scary place to be right now.
Mm-hmm. Any amount of protection would be nice. You're gonna be at 11 health soon, so
That's true.
No.
That's true from Lucifer for sure. I think we're debating what the next play is here.
yeah. I
I'm just
think
gonna pass,
turn-
go up
yep.
to 11 here. There's 9 damage on board. Okay, here we have an Acolyte's Light, banishing that Lucifer. You got to do what you got to do. If you have to banish your own Lucifer, you got to banish your own Lucifer.
Yep.
Yeah, like I said, 9 damage on board from Min.
With 8 play points left, Boost kicker
I
goes
think
to the
you
face.
just jam face. There's nothing else
Bomb
much
goes
to
the
do
face.
here.
That apostle's been alive for 10 million years. Goes to the face.
So much value. And then hey, look, I'll
And the
play
Lucifer
my own
will do it!
Lucifer for the Evo.
Yo, okay,
Yep,
man.
that's game.
Listen, let him
Alright.
cook. He figured it out. Aegis don't need it. Okay, Karula, who? End game is Lucifer evolve. That's the way.
Yeah, my Jerry's got wings. my Jerry pours you for face and has wings.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like, when we were looking at the deck list, we saw the 3 Lucifer and the 3 Evo, and you got to know that they planned to do that for damage, and we saw that here. Wild.
Yeah. I believe it was 2 and 2, but yeah, like that's like their.
Oh, 2 and 2. Yeah, 2
Especially-
2.
Oh, they have so much draw, right? To just like they have the saviors to filter their Marwyn, etc. And then you would just get to that end game eventually. Oh man, seeing a Lucifer lethal set 6, I'm telling you, you can't be sleeping. The fact that there's no
Go.
rotation in Shadowverse
Cooking here.
Evolve, anything can, with a good enough deck builder, a good enough pilot, threats from the past can rise up against you. So you gotta have that in mind.
Love to see people like cooking on stuff like that. Cards that you wouldn't, popular consensus would discount, but here we are at round 4 or round 3 of the Grand Showdown. Lucifer going in for the kill there. It was a double Lucifer turn, right? We had Octress steal a Lucifer to gain 4, and then followed up immediately by another Lucifer who evoed for 4.
Feeling the boost kicker was not the right choice there, to be honest. But
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, absolutely wild. So yeah, Sword, unfortunately, as one of my favorite classes and one of my dark horse picks of the event, did not get there this round. However, we got there with a spicy control haven list that ran Deus Ex Machina, which we did not see in that match, but still noted that it is in the deck plus the 2 Lucifers. So they're cooking here at the Grand Showdown for sure.
I mean, I'm already happy. I got to see like some insane deck technology that I did not even
it's
expect
so
in a
good.
million years. It's exactly what I wanted to see, brother, from this event. And I mean, I'm excited to see it happen, hopefully again in Singapore in December. Just like the more creativity, the better. I feel like, especially in a best of 1 event, if you can catch your opponent off guard with something that actually cooks, you got a huge advantage for sure.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. It's that thing where you play a card and your opponent's like, wait, what does that do? And they have to like pull it over to their side and read it. And they're like, that's how you know you have some spicy tech.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, like,
they're like, what? That exists? What? They just get cooked.
And then, you know, sometimes you get 2 play points worth of followers off of your courtly dance, which was probably the biggest turning point of that match.
This is why, like, you know, listen, I love a high roll more than anybody, but between courtly dance and heroic entry, I've been burned too many times to pick up that sword deck again. So I've been, yeah, listen, it's just something I can't put my life on. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, you live by the high roll, you die by the high roll.
I mean, that's literally like the saying: you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. So, yes, excellent match. We will be back for Swiss round 4 very shortly after a little 10 to 11 minute break. And
don't go anywhere, guys. Like we're gonna see more amazing Shadowverse action right here on this channel. So make sure you stay tuned.
Exactly. We'll see you then.
When might becomes law, will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory, on sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects! Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...?
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2 and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yup, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin.
You're on.
Bring it.
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my glory card, Alexander. And since it has rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that. Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's special weak because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes, I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias, Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Colosseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Colosseum.
The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Head towards the Starlit stage. Crossover set, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls.
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets.
How's it going, everyone? And welcome back to the Grand Showdown Los Angeles for Shadowverse Evolve. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and once again, I am joined by my esteemed co-caster, Ignitius. Welcome
Yes,
back.
thank you. I appreciate the esteemed that you put in front there. Makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah. You gas me up, I gas you up, right? It's like,
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
The mutual gassing. And I mean, I'll tell you right now, we've had an absolute heater of an event so far. We're currently on round 4, about to get started on round 4 out of 7 in Swiss here at the event. And then after that is a top 32. But we've already seen every, well, yeah, right? We've seen every class.
Yes.
And some pretty interesting technology as well, I'll tell you right now. And that's only been the first 3 rounds. So as we get into round 4 here, I wonder how much more of that we're going to see. Or of, seeing some of the more expected threats as well, like Kuon and Avatar show back up again. I would not be surprised, but it's going to be really interesting to see how it shakes all out in the end. Wish list, what do you want to see right now?
Literally, we share a brain cell because I was actually going to ask you the exact same thing, and we did not plan that ahead of time. I was going to ask you the same thing. So, okay, since I've been thinking about it, I have an answer kind of like in the hopper, ready to go. I want to see Forest, Hunter Forest.
Yes!
I want to see Hunter Forest. That's what I want to see. I think that deck is really sweet. I think the way I like to think about it is like it's kind of like Alice from Fable. Like it has this kind of like engine where you can pull units from the top of your deck. It's really, really fun. I think it's like kind of slept on a little bit in certain parts of the world, and I know some parts you were saying
in Indonesia
really high.
they love Hunter over here, yeah, and I think it just makes sense because when Hunter first came out with Omen's Eternal, there just wasn't a good enough like concentration of Hunter traded followers in the deck at that time. But then when Paragons of the Colosseum came out and just added the entire Limaga package, it's like, okay, now we have all of these guys that can be pulled. And of course, you still have the inevitable win condition of like Elephant and Silverbolt still in the mix as well.
Elephant's a hunter. It's crazy.
Yeah, Hunter. Elephant is a hunter. It's messed up. How does that work?
Yeah.
But, I think it's a great deck. Would love to see it here. For me personally, though, Cal, I've been telling people, Sanguine can really win games out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Especially if you open like Antelope Pelt Warrior into Aragavi, like suddenly your entire health bar is gone. Game just started, so I was like, I want to see that hopefully coming up in a bit as well. But we'll find out in just a second who's coming up on the stream round 4. Let us know in the chat what decks you would want to see from this event, because I'll tell you right now, every single class is almost evenly represented. I think it's like Rune and Abyss a little bit above the rest, but then every other class is pretty much even. So hey, lots of different variety here, so make sure to tell us in the chat what your thoughts are. I will say though, another deck it's not gonna happen. I know it's not gonna happen, but I want to see Stormward Haven be on.
Okay.
Is there anybody out there playing that one? Because yeah, probably not.
I mean,
it would be nice to see.
I wouldn't be surprised to see as we progress on to around 4, 5, 6, 7, like to start to see stuff that it's a little more expected, like
we just got our, sorry, Kaltar, to interrupt you. We just got our matchup for round 4, and we have a little bit of a superstar heading to the stream table, because in this match, in this stream game, we are going to have Bellaboo versus Nubajes. Bellaboo being the runner-up of Worlds last year.
Yeah, she's the one who brought the really spicy, like, Rose Queen Forest deck to second place at Worlds, which is wild. I would not be surprised if she is also running Forest again. I know she's a huge fan, huge fan. And so I'm very curious to see, and really excited to see like what kind of brew she's rocking. I was suspecting earlier that maybe like a fairy build, but we'll see shortly.
I mean, I just immediately woke up when I saw Bellaboo's name come up, because she's one of the strongest deck builders I know. I mean, she has the results to prove it. Let's take a look at. Okay, I see the list.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Oh, it's gonna be a fairy mirror, a forest craft mirror here.
Oh,
Who's
interesting.
Come out on top. May the better forest win. They are both playing Amata's forest craft, but their lists are a little bit different, I would say. Well, quite a bit different, actually. So
interesting. Yeah, one of the ones I'm looking at, I'm not sure whose deck this is, but one of the ones I'm looking at, it looks like a pretty standard forest list, or a pretty standard fairy list, right?
The list that has the world's Invitational Tia on it is Bellaboo's.
That makes sense. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So
yeah.
Let's see. Let's look at Bellaboo's list. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, she is running a little bit of spicy tech that you don't see too much, like Cassiopeia, the card that I really like, but I think fell out of favor a little bit in the current meta. But I think it's a pretty nice include, because it can be like a virtual board wipe in a meta where there's a lot of just followers on the field. Even Rune plays a lot of followers these days, so I think that's a pretty sweet meta call.
Especially all the aggro decks that are trying to target Rune as well, go wide with a bunch of guys, while Cassiopeia can just ping off your entire field. Pretty strong tech. On the other hand, Nubajes is playing the Ivy Spellbomb, the Rose Gardener, just to bounce guys back. And yeah, that's and they're also running one Cassiopeia technically. It's just the code.
Oh yeah, it's the CC altar. Yeah.
So the lists are mildly different here. apologies. New Bajas is running Bellringer Angel as well, which is me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how necessary that is because you do have Fairy Dragon in the deck, so it's like,
Just
but
that extra
hey,
little layer, you know, extra little layer protection and card
a little
draw.
bit, yeah. But the lists are a little different, but not too dissimilar. So it is pretty much a true mirror here. Let's figure out who's gonna come out on top. Will the World's Invitational Tia make the difference? We're
Gee,
not.
I would like to mention, yeah, it's the one of World's Invitational Tia in main deck and in Evo deck. So just a nice little cheeky one of, which I think is.
I
pretty
wonder
cool.
if it's actually good or if she's just like, oh, I'm gonna flex. That's the big question.
Maybe both. Maybe both.
Yeah, a bit of column A, bit of column B. Let's find out because they're getting sorted right now on the table here. Almost getting ready. I see that they're shuffling up. I have view of the camera here. They're shuffling up on the other side. It's oh, I'm so excited, man. As soon as I saw Bellaboo's name, I'm like, I just like sat up in my chair. Let's do it.
Ignitius confirmed huge Bellaboo fan.
I mean, who couldn't be? Oh, they're using my EPs! Bellaboo! Let's go!
Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. We're gonna try to be as impartial as possible.
Well, I mean, listen, disregarding everything else, she's also the world's runner-up. So just seeing
That's
her
true.
come back for hopefully another strong competitive season is a reason to get excited, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Oh, I love the on New Bajas' side though, the Licorice leader that just came out. Very beautiful.
That is a very spicy leader for sure. All right, it looks like the players are ready to start.
Yep, New Bajas going first. Let's begin.
All right. As we mentioned before in round one, this kind of deck is essentially like a aggro combo deck, right? You can apply a lot of pressure with your cheap costed units, and you can transition into kind of like a explosive combo turn by pumping them up. And I love this true mirror, right? Oh, but Bellaboo's got the flex fairies. She's got the flex fairies.
Come on, dog.
Those are the 1 year anniversary special fairy tokens that I believe only came in like the special god packs, which is pretty hard to get.
Oh, we're gonna see a immediate Lily. It's a whiff though.
Ooh, that's a whiff. We mentioned it in the first game as well, but Lily whiffs often. She does whiff often.
Whiff queen, dude, I'm telling you right now. I think I've had no Lilies hit in the past like several months, which is. I mean, I don't play Forest often, but that still feels bad, man.
And then we had Bellaboo jamming the Sylvan Justice to respect the Lily. Also, just clears up the board a little bit. Lily Evolve is quite good. Also filling up your fairy EX area a little bit.
Does she have all of the flex?
I think she does actually.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and we see another fairy circle come out of New Bajas' side. A full EX area. Okay. Are we going to see an Amatas here, though, is the question.
All the fairies.
If Amatas is in hand, next turn could go pretty sicko mode. Oh, we are just going to see one played out.
Ran out another fairy. So just running out some fairies, like little value fairies is what I'll call them. Just 1/1 bodies that can attack into things, attack face, especially if you plan on dumping more stuff into your EX area later on.
No, I mean, you have so much EX area generation. It's like you just want to get stuff out there.
Yeah,
Archer,
sure.
big play. Archer is such a great card in this meta too. I honestly believe. Like,
I think so too, and it's particularly good right now into a board full of 1/1s.
Yeah, right. Just take
that double ping off of playing the fairy, clearing out the board pretty easily, right? Just Archer Evo into a fairy, being as efficient as possible.
I mean, you're already playing a bunch of guys as your game plan. Archer just gives you basically free removal on top of what you were already going to be doing into a meta where taking out boards really matters. So, like, yeah, I think Archer is just the right meta call as well.
Yep, 100%.
Sakuna Raw?
All right, yeah, just a Sakuna. Okay, so just something to bounce. Okay, that makes sense. You just played it to return it to your hand so you can get value.
I was mildly concerned there, Cal. I'll be honest with you. We got it back. Don't worry about it.
And of course, you didn't want to bounce your own fairies back because if you return a fairy to your hand, it just ceases to exist. Hey, look, the same Sukuna.
No way.
And now we have the Evo.
The Sukuna Matata coming out here with the additional stats. Swing to the dome, I imagine.
Jamming on in for 3. Small Sukuna, but still 3 damage nonetheless. It could definitely mean the difference in this mirror match. Battle of the Fairies.
Is all the damage is pretty much permanent, right? There's no really defense restoration in
not really.
So every little bit of damage counts, really. You gotta keep that in mind. Oh, there's Blessed Fairy Dancer.
Oh, that's big. That's gonna
big.
pump a lot of damage right there.
Pumping up all of the pixies. Let's do it. Okay. And we're, of course, doing 1 damage because of the archer as well.
Yep.
Can't forget about that. We're actually going to see 2 more fairies played out to take out the Sukuna. This is what I'm talking about. Archer on the field, literally free removal while you do the game plan you were already going to be doing in the first place. It's like, it's just, it's a good price.
I mean, this is a pretty scary board in the mirror match. There's not a ton of like board sweeper type cards outside of getting like double pings off of your hunter. So like this is a pretty tough board to deal with. I mean, you do have some of the higher cost stuff like Cassiopeia, and we did mention that Nubajez is running 1 of the alternate art Cassiopeias. So like there is some potential there.
Oh, Spinaria right off the rip.
Okay.
With no combo.
Spinaria will at least replace herself and be a 3/5 ward body. So, it's something. Got some more fairy generation in there. What was I couldn't tell what the second card was.
Yeah, just having the ward up though. I will say heads up of Bellevue not to swing with the archer last turn as well. Just keeping that up forever.
Yep, not. Yeah, exactly. Not giving the opportunity to
alive.
kill it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's insanely good in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So notably, Bellevue is locked on board. No spaces available, so she cannot play any more things to her play zone.
Yeah, could always just run a fairy in though into the Spinaria. And then...
Oh, for sure. Spinaria being a 3/5.
What is what's the best play here? Like, what do you?
Like, it depends on how much like.
Like if you just like run 1 fairy in, play Cassie, go face with the rest. That seems, I wouldn't be too unhappy about that. That's one thing you could do.
Yeah, if you're Bellevue here, you're probably obviously seeing how much pump you have in your hand. Like team pump cards are really, really strong in this situation, obviously, when she has a full board. So we're going to do exactly what you said. Run the fairy in for a little 2 points of damage.
Let's find out what the... Oh, we're actually running 2 fairies in. Okay.
Second fairy in. 1 health is the right number to be at for Hunter.
A second fairy has hit the Spinaria. And now we have 5 play points left to work with. Playing literally anything will clear.
Oh. Well,
yeah, a Spinaria.
Here's my own Spinaria. Yeah, the ping damage will finish that off, leaving Nubajez defenseless, as it were. Ooh, okay.
There's Spirit Shine. Great get, especially if you get Mr. Bald as well. Oh, and there's the U Cassie. Very nice.
Yeah, nice. So setting up for board clear, setting up for potential more fairy followers or a big pump. Really nice.
Everything face. Oh, except for the archer, of course.
Oh no, jamming in.
You know what?
Yeah, I mean, I think she sees an opportunity here to push a lot of damage and to further her lead. Not choosing to ward up Spinaria, though.
Leaving Spinaria standing obviously makes it harder to target for next turn. I think she wants to have the 3 damage swing face and maybe threaten like a 1 or 2 turn setup. But I mean, depends on where her hand is, right? We can't know. So
yeah, she did get the Spirit Shine, which is could be like just a 2 pump if she wanted to use it as a pump.
Buff the fairy, make it storm with Mr. Bald. It's always a solid option.
Yes, we have yet to see Mr. Bald hit the field.
I'm sorry, I gotta stop calling him that.
Right,
Amataz. Sorry, his government name.
Amataz Fairy Blader, sir.
Apologies.
But with 4 fairies in EX, there's a lot of potential to make a huge board on the back end here. So looking at Nubijez's hand, we can kind of see a little bit of what he's going. He has another Spinaria.
Rose Gardener does not feel very good. It's like super
Got a
unimpactful.
Lily. So a Lily Evo can do a little bit of work here. If you are afraid of like the 3 damage, you can use the Evo on Lily to kind of like bottom that.
1 fairy out. We just try and go for a combo.
Yeah, this feels like a combo to me. 1 fairy, 5 play points remaining, 1 card played. This is all what Forest Craft is about, especially this version of Forest Craft. It's all about your sequencing, trying to maximize your combo potential. There's a lot of just like buffs and numbers. It looks like we're going to use that fairy to just draw a card. So it looks like we're going to basically send it into the ether to dig a little bit here.
Yeah. Soul conversion with more steps, unfortunately. But it's,
but we do get a Rose Gardener here.
just feels relatively unimpactful, you know? You send something back, but
I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? In this situation, you got to do everything you can to minimize the scary board that you're staring down. So we're sending that Spinaria back.
You got to hit that archer. Get that out of there.
Trade it. I like that. Making sure that archer's out of there for good.
To your previous point, yeah, Forest Craft, even in digital, has a very long history of being very execution heavy. So like things like sequencing matter a lot in the class in general, and very much true of the Amato's build, as you said.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Oh, the Spirit Shine. Okay, right away.
Ooh, so yeah, we do have a pump on the Spirit Shine, it looks like. It's a big fairy.
Mm-hmm. That fairy been doing squats. Okay, be careful.
Yeah. Could use the fairy to trade. Could also use the fairy just to punch damage and maintain the aggression.
Just saw Bellevue almost play a fairy dragon there. Very strong body. Yeah.
Fairy dragon's a nice one from Paragons of the Colosseum.
Mm-hmm.
Also, in this particular matchup is just real annoying.
It's like a big auto include for me.
Oh, for sure.
Overstated guy that gives me tokens. Yes, please.
It's like a 2-drop that has 4 toughness and ward, gives you tokens, pumps itself. It's just like kind of wild, to be honest.
It's a good card. There it is.
Yeah.
Ends up playing it in the end. It's a 2/4 with ward that'll give Bellevue a fairy and a fairy wisp on last words too. Okay, what else? What are we gonna do with that last 3 though? I'll tell you right now, we haven't seen Amatas in any of the Amatas games.
Yeah,
Guy is not showing up to work.
She's played 2 cards so far. So combo is at 2 currently. So if she's trying to set up for a big combo turn, that is relevant.
Yeah, Sakuna could come out, right? That's always an option.
Yep, Sakuna Evo is always a thing.
She does run 2 roaches, so that's always another an option for more damage.
I mean, like, she's got what, 6 damage on board?
Yeah, it is Lily. I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping for T to come out there because you were talking about combo 3. I'm like, oh, I know a combo 3 card that she's running, but it is going to be the Lily. Fair enough. I mean, let's just sink that Rose Gardener to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. So Lily, ooh, and then Sakuna here.
Oh, ho, ho.
This is going to be a
lot of
big
attacks.
Sakuna. Yeah.
That's a lot of attacks.
I think she played enough to get the buff, right? Or is it just going to be a 3/3? It's just going to be a 3.
It's just going to be 3, yeah, but it's
still like
pretty
storm.
strong.
So that's
Especially
what, 4,
7,
9
yeah,
potentially.
Swing with this is 2 again. Yeah, so 9.
Ooh. And then you have the fairy dragon to ward up to protect your units.
Oh!
Yeah, keeping that aggro advantage, and going into this, it's going to be a really tough turn for Nubijez here. Like I mentioned before, Forest does not have a ton of board sweeping options. That Cassiopeia is one of the only options he has to efficiently deal with this, and even then, it's a 5 play point card.
Yeah, and Nubijez only has the 1 Cassiopeia in the entire deck too. So
Yep.
It's like,
I have a feeling that's kind of what he was digging for in the last couple turns when he was just kind of running out the cards to draw.
Mm-hmm.
As well as turning on your combo for your Rose Gardener. Yeah, 7 play points, still has a decent grip, but staring down.
Like Cassiopeia doesn't even full clear this anyway, right? Like,
no,
it's too much stats. Like
Cassiopeia, for those who don't know, does damage equal to the number of cards you have and in your hand and EX area. So it would do a decent amount of damage, and you can split that among your opponent's followers. But like when you have like a 4/4 fairy and a 2/4, another 3/3, like it's a lot. It's a lot of toughness health on board.
How are you gonna get rid of it all, right? Like that's the issue.
15. You need to do 15 damage to clear the board. And I don't think he has 15 cards in hand and EX area combined.
Okay, but Lily is
a start.
You can sink the fairy dragon, I guess.
Get your own fairy dragon.
Pull the fairy dragon from the Lily.
I mean that's something. Fairy dragon.
It's a ward.
Does have ward. Yeah.
Protect your face a little bit. Not bad.
I mean, Lily's going to be able to do a nice little 2-for-1 here, like evolving, or technically a 3-for-1 because she found a card off the top, but being able to evo, remove a follower, attack into another follower. There's a lot of value for just a simple follower and an evo. So you get rid of that ward follower so you can actually attack into other stuff. Makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. Take out the fairy dancer here, I imagine. Hey?
Kind of rethinking that. Fairy is a 4/4.
Fair enough. I mean, it's a high stakes event. You gotta take your time.
Yeah, Lily's only a 2/4 evoed, so she doesn't do enough damage to kill the fairy. Does enough damage to clear off the fairy dancer though, if she wanted to go for that. Yeah.
I was like thinking what the most efficient trades, but like what removal is this Nuba just have in his hand? He does have the Ivy spell bomb, so that's I think that's in the deck. I'm not sure if it's in the hand though, so we'll have to.
Yeah, I mean, like, just looking at the board, we can have.
Oh, it is in the hand. I see it.
Okay. So, trying to, instead of just trying to survive, it looks like he's trying to think about the most optimal way to do so here.
I mean, Ivy spell bomb does 5, right? Not gonna get the combo 3 effect, unfortunately. Not enough play points to play out something for that, but. With just a 3 play point deal 5, you can take out the 4/4 fairy, so that's a good option, I suppose. You could clear like everything except for the Lily here.
Yeah,
it's one of the plays where like you're surviving, you're not winning. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem.
It's still pretty rough leaving out a 2 damage follower when you're at 4 health. It's pretty rough, especially when facing a deck that has a ton of storm going down to 0 play points.
Roach comes out and it's just like curtains, right? Like that's the problem. And leave it. Wait, what? Huh?
I mean, do we just have lethal here on board?
Yeah. Why didn't he trade? Oh, this fairy.
All right. Yeah.
Fairy dancer has 3 defense. He wouldn't be able to take it out. Yeah. It's just like okay, curtains. Not much you can do about it. Bella Boo with a pretty commanding victory here.
Yeah, not sure why we thought Fairy Dancer was a 2/2.
Well, I know why I thought that is because it's a 2/1 in digital. So
yes.
Yeah, but it's
me too.
Not hey, of course, not so easy to take out in Shadowverse Evolve, and Bella Boo just able to get a huge advantage. I think the deal breaker turn was when she was able to push so much to the dome, and like Archer getting so much value in the early to mid game. Completely just turned the entire game around for her. Like just being able to clear boards for free is just unreal. So
agreed. I think the Archer was like the big key card of
the
this
MVP
matchup.
for sure. It was a difference maker. Like just being able to use that Archer super effectively. But I mean, hey, Bella Boo, commanding victory there. The fairy mirror, very fascinating to watch. And I mean, if she wanted to show off how good she is at the class, got nothing to prove on that front, of course.
Literally a world-class player. So
just another very strong showing from Bella Boo there. So yeah, that was gonna be round 4 from us. We're gonna head back into round 5 after a short 10 to 11 minute break-ish as usual. So don't go anywhere. But I do want to remind you all right now, the most important reminder of all, the players survey is happening over on the Shadowverse Evolve English Edition X account. You can fill out the survey, your criticisms, your thoughts, your feelings about Shadowverse Evolve in the English scene. They do read it, I can confirm. So like make your voice heard. It's very, very important. That ends at midnight tonight Pacific time. So make sure to fill out that survey while you can. But you know, until round 5, we'll see you very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card max evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...?
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and Glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2, and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yup, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin.
You're on.
Bring it.
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my glory card, Alexander. And since it has rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that. Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's special week because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes. I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milnerd Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias, Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy, too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yup, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Colosseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Colosseum.
everybody, and welcome to the Grand Showdown Shadowverse Evolve in Los Angeles. We are your English edition ambassadors, Ignitius and Red Zone Rogue, otherwise known as Kel. And we are heading into round 5 of the day. Just so all of you know, it is a 7 rounds of Swiss best of 1 into a top 32 single elimination best of 1. And if you're unaware, this is the first Grand Showdown open invitation continental level event, and the prizes, just to remind you, pretty sick. You got the participation Fashionista Nelcha, you got the Blazing Breath alt art hot stamp, the Gilnlease alt art playmat, and the Gilnlease alt art ultimate rare as well. So it's like, hey, a lot of prizes to play for. And just to remind you as well, I'll tell you right now, the top 3 players of this event get an unsponsored invite to Worlds this year. And I believe the people in this event, are they the first players outside of Daniel confirmed for Worlds this year? Ooh,
good question. I think you might be right
so.
on that.
So we'll find out, if Daniel, he's probably asleep right now, Indonesian time, but tomorrow he's got to wake up and tune in, scout the competition, see who he's going to have to fight later in the year. So
yeah, for sure.
That's a pretty fun one as well.
Defend his title.
And I'll tell you right now, we got the 2 players for round 5 table already coming up. Some pretty familiar names if you're around in the NA Shadowverse Evolve scene. We have Kitori and K-Strider about to take a seat at the table. I think I recognize both of those names, actually. So pretty exciting stuff. And we do have the deck list as well. So yeah, I mean, we're not going to have to wait much longer as we get into round 5 of the Swiss here. Okay! The lists are... Okay, we're going to get another Dimension Shift Kuon, which is, of course, pretty standard and like the deck to beat in this format right now, sort of the one with the biggest target on its back. But we also have, and I think you're going to be very happy with this, Kel, Control Karula Haven.
Let's go!
With the 3 of Karula, with the 3 of Marwyn, and also, coincidentally, also the 2 of Lucifer. People are on the Lucifer train all once again. So pretty fun to see, for sure.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. It's basically like 2 late game control decks fighting it out, right? They both have huge top ends. Karula excels in like the mid game, I would say. Like Karula starts really popping off once you can actually play Karula, start getting those play points back, getting those triggers. It's a deck that I really enjoy, and I really enjoy the play patterns of. And Kuon is one that very much excels in the late game and has like inevitability. So I think it's going to be an interesting matchup, especially if I'm seeing this correctly. There's no like Aegis or anything like that.
It's the second Control Haven deck that doesn't run Aegis, man. Maybe Aegis is fraud, man. Maybe it's confirmed. We got the Lucifer instead. I will say also, even though D-Shift Kuon, kind of the elephant in the room, there's still many different ways to build Dimension Shift Kuon as well. And with this particular list, we're seeing 2 of Mr. Heinlein, not extremely common. It's one of the options that people have, though. But the 2 of Mr. Heinlein, we even see like a 1 of Rhymewind, a 1 of Fire Chain. Just having a lot of these 1 of spells, obviously very strong because you get to tutor them out with the Merlin either way. So yeah, the way people build the Kuon list can vary very much from person to person, and I'm going to see, maybe that Mr. Heinlein is going to be the deciding factor. Yeah, I am looking at the list, and it's very interesting. You have kind of like your general Kuon shell. You have kind of like your 1 of package, like Igni was saying, like your Rhymewinds and your Fire Chains and that kind of stuff. But this is a deck build that really looks to respect a lot of the low to the ground stuff because they're running both Angelic Snipe and Lamplet, right? So they have a 1 of Angelic Snipe and Lamplet, just kind of like help maximize that just a little bit more. I mean, the deck that very much respects low to the ground because, I mean, you even see this, like Fire Chain being able to take out 2 threats, 2 small threats. Like that's a huge deal as well. And yeah, I mean, with the Mr. Heinlein package too, is like you're really trying to turbo for the Kuon D-Shift combo as well, because you're just like sinking so many cards from your top deck into your cemetery. So I feel like this deck is like one that it's a build where, you're still going for the D-Shift Kuon, but you're not trying to take forever about it. Let's get the combo out there. So,
It'll be an interesting matchup for sure, especially going against a deck that's all about kind of like getting your play points back and then playing stuff on your opponent's turn. We do have like the Acolyte's Light, we have the Karula. I think it's going to be a really, really interesting match. Control Float Haven, yeah.
Getting into it. Oh, I'm really excited to see this build of Haven here. Again, it's similar to the last one we saw, except this one does run the Karula instead of the Apostle of Reapers. So similar build, but
no Deus Ex Machina either. So it's a little bit different. I do looking at the list now. I do like the list. There's a couple other cards that he's running that like Gravity Grappler is another one that can just summon Mystic Artifact tokens. So it's a little aggressive, which could come into play in this particular matchup.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps we can even see Kuon hit the field.
That's true. This entire time in this tournament, we've never seen an actual Kuon happen. So maybe that'll actually happen this time. Let's find out.
Kuon usually spells doom for your opponent. If you're actually dropping your Kuon, the game's going to be over pretty quickly.
Whoa, whoa!
Good turn.
And the discard of Trail of Light from the Penguin Wizard too?
It's pretty good double draw.
That might be the
Penguin
best.
Wizard again.
That might be the best Penguin Wizard I've ever seen.
It's exactly what you want to see as the Kuon player. Penguin Wizard, discard, Evo, Penguin Wizard again. Discarding a Lamplet. I think this is an okay discard, especially when you see that you're going up against Haven. Your Lamplet's not going to be quite as effective because most of their threats are going to be large.
What a fantastic early game. Insight into Penguin Wizard, discard Trail of Light, and draw a bunch of cards. Yeah, that's one heck of a way to start the day.
And filling up your bin only just furthers your plan.
Aha! So we get the Phantom Blade Wielder here, but with only... Oh, actually for the Evolve as well. Okay.
Yep, we're gonna do the Evo and pick it off. You definitely want to kill that Penguin Wizard,
yeah,
right?
You cannot let the Penguin live, man.
And Penguin Wizard notoriously has like a very large defensive stat line, so it's kind of annoying to deal with. So using your entire turn to deal with it is actually like very reasonable here.
I think so too. Phantom Blade Wielder also a pretty interesting inclusion. Just like it's again like we were saying, like both decks respect opponents who are low to the ground. Phantom Blade Wielder being able to do a 2-for-1 very, very early on as well, just to handle aggression ends up being very important.
I'm a big fan of
Demon Caller right away.
Yeah, Demon Caller is just a 2-of in the deck here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice little way to give your Shikigami's rush. Doesn't do a ton, without the Evo, but Evo is where you want to get the action, get your little Shikigami, give it rush, plus 1 point of damage.
He has done it, and it's probably going to run into the Phantom Blade, I imagine. So.
Oh, yeah. It's exactly what you want to do, right? You clear the board, but you also get that draw and discard effect, which furthers your game plan.
Especially if K-Strider's list, if you can save that Evolve point, it's so good, right? You just go turn 4, Curse Crafter Evolve or whatever, take out whatever board they have, turn 5 Heinlein, sink 5 spells into your bin, and then Kuon comes out way faster than you'd imagine.
Dude, Curse Crafter is so much. If you have 7 spells or Amayoji cards in your cemetery, when you Evo, Curse Crafter does I think it's 11 points of damage total between its Evo effect, its sack effect, and then the attack. It's nuts for 1 card.
It's a very strong card.
You get a crazy 3-for-1. It's
I mean,
wild.
as we've mentioned, the Curse Crafter is restricted in the Japanese format as well, so
yeah, for good reason.
It's a very strong card. What can I say? Okay, going into the turn 4 here. Acolyte's Light, just to get rid of it.
All right, yeah, just banish it up, gain some life.
Okay, very slow from Kitori here, but I mean, slow is kind of the name of the game. I just worry that if you go too slow, you kind of lose to the inevitable win condition of like a D shift. You know what I'm saying? Like you're a control deck, but like if you're controlling to an end game where you lose to a 2-card combo, it's tough for you.
Yeah, I mean, taking extra turns is kind of a big deal, and especially when they can drop like 1 or 2 Kuons or a Kuon plus something else, they can just spells doom.
Spells doom. I see what you did there.
Exactly. And I feel like this is going to be the kind of the cadence of this matchup, right? That's why I was saying I felt it was kind of interesting because they're both like slow decks going against each other, and both of the decks are teched to fight against like these swarms of followers that they might not see against each other. So it'll be kind of just like a turn for turn kind of deal, and see who can establish their end game first.
Things are pretty much going exactly according to textbook plan. Like the Curse Crafter on 4, expecting a Heinlein on 5. We'll see where we go from there. I mean, hopefully when you play a Heinlein, you don't just sack your all your Kuons. That would obviously
Right.
a disaster.
And Kitori going into 5 play points.
Yeah, what are Kitori's best plays this turn? Like,
I mean,
no evolve points, right? Going first, so
you can't Jean Evo if you have no.
Would have been nice to see the Marwyn last turn, no, but not so. So
Marwyn here is a little chunky. So we have a boost. Or no, that's not boost. This is another Phantom Blade again. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're running an Evo
fine.
deck.
Just
Okay.
Deal the 2 to the Shikigami, I suppose. Oh, okay. Hold up.
Yeah. All right. This is if they leave the play points open, they can just ping off the.
They can ping off the. Do it twice. That's true.
Yep. I do like Phantom Blade Wheeler quite a bit. I actually run it in both of my Haven lists. I run it in my Egg Haven as well as my Karula list. I think it's quite a good card in this current meta. Just a lot of. It's just really efficient, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially as you were saying, like a lot of cards just flood the board. So a lot of decks, just flood the board. So can't be too mad.
Yep, it's one of those cards that can potentially, depending on how things are set up, get you like a 3-for-1, right? You can get your Evo damage, you can get your end of turn damage, you can get the attack damage as well. And this time, you got a nice little 2-for-1 without even having to attack and threaten his own life. It's just a nice, efficient card.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, well then.
Exactly as I said, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Heinlein, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ooh,
okay, so three spells, so you recover 3 play points. So if you guys didn't know, Heinlein trashes the top 4 and recovers play points based on how many spells trashed this way. And you can even engage the Heinlein to take out another spell.
Oh, that's a good discard.
And it's the Trail of Light.
Trail of Light.
The Trail of Light gets so much more valuable to have in the list when you're playing Heinlein, right? Because now you have 2 targets. For
it does make sense. It does make a lot of sense.
Oh, and there's Paper Shikigami.
Yep, here's a nice little summons just to get a Shikigami out there. Counting the number of spells in the bin. I think we have enough here.
Yeah, I know.
And if you have enough, it's just a really efficient card. Get a 2/2 and you draw a card.
Draw. Like, you can absolutely take those.
And you know,
that Heinlein is that's so good because you turbo your spell chain so much. Like, and I know not every list runs it because sometimes it just feels like a 5 cost that, like, that doesn't do much. But like in this situation, it was pretty nuts.
I mean, it's really good with Kuon because Kuon doesn't just care about spells. It also cares about Kuon also cares about having Onmyoji followers in the bin. So yeah, I see why Heinlein's in this list, and I think it's a pretty nice include. It's not one that you see in a lot of decks like you were saying, Igni, but
that's true. But dealing the 4 damage was a pretty big deal too. So I really don't hate it.
Yeah, that was a kind of a wild turn actually.
Yeah. Ooh, there's Jean.
Yeah, this is gonna be a nice little clear.
Yeah.
Jean Evo will basically deal 4 damage to the opponent's board. So if they chose to Evo, which it looks like we're gonna do, it'll also kill off Mr. Heinlein here, and then leave itself with a 5 toughness body, 4/5.
Well, I was just worried that like I keep saying, the Haven player is controlling, but their end game is a little less.
Yeah.
Little less I win button than the Kuon D shift end game. So I do worry that you're just controlling into your death here.
Yeah, especially without Aegis, right? Like
Yeah.
their top end is Lucifer, and maybe Marwyn, like a hard Evo Marwyn, like 4 play point 4 Evo Marwyn. But other than that, it's just like, you know, you got your Karula. Karula does a lot of damage and get you a lot of value, but it's not the same as D-Shift Kuon.
Yeah.
Speaking of value, we have Merlin.
You can also Lucifer evolve it and then Craving Splendor your own Lucifer to go face a turn after. That's a thing you
true.
can do.
That is true.
It's just like, you know, is that gonna happen, or are you gonna get got by the quick spells as well? You know, it's tough.
So it looks like Merlin went and searched for a that's a Chain of Calling Alt Art Noble Instruction, which is a card that basically just lets you dig for more, right? This is the one that lets you dig for rune followers. So likely trying to dig for Kuon or more, maybe more answers at this point. But with the cemetery as big as it is now, I feel like Kuon, getting a Kuon in hand and trying to set up for your end game could potentially be. It looks like slamming that Penguin Wizard.
And remember also, like with the spell chain 10, you recover a play point off it too. So
yeah,
it gets pretty efficient. But yep. And are you just gonna play the Penguin? Oh no, of course you just
Evo Merlin.
That makes sense.
We're gonna play a 0-drop spell for free. Looks like we're gonna play the Witch Bolt right there. Draw a card, deal 5 damage. Makes a lot of sense. Merlin.
Nobody's gone face.
You're right. You're right. I just realized
nobody's gone face the whole game.
It's just board control. Board control the game here. That makes a lot of sense. You know, based on how these decks are built.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to give your opponent a board, so it's just back and forth. Clear your board. Clear your board. Merlin coming down was very efficient. Merlin's just a ton of value.
It is. It's just not. The stats aren't that huge, but like it just does so much for you. I'm just saying that because like Kitori is obviously just gonna kill this, and we're probably gonna see this happen for the next 3 or 4 turns until Kuon comes out.
Yeah, I mean, Merlin is a 4/3, so like it's worth killing. You know, you can't just leave a 4-power unit on the field for too long. It will eventually kill you, and 3 is a pretty killable number.
Yeah, you just scripture it or whatever. Oh, we see the Gravity Grappler. Okay, we're actually gonna get a Mystic out here. Perhaps try to dig for your endgame cards. I will say, when you're in this match, oh, there's Karula. Nice.
Ooh, Karula into Evo. Very nice.
Very nice. And then, of course, you regain the play points. So go back up 2. Then all the effects happen. So you deal 2 damage to the enemy leader, and you get your Mystic artifact, baby.
Yeah, from the grappler here. And this is kind of what the deck wants to do, right? It wants to, like I said, the deck really shines once Karula, is on the field, and you get those extra play points back, and everything just kind of synergizes and works really, really well together. Now you also have the extra 2 play points to potentially play something on your opponent's turn if you need to.
I mean, the Mystic Artifact is so good, too, as a ward to defend yourself with, but also just the fact that it draws you the card is...
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot in one, right? Especially when you're trying to dig for your end game. I will say, like, having no Marwyn in the early game, you're at this point, you're just, like, trying to hard evolve the Marwyn without the downside. So, you still want to see it, obviously, but it's like... Would this game have gone differently if that Marwyn was slammed on 4? I think potentially. But,
I think so as well. And here we see from K-Strider another Merlin, just kind of like jamming on down, going and searching for the exact same card as before. A card that's going to, you know, feel that spell chain, but also help you dig a little bit. Yep.
Where's Kuon?
Trying to find that Kuon.
Noticing a lot of the key cards, the eponymous cards the decks are named after are just not showing up today, Cal. What's going on there?
Yeah, but the decks are built well enough that they can still win and function without the key cards.
Well, yes.
Well,
maybe less so with the Kuon. Maybe less so with no Kuon.
Yes. For Kuon, we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out, right?
It's probably Witch Bolt again, right? Yep, I would say.
Yeah, we still have a lot of game here. So, Witch Bolt dealing 5 damage. Of note, the Gravity Grappler is just kind of annoying. It's just going to be a 3/3 that sits around and it'll spit out more artifacts at the end of the turn.
Holy counterattack! Let's go! That is a card you can only play on your opponent's turn. Very, very nice.
Yeah, getting those extra play points back from Karula enabled that. That's a perfect example of why the strategy works so well.
It's also pretty funny because like one of your only ward cards in the entire deck is the Mystic Artifact you get
That's
from
true.
Gravity
That's
Grappler, and then
actually
it
true.
works with
You-
the holy counterattack.
You
so it's
actually
like
get the 4 damage from it. Yeah.
the 2-card combo. Oh my god.
Merlin just kind of cleaning up the board,
Okay, Kuon.
digging.
Is
digging.
it in the deck? If it's Kuon bottom 3, I'm gonna start crying. Okay, Curse
Crafter's
Crafter.
not bad. That's not bad.
Not a bad pull.
I mean, that'll basically help set up to clear Kitori's board in future turns, which is kind of like, if you're not going to get Kuon, at least you get more board clear,
It
so you
does
can
have the
further-
Fire Chain in the end, yeah. It's not trying to get got by another Mystic or anything. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at earlier. Leaving that Gravity Grappler on field is just kind of like, you got to get rid of it.
Right, it's the same in digital. In digital, it summons a Mystic and an Analyzing. It's like, oh, uh-oh. I just find that so entertaining how they adapt it into Shadowverse Evolved. It tickles me as a longtime player of this IP.
Yeah, I think they've done a great job in like translating it.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Shadowverse Evolved being like, correct me if I'm wrong, the first physical TCG that was adapted from a digital card game.
Probably, yeah.
I think so, and like seeing the cards transition over has been really cool to see.
Especially when it's something like, you can't have spell boost in real life. That just wouldn't work logistically. So the fact that they adapt it as spell chain and still have like all the effects like happen so faithfully is very interesting. Yeah,
And to a degree where they're good too, like D shift still being like a thing.
Yeah, still being played to this day, frankly, even in the Japanese meta in Set 11, as you'd know.
Yeah, it turns out taking extra turns is really, really good.
No way.
Yeah. And now we're at the point where we got to count the cemetery. This is any Runecraft players, you know what this is like, right? You need to start counting the cemetery. How many spells do I have? How many Onmyoji followers do I have?
Rune players and Abyss players know this feeling all too well. There's the Lucifer.
All right.
Healing 4. Okay.
And just warding. So this is just going to be like a heal and ward.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in evolving right now. Next turn, if it's still alive, you can Evo, smash in for 9, and then additional 4. So, this is definitely a threat that is asking to be answered and can be a little tough for Rune to deal with. It's just very large, and most of Rune's removal is just in straight damage. So we're just going to have
The Curse Crafter is happening, though. Curse Crafter doing Curse Crafter things, yeah.
Yep. I mentioned this before, but I think Curse Crafter does a total of 11 damage in total between its Evo, its sack, and its attack.
Yeah.
So here is the Evo to finish off.
There it is. Taken out. Doesn't even have to attack, leaving the body on the board. Not that it's a big body, but it's still annoying.
Yeah, for sure.
3 remaining play points. No evolve points left. What's the best play? Wouldn't hate a concentration here, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think at this point, it's if you're Kitori, you just want to be able to establish threat after threat and make them have the answers, right? Because you're essentially in your end game now, right? You don't need anything else. Whereas the Kuon deck needs to kind of assemble their Voltron. They need to have their D-Shift. They need to have their Kuon. Whereas the Haven player here, they can just start dropping haymakers left and right. So it's kind of on the Kuon player to set, their own win condition up and set their own end game here. Leaving 2 play points open and passing.
For me, if I'm Kitori, I'm just like, where's Marwyn?
Yeah,
that's the big question. But
just jam, 4-drop Marwyn, 4 Evo. Yeah. Like looking at the deck list, he's got Marwyn and he's got Lucifers. He only has 2 Lucifers in the deck, right? And so, like in terms of end game threats, other than like Karula doing Karula stuff,
Marwyn. Yeah,
it's Marwyn and then like the one other Lucifer.
Yeah. But where did he go? Bro did not show up for work today. Hey. I
Yeah.
mean, you know, just having a big Karula with a bunch of play points floating isn't the worst in the world, but it's also.
I mean, that's like other options right now include potentially dropping another gravity grappler and getting some
Yeah.
value out of that. Maybe like a turn where you can go very similar to what we had before: Karula, Evo, gravity grappler. I can say it.
A little
if you're
tongue
not
twister there
doing-
for you.
Yeah.
Gravity Graveler.
Grappler.
Graveler.
But like a lot of the
know,
other
like-
cards is like he's rocking a ton of removal. But at this point in the game, you know, you can clear the opponent's board well enough, but you need to start establishing threats because if you, like I said, if you let Kuon just go with it, they'll get their Voltron and they'll seal the deal.
I mean, I just think that like going into this matchup, it was sort of a tough ask for the Haven, I would say, just because like Kuon has a sense of inevitability, and there's like, you know, when you're playing a deck that aims to go for attrition, you know, you're prolonging the game, but that just means that the Kuon has time to find their pieces. So
Exactly.
I like from the very beginning, I was a little skeptical, but like if Kitori can pull it off.
All right, here we have the second Lucifer coming down. This is the second of two. And we have a Sacred Plea. Let's dig a little bit, potentially.
Next turn, you can pop the Sacred Plea for the maximum draw and then play Marwyn, maybe.
So something that we haven't talked about, that it might
Saviors is
not
just going to pull the Marwyn here.
come
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
Thankfully, yep.
So now we do have Marwyn here. Have to sandbag it until next turn, of course. Case Rider still only at going into like 9 play points, right? So we're not at that 10 play point limit. Case Rider is also burning through his deck like pretty fast. I think he like counted not too long ago, and there wasn't a ton of cards left in there.
Is Kitori going to go for deck out against Kuon? Has that ever happened? Does that
I
work?
mean, he's just warding up and gaining life, going up to 30.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
listen, hey, even if you have the Kuon down, if you can't chew through 30 health, maybe you just lose the turn after your extra turn.
and here's the thing, right? Like, you're running a deck that has a ton of like hard removal, like Acolyte's Light. I mean, if you have the play points open and they attack you with like the Kuon or their Shikigami, you just Acolytes Light them and like live through it. So I don't know.
Can
Maybe
Kitori
we
deck
go.
out the Kuon? I mean, that'd be amazing to see.
That might be the game plan here, to be honest.
I just find it I find it a little bit hilarious that earlier during the breaks you were like, "Oh wow, this day's going by pretty fast." And here we have the control float Kuon
Two hard
matchup.
control decks, yeah.
Shouldn't have said anything, Cal. I feel like we might have jinxed ourselves here a little bit.
Right. Well, I mean, you can't count Kuon out though, right? Like Kuon can do
For
like an
sure.
absurd amount of damage out of nowhere. It can be
Okay.
difficult to chain multiple D shifts together, but you can do a turn where you drop multiple Kuons just because they have the cost reduction.
All right, let's draw a card.
All right,
with
Shikigami.
summons. Your amount of cards. Oh, I accidentally put the Shikigami into the drop
Yeah.
instead of.
Oh yeah. Oh, Kuon.
Hey!
Here we go. All right. So Kuon's entering the field. I think Kuon was free here. Like I don't think it cost anything.
For sure, it's free. Like it's gone so long, it has to
Yeah.
be free at this point. Yeah. Okay,
So-
here we go.
They both have Storm,
But you're gonna have to
Unfortunately, I
chew through the Lucifer's ward, though.
Exactly. All right. Okay, so that was like a value Kuon. That was a value Kuon, right? Oh, second Kuon. Okay, this is what I'm talking
second
about.
Kuon has hit the board. Okay.
All right, Storm. Now smashing in for 4. No play points for Kitori. Shields
Where's
are
the
down.
D shift? There it is.
D-shift. This is gonna be it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
How much damage
5.
does Case Rider have on field? Kuon's plus the 4 from the Shikigami plus the 2 from the paper. Is it enough?
I think it's out of range.
I don't think it's quite enough because Kuon's attacks for 5. So that's 10, 16. This is 16 damage.
I think it's still out of range, yeah.
Without
the double
more
Lucifer to heal to
Storm.
30 might have been the move.
All right. I mean, yeah, this is interesting spot to be in,
That's
right?
not enough damage.
Yeah, it's just 16, right? It's so only gonna chip him down to 8 here. But I mean, you got to do it. You know, you got to do what you got to do. And you did present a very, very powerful board, right?
Okay.
K-Strider sitting here at 18 health. Pretty healthy here.
10 play points.
Penguin Wizard just kind of digging a little bit
What are
more.
you looking for? Can you D-shift again? There's no shot, right?
I mean, it's kind of like do or die here before you deck out for K-Strider. So you need to present this board and just be like, hey, you need to kill me. And I'm at 18, right?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
But can he do it again? All right, well then, taking 2 extra turns.
Was that exactly 10?
Yeah, and then we just smash in, and that's game. All right, well, that is the power of Kuon and D-Shift. This is what everyone has been talking about. That's why the deck is so insanely powerful.
That was exactly 10. That means if he didn't get that Shikigami summons that turn to start the first turn, he wouldn't have had the lethal, right?
Penguin Wizard also like coming in clutch right at the end.
I was saying from the start, dog, like, I don't think it's gonna work out for the Haven Craft, man. Just like controlling into that like, lemmings walking off the cliff kind of energy, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a tough one.
Even from 30 health, right? They got Kuon'd out from 30 health, taking 2 turns with the only 2 D-shifts
through a
in
ward.
their deck. Through ward, yeah. Through Lucifer. Yeah, like not just a ward, like a big ward too. That was a spicy one. I mean, that is the exact showcase of the power of the Kuon deck for sure. Like, that's why this deck is the one that everyone feared. That's why it's the deck that, you know, everyone prepared to play against going into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just tell you right now, like, it was, it's not easy to get a double D shift off, okay? Because you need to banish 20 cards from your drop to make that happen. That's half of your deck in the first place that you have to get rid of to make that win con happen. And I honestly think that the 2 Heinleins was like, that's the deck having
spicy.
the Heinlein was the only reason why they could pull that off, like, because it sinks 5 spells on the best case scenario. So, you know, just with 1 card, you're getting halfway to the condition of one of your D shifts. So, like, without that, it's like, that's never going to happen. So, I mean, listen, K-Strider built the deck well, I have to say. So, yeah. Exciting stuff.
100%. And as we mentioned, I think it was just a pretty tough matchup for the Haven deck kind of going into it. Their deck is more built towards, much more follower-focused meta and not exactly going super late game versus a deck like Kuon. So, yeah, well,
what a round! That was
get some quick rounds, get some control rounds.
I'll tell you right now, though, that last turn got the heartbeat rising a little bit. How many spells in the drop was it enough?
I was ready to be like, okay, no more D shifts. They're just setting up for the turn, and then maybe kill them on the crackback or something like that. But nah, just a double D shift. End it right here, right now. That was pretty sick.
That was pretty dope. Well, guys, that was it for round 5. And remember, we have 7 rounds of Swiss into a top 32 top cut. So we still have quite a bit of Shadowverse to go. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break for round 6.
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder. Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects! Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...?
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and Glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places, too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2, and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yup, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin!
You're on.
Bring it!
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my glory card, Alexander. And since it has rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that! Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's special week because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes! I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias! Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy, too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
How's it going, everyone? And welcome back to the Grand Showdown in sunny Los Angeles. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined by Ignitius here in the casting booth. How are you doing today, Ignitius?
I'm doing fantastic. We're on the penultimate round of Swiss right now. Round number 6 out of 7 before we head into a top 32 top cut. And I'll tell you, the players are already sitting at the table and ready, so we can kind of just dive right into it. We have Stardust Extremist up against DIT, with Disdain Dragon against D-Shift Kuan. Okay, and the third D-Shift Kuan we are seeing today. And Disdain making another appearance here as well. But this list for Disdain is different. Does not run the Dragon Oracle and just goes for full tempo, which is my preferred build. So, I mean, we'll see if they can come out on top. Well, let's just dive right into it. I mean, it feels nice to just have a game and just be able to immediately go. All gas, let's go. Yep, indeed, there is more Kuan. I mean, pretty much no surprise, right? Like, Kuan, one of the, if not the biggest, elephant in the room in terms of the current meta.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
So, all eyes on it, whether or not you're playing it or trying to counter it. Looks like the Dragon is going first with no turn 1 play, which is a little bit unfortunate when you're playing the aggro version of Dragon like Stardust Extremist is, with like the 3 Bellringers, 3 Disciples, 3 Phylines, but it's still fine. Speaking of, Fina here being able to potentially pull one of those 1-drops. I see a Phylline.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Getting a Phylline. I really like Fina in this particular version as well, because you're running the Prime Dragon Keeper, and all of these low drops synergize super well with PDK.
Oh yeah, for sure. And also just because you're running Bellringer and the addition of Hylian and Disciple of Disdain as well, it just becomes like pretty often you are gonna hit your Finas, so it becomes a pretty consistent way of just like having a pretty well-setted follower on 2, first of all, but also just like drawing a card, which is super important. Thinning your deck so that your Apostle has like a bigger concentration, like compressing the amount of Omen cards for say Apostle doesn't whiff either is also very important. So it just all works together very elegantly, I believe.
Yeah, especially in a matchup like this where the Kuan player is going to be, wanting to clear the board as much as possible. Any card that replaces itself is just fantastic, right? Keeps the.
I think we've seen Penguin Wizard on 2 literally every Kuan game, which is
pretty good. Do we have a Trail of Light discard?
It is what you want. It is what you want to be seeing.
Ooh, not a Trail of Light discard though. So you don't have the dream scenario, right?
Right, that we saw last time. Yeah. But we are going to see the Evolve make that Penguin a tall body, hard to answer.
Large and in charge.
2/5 Penguin.
Yeah, 5 toughness Penguin. Penguin can like take hits from some of the scariest monsters in the game.
That's right. If it's to be believed, a Penguin is about as strong defense-wise as an unevolved Forte is attack-wise.
Yeah, exactly.
Work that lore out in your head.
Yeah, it's a large Penguin.
The Whisper just taking it out so elegantly, though. And this is what I'm talking about when I say that Phylline and the Whisper is just like such a boon for the deck in general. When I was playing Disdain back in set 5, and I really tried to make it work in set 5, I was like, it's just missing that X factor. And Phylline, it's like, it's everything you want. It's an early drop, synergizes with PDK, works with Fina, gets you a spell.
100%.
What else could you want from a card, right? Like the entire Phylline package is so strong.
She's like a 1-drop too, which is like the craziest part. She does so much, and she just costs 1. And in the late game, between her and the White Frost, it's like 2 play points for so much value.
Oh, fantastic!
Speaking of value,
mid-game, immediate evolve on the Apostle. We had to see a discard as well, right? But, see what you want to toss.
Yeah.
Okay, toss a Phylline, I believe. And let's see if you can add 2 Omens into your hand here, or is it going to be a whiff? Okay, Rending for sure.
Got 1 Omen at least.
Oh, only 1 is a little unfortunate, but Rending is one of the more important ones, I would say. So, could absolutely be worse. I think if obviously you want to be seeing a Galmu there as you head into your mid game, but yeah, only getting 1 is a little unfortunate, but it's fine. It's you're still sort of going through your deck and compressing it a little further, so.
Yeah, and it replaces itself a little bit too, which is nice. You still have keeping that card advantage high.
I mean, I will say as a 3/5 body, it's also just really annoying to take out, right? So, see how the Rune is going to be even able to deal with this. Like, I mean, I guess Witch Bolt would just do it really cleanly. Which does he get actually? I think I see. Oh no!
Right.
I don't believe so.
So we have this just resolving the sorcery cache here. Digging a little bit, going into 4 play points. At 4 play points, you do have a lot of options here as the Kuon player.
There's Curse Crafter.
Yep. Curse Crafter's definitely one of them, especially when you're sitting on some Evo points.
Curse Crafter would be able to do it, yeah. 6 damage into the disdain.
Taking it down to 1 here.
Yeah, it's the 4 damage off the fanfare, and then is the evolve going to happen is the question. And I don't see a world where he leaves this up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to assume, but I can't imagine they wouldn't just slam the Evo.
Yeah. This just makes logical sense, and that's already what, like 7 spells in drop.
Yeah, I mean, like for this deck in particular, you have that crucial threshold of getting the 7 spells or Amioji cards in your cemetery, and that's when a lot of your cards start getting those bonus effects.
Dragon Summoner evolve to try and pull a card. I famously disrespect Dragon Summoner.
They got a hit on it. They got a hit off of it, right?
They got a hit. But whenever I play the Dragon Summoner, man, I'll tell you right now, whiff Queen, she never gets anything good. So.
Right.
But hey, it worked out this time. Can't complain too much with a disdainful rending. Would have been better to see it on a servant, to be frank. But
right,
you know, you don't complain about taking out. Oh, and we get the Bellringer out as well.
All right,
with
Bellringer
no
roll.
ward.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
Perhaps leaving it up to, for some potential evolve shenanigans with it.
There's one evolved Bellringer, yes, just in case, I suppose. But I feel like as you head into the turn 6 turn, there's usually better evolved targets. Galmu for one, but I know we don't have it, but
Yeah, I suppose it depends on how much. Yeah, for sure. Depends on how much over the top removal they have in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
And how cautiously you want to play.
It is Merlin.
Merlin. All right, let's see what they go search for with Merlin. Kuon and just Runecraft in general has kind of what I like to call a toolbox, right? And this deck has a suite of cards that you can go search for whatever occasion you need, whether it be removal, whether it be more card draw. That's one of the reasons why Merlin is just so strong. The fact that you can go search for something powerful and then replay it potentially.
Yeah, it's just such a universally good tutor.
Witch Bolt, and Merlin just works so well with Witch Bolt in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like a turn where they're going to be able to, unless they already have a Witch Bolt in their bin. Witch Bolt being a 3 play point card.
No, they only run the one, so I don't think it's happening.
One. Yeah, okay, I see it. Yeah.
It's probably just a thing for the next turn, yeah. Evolve the Merlin now and play. I was a very stylish fan there. I do appreciate that.
Right. Show them that they do have the removal in the bin. Okay, I choose to play this one here, and then just immediately pass. Yeah. This is a game of just board clears back and forth, right? Whereas Kuon, as in the previous round, is just kind of set up for this big end game. Dragon kind of rolls into it a little bit smoother with cards like Forte here, right? So jamming in for 7 points of damage and now warding at protecting your Forte.
I mean, I was just gonna say, yeah, exactly. Having a fat storm like Forte come out like that. You can Stardust Extremist did a stretch after that. I really appreciated that.
Forte stretch.
Well, the classic. But yeah, that's a very, very strong turn on turn 6. Obviously, because I was just gonna say, I was a little worried about how Stardust Extremist was potentially not pressuring as much as I would like them to. So having that turn 6 Forte on curve to have Kuon's defense essentially. And remember that Forte on the Evolve version has Aura, so not even being able to be taken down by a lot of the Kuon's removal. Gonna have to even trade the Merlin here instead.
Yep, use the Witch Bolt on the
really slows
Bellringer.
them down, right? Yeah. That's the whole thing. Yeah, I want to see another Forte come out here. Honestly, do it again.
That's what Dragon does, right? They can just burst damage out of nowhere. That's kind of what I meant by they go into their end game a little bit smoothly, right? As they present threat after threat, whereas Kuon is all at once, right? They get to their end game, they do their thing, they do the Kuon, they do the D shift. Dragon is more okay, I'm going to present a threat here, I'm going to present a threat here, and just kind of go into it turn after turn.
Well, what
if
I
they
like
can
about
kind of
this
keep it
date
up.
in particular is that it does have, like, as you said, like a turn after turn persistent threat. But like with the disdain package and the nature of the way Galmu, her effect works is that, you know, if you play clever, if you save your resources effectively, you can get huge combo damage turns off with the Galmu. By the way, this is the Forte I was just talking about.
Or you could just play it on the Forte. Yeah, I was like, or you can just play it on the Forte and hit him for 7. Yeah.
That's exactly what we like to see, baby.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have another Beldinger by any chance? That would be the best.
being at 3, by the way, against Galmu is pretty rough. Like,
right, because the Galmu can just ping you off without giving you
Domes for
quick
3.
timing. So.
Yeah. Like, this is a really rough spot to be in for DIT here.
I mean, I'll just tell you right now, Forte on 6, Forte on 7. That's a win condition right there. You don't need to get fancy with it. I mean, the concentration is going to heal back up to 6, and then if you recast it with the Merlin, you're going to heal back up to 9, and you take out the Forte. So
yeah,
you know,
I mean, healing for 3, it's not bad.
You're safe. Definitely,
Okay.
you evolve the Merlin and recast the Conch for sure.
Surely, wait, I need to look at the list now. I'm like, you have, okay, only running 2 Evo Fortes, so can't jam a third Evo Forte.
Yeah, man. With no play points floating on Dit's side, you could just play a normal Forte.
I mean, you could just play a normal, just like 4 play point Forte and smash for 5. For sure.
Normal Forte plus Apostle of this day.
Yeah, I mean, Apostle of Disdain does have Storm.
I mean, you need the activator for it, but it could. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
see, one
Stardust
thing
has a decent amount of cards in hand.
Yeah, one thing I dislike about the Prime Dragon Keeper of Shadowverse Evolve, like, if the opponent has nothing on the field, you don't do the damage phase. It feels really bad.
That's the downside of it for sure.
Yeah. And
Well,
you know, with Kuon, like with this empty board here, it's Dragon Summoner. I was just gonna
is
say,
your favorite card Dragon Summoner?
well, I was just gonna say, man, like the other dragon list had that Genesis Dragon in there, and I'm thinking, like, hey, maybe if you're going this hard, you should put a one of Genesis, man, instead of Whiff Summoner here. I'm just saying that could happen. No, I'm being too disrespectful. Dragon Summoner is fine.
I think that was just a Dragon Summoner pass.
Yeah, because you only have one of the Evolve version, so you're literally just playing a 1-2. And then not having any, or 1-3, sorry, and not having anything else to do with your 6 play points is a little bit rough here.
Ooh, getting a Rhyme Wind for some removal insurance here.
Rhyme Wind is incredibly valuable here against the third Forte that cannot evolve. Oh, just
Rhyme Wind. Oh, this is putting on top of the deck, so that's giving Stardust like basically a dead draw.
A dead draw, yeah, very, very strong.
Oh, interesting. So, Evo. Let's see, what are we going to play here? Probably, is it the gain? Yeah, it's the gain life one. Yep,
yeah,
that makes a lot of sense here. So get out of like lethal threat range, stabilize, and try to go into your end game.
Stardust kind of fizzling out here.
Yeah, like did a lot of early damage the double Forte turn, but you know, I think DIT's done a great job in establishing like board stability.
I mean, he has the concentration, right, as a one-of in the deck, but he's played it 3 times.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
like...
I mean, that's why you do run like your little your toolbox, as it were, right? The Merlins just make it so you can keep replaying them.
There's Dragon Summoner plus Rending and pass.
Yeah, it just feels like Stardust is holding a hand of removal, staring down a deck that you really need some action.
We're heading into turn 9 with Kuon, and
I did just see a D-Shift being drawn. So at least a D-Shift in hand. You know it's pretty scary when the Runecraft player starts counting the cards in their cemetery.
Yeah, it's very intimidating. And there's the
Kuon
for free.
Yep. Given your Shikigami Storm, so smashing on in for 4 damage. And if you're Stardust, this is not what you want to see. Second Kuon, yep.
Oh.
Third Kuon. What?
Oh.
That's a rough one. That's a rough one for sure.
Okay, Stardust, you better hope you have. Can you even?
He has 6. Okay, he does have 6 play. So he has 6 play points open, right? Notably, Kuon does not make another Shikigami if one already exists. So it's just the one plus the 3 5/5 Kuons.
That's a lot of guys. Still,
it is a lot of followers for sure.
And he's also
19 power and 20 health worth.
He gets a Shikigami from this. Can't he engage his Kuon to give it Storm?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And that one runs into
smash in for 2, taking him down to
14. And
taking
then go again.
Yeah, just doing the math. That's game. Kuon, second time today.
I mean, Stardust Extremist really fizzled out near the end there. He had a really great mid game, but with no top end scene, very difficult to win. Like no Galamuse scene, the PDK never happened. I think PDK is sort of kind of difficult as well, just because like it's great against stuff like Sword and Amataz, but against Kuon, it's not as good because they often keep their board clear. The concentration being recast 3 times obviously was the backbreaker, but I think even without that, like just having nothing in the top end for the disdain was really, really rough.
Yeah, he kind of showed his hand at the end, and it was just full of kind of like not gas is what I would describe his hand as. It's a lot of like little interactions here and there, but that's not what you want when you're trying to close out the game, especially when your opponent's gaining 9 life.
The Dragon Summoner disrespect will continue until morale improves. So.
Well, and the Kuon respect stays there because 3 Kuon D shift turn. That's how you do it.
It certainly is. I mean, I'll just tell you right now, every Kuon we've seen today has opened with Penguin Wizard, so we gotta take that guy out, okay?
And that was even like a non-optimal Penguin Wizard turn 1, right? Turn 2. Like that was a Penguin Wizard with not Trail of Light, so still,
it's just so good. Yeah, it's just so good. Yeah, I mean. It's just, there's a reason why Kuon was the public enemy #1 going into this event. No real surprise that it's a very, very strong contender here. We're just going to have to see how it actually shakes up in the top cut. But before that, we do have one more round of Swiss. The final round coming up next after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Make sure you stay tuned. Bye. Be back soon. Hello.
I should mention, at least though, after round 7, we will have a lunch break for sure.
That's true. We do have a lunch break.
We do have a lunch break after round 7. So we have one more, the final round of Swiss, as Igni said. And right now we just have a short 10-minute-ish break before we have the final round of Swiss.
Final round of Swiss. Yep. We'll see you then. Make sure you stay tuned on this very channel. We'll be right back.
When might becomes law, will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory, on sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have one copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and Glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places, too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2, and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yep, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin.
You're on.
Bring it.
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my Glory card, Alexander. And since it has Rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that. Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's Special Weak because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes! I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias, Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy, too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Colosseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Colosseum.
The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Head towards the Starlit Stage! Crossover set, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls!
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects! Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and Glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places, too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2, and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yup, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin.
You're on.
Bring it.
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my Glory card, Alexander. And since it has Rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that. Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's Special Weak because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes, I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can, Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias, Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Colosseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Colosseum.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse Evolved Grand Showdown Los Angeles. Thank you for your patience as we get the 7th round of Swiss ready. And it's the last round of Swiss, so here I am, one of the Shadowverse Evolved English Edition ambassadors, Ignitius, with fellow ambassador Cal, Red Zone Rogue. Are you ready for the last round of Swiss here?
Oh, I'm ready, and we have seen the matchup, and it looks really, really cool. I'm actually really looking forward to this. We're just going to jump right on in. We have Fable, also known as Egg Haven, versus Control Abyss, and kind of some spicy lists, Igni, if I'm looking at these right.
Yeah, they're pretty. I mean, the egg list is pretty standard, I would say. I feel like a lot of egg lists are, to be honest.
Right.
And it's just one of the strongest decks out there. Very, very consistent since pretty much its inception in set 3 up until now. Can't go wrong with it at the Mo. But the other list on the other side, Control Abyss, very, very spicy. We're seeing 3 Aragavi, 2 Maruzensky, 2 Path to Purgatory, 2 Soul Dealers, and on the top end, 2 Alu cards as a potential source of storm damage, but more importantly, the healing 4 as well. Very, very strong. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see this matchup play out. I will say, though, all the discard effects from, like, Rulanai and Thundering Roar and all of that, I mean, does it really matter? With Fable Haven, you're getting rid of your hand anyway with the Explosion. Or with the Humpty Dumpty, and then you have all the guys in the EX area. So I wonder if any of the disruptive tools being run by the Abyss is actually going to have any effect on the matchup.
I would like to note one particular card in the Abyss list. They're running Lyrial Archer Throne, which basically nullifies all ability damage to your leader. So if Fable Haven is looking to go over face and do some burn damage, it's going to have to, chew through that Lyrial first.
That's true. And we are instantly going to see a Wings of Lust take out an Andromeda. No early game tempo for you.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's kind of where you want to be, right? This is basically an aggro burn deck versus a control deck. This is kind of like a tried and true traditional card game matchup here. The aggro deck's going to try to kill the burn deck, or they're going to try to kill the control deck before they can really kind of like pop off and get to the late game.
We'll see the late game bomb just being Alucard and Gensetsu, though. We'll see if that's enough, but I mean, the Alice adventure, obviously fetching the Alice, that's kind of the whole point.
Look at your Alice.
Yeah.
Alice is just a card with insane value, right? She's just a crazy card. Everyone calls this Egg Haven because of all the damage that Explosion and Humpty Dumpty can do, but Alice is the real backbone of the deck, really, enabling the strategy to work the way it does.
Of course, yeah, just like being able to. I mean, it's just such an insane card. Like the counter, the fact that it evolves for so cheap, getting the cards in your EX is like, okay, it's just the card that does everything for my entire deck. So.
Yep.
I mean, there's a reason why it's called Alice's Adventure. Okay, technically you can pull other fables, right? But like, no, you're pulling Alice with that. Let's stop the cap, as they say.
There's something up if they go search for something that's not Alice.
Fina, let's take a look, see if you can pull something. The Fina obviously can fetch Faria, Goblin, or Andromeda, so pretty consistent usually.
Yeah, there's a lot of nice hits here. Goblin being the least interesting one, but getting an Actrospheria or Andromeda is real nice. Especially that Andromeda for a turn where you can whiff. Ooh. Feel that.
That's tough.
Feel that in my soul.
Would have been nice to curve it out, right? But yeah, not so.
Yeah.
Not so.
Yeah, even a Goblin in this instance just to curve out would have been sick, even if you weren't going to sandbag your Andromeda for your Humpty Dumpty turns. But yeah, whiff is not ideal. Not ideal.
Yeah, it's not even likely, but sometimes it does happen.
Got like 9 hits in the deck.
Oh, and there's the Ruin Eye, and of course, Tihu as the player going second is able to evolve and potentially snipe a hit. If this hits Alice, can you imagine?
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty nice hit, and Ruin Eye taking a card, having that taxing effect is pretty relevant against a deck that does look to eventually play some spells. Yeah, Ruin Eye just being kind of an annoying card here. Let's see what we discard.
They discarded the Odette. Honestly, not a bad hit for the Fable Haven. That I think I'm kind of okay with that. To be honest, if I was playing the egg here, I'm just like, as long as it's not the Alice, I'm pretty okay with it.
Right? Yeah. I mean, Alice just represents so much value. So looks like they still have another Odette in hand as well. So they've drawn into both of their Odettes. So you're pretty happy to get rid of one of those.
Well, it's genuinely fine, right? Like, but if Tihu discarded the Alice, there would have been a whole different story. I feel like.
Yeah. And immediately jamming down the Alice.
Of course, you would. A nice ultimate evolve Alice. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Beautiful card.
Then Alice doing what Alice does. You look at the top 4 cards of your deck, and then you can take 2 Fable cards and then jam them into your EX area, which for this deck is really relevant.
Pretty milquetoast pulls though this time.
Right, yeah. No Humpty, no Explosion.
No Tin.
Yeah, no Tin Soldier as well. These are just kind of like spin your wheels type cards. Varia can be really good with Tin Soldier on the field, but by herself, she's just kind of like, she's
okay.
So,
and I think not baiting that the Demonium was kind of unfortunate too, leaving the Alice
makes it into
up.
kind of a free clear there.
Oh.
You have a 2 damage snipe, killing off the Fina here.
And Surefire to kill off the Alice. Okay, let's just try to control to the end game, I suppose. Going into 5 play points for Tihu, they do start to unlock stuff like, Soul Dealer +1 Evo point into an evolve, right, on their turn 5 to clear another problematic threat. But really, it's when you're able to play the Gensetsu, it's when things start really getting intense, the Control Abyss. So as long as you can get to that point in the game, I think you're kind of okay.
Yep. I mean, like, as always, the control deck just wants to go as late as possible, control the board. Sitting at 18 health is pretty nice. This one is the
Phantom Blade Wielder.
The Blade Wielder, yeah.
Probably just gonna evolve to try and take out this Ruin. Yeah, makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, 2 damage on Evo, and then at the end of turn, if you have 2 play points, it'll deal another 2 damage. So it's an easy little clear.
And you leave 2 floating too.
Yep, 2 floating, but not too much of a threat in the long game here. Just a little
because there's not really a lot of quicks anyway. Yeah.
Ooh, Soul Dealer. This is a big boy here.
That's exactly what I said was gonna happen.
Yeah.
How am I calling these? I swear I didn't even see it in his hand.
Igni here just prognosticating.
That's true. I'm real Oracle of Delphi hours
right now. Yeah.
Telling you right
so
now.
Soul Dealer getting that Evo, becoming huge, blowing up a follower and healing, which is quite nice. And now they have a 6 or a 7/6 with Ward, which is big. Just a threat on its own. It survives Humpty Dumpty.
And not even swinging it in, right? Because you want to leave it standing to potentially swing 7 to the dome next turn if you can. Oh, but 100%. Of course, the Pinean Prince, if you didn't know, has that a sail. So it's a
this is it's a pretty efficient card here.
It's not quite enough to take out the Soul Dealer though, even with the assail now.
Yeah, that's true. But they did get a card back, so they got Odette here. They do run a single Evo copy in their Evo deck.
You can't take
Mm.
out that Soul Dealer. It's a 7/6. Pinyon Prince is only a 5/6.
Yeah, with no play points remaining, perhaps
I
this
think
is
we're
the
gonna see-
situation.
We're gonna see a Soul Dealer swing for 7 next turn.
Yeah, it's a lot. When your opponent's at 14, 7 is a lot. You know.
That is that wow. Okay, this
Just pass. Yeah, I mean,
that's a big turn for Tihu here. 7 to the dome,
6 play points up. Ooh,
and I was
Gensetsu.
just gonna say, it's yeah, Soul
Yeah.
Dealer turn 5 and Gensetsu turn 6.
Yeah, I mean, like, shields are down. You're not super threatened. You have 18 health. This is a perfect turn for a Gensetsu, especially when you have some of those Evo points remaining, so you can immediately Evo Gensetsu, so you can play all these little foxes. They have ward. Yeah,
They're free.
Abyss Enjoyers are eating good here. Warding
great
up all
price.
of them. Every time one of those leaves, Gensetsu will get pumped up in power.
And remember, the Soul Dealer is also warding to protect the Gensetsu. So
Yeah.
you're gonna have to figure out a way to take that Gensetsu out.
She has 9 health. Gensetsu Evo has 9 health, facing a deck that doesn't really have hard removal. So, like, you're gonna need to deal 9 damage to that to remove it
Not
from the
even
board.
sure if that's possible.
Like,
Not through all of these wards, certainly.
yeah, it's like you need some sort of like Humpty Dumpty plus Eggsplosion, like that's a decent Eggsplosion, right?
Yeah, I mean the Fable Haven is
Yeah,
there's
here's the
the
Humpty
Humpty
Dumpty.
Dumpty, but the Fable Haven is in sort of a their position is scrambled, man. Getting it from the Alice's Adventure
yes.
too
Very, very scrambled.
feels pretty bad. But
Yeah.
you're gonna have to run the Pinyon Prince into the Soul Dealer and then pop your Explosion. Oh
Yeah,
man, that still doesn't kill the Gensetsu.
Yeah, and even like it's rough. It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
Explosion, like just the fact that it doesn't, or Humpty Dumpty, the fact that it doesn't clear the Soul Dealer means that you have to run the Pinion Prince into the Soul Dealer to get the clear, and you won't even kill the Gensetsu.
The 6 stat line was nuts, honestly.
Large.
This guy
Large
swung
one.
7 to the dome and then protected against Setsu. He's like world's strongest soldier. It's like,
Yeah.
holy moly.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why this is my favorite deck in the game right now. I really love Gensetsu. She's
it's
just
gonna have to
absolute
swing, yeah.
unit. Yep, the sad attack. Taking it down to 1 health remaining.
I think the egg might be cooked here.
Yes. Egg puns insert over easy, sunny side up, perhaps.
I mean, the worst part is like the Humpty Dumpty discards your entire hand. So like even if you had a Demon's Epitaph to maybe do something, it's like
Yeah. So that's gonna clear the
Remember, the
small
Gensetsu-
units, but Gensetsu sitting there with an additional 3 attack for all of the foxes dying. So now she's a 4/4. Faria from EX and just
that's
pass.
it. Alucard wins the game.
Yeah, things are looking dire for Egg Enjoyers here.
Okay, no Alucard. Oh wait, no,
Just
this
jam
could
out.
be, technically.
Jam out some foxes. Just another Gensetsu. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure. Like with basically with shields down, your opponent just discarded their hand. They just did their Humpty Dumpty. They're like, okay, you need to top deck another Humpty Dumpty. And even if you do, my second Gensetsu will live and get pumped.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there's the Evo for sure.
They stack, right? So don't the foxes deal 3 damage now?
They deal, and yeah, they each deal an additional point for each of the
Ah!
Gensetsus.
And the soul convert. Okay,
Nice.
let's make the Gensetsus even bigger.
All right, that's 5 5 attack on old Ginsetsu. Doing some math.
Smokes.
I think they're seeing if Ginsetsu pumps herself, her own damage. And the wording on that, let me pull it up real quick, is whenever a yokai follower you control leaves the field. That's the second part. If a yokai follower in your field would deal damage, it deals that much +1. And Ginsetsu is a yokai follower, so she counts herself. So both of the Ginsetsus fed into this one Ginsetsu, dealing an additional 2 points of damage.
Ooh, one fast game there, Kel. A nice dub for the Control Abyss, and I will say, a dominating win for a pretty creative build. Like even if it wasn't the second Gensetsu there, like if he had the one of the two of Alucards, like that would have been a huge swing as well. So I mean, to be honest, this build that balances like the big stats with the controlling game plan, this might have some sauce to it.
I mean, like, you had me sold when I looked at the list and I saw that they were running both Aragavi and Ginsetsu in the same deck, and I'm like, yes, please.
Aragavi's so easy to proc too, because like with Wings of Lust now, yeah, it's a really strong card. And just the fact that you can play Aragavi on 8 as like a board clear and just goes face, like, okay, sounds good to me.
Aragavi's a house. Anyone who's played with Aragavi knows just how kind of cracked he is.
Pretty much.
But I love seeing it in this kind of like more controlling build that kind of took the aggro stance that round, right? It was fairly aggressive, out-burning the burn deck, which is
well. I mean, I will say, like, it's just one of those things where because of the way the deck is constructed, it had a little bit of flexibility on that front, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're doing damage with the Soul Dealer that swings, and then like potentially you go into an Alucard into Aragavi the turn after. That's also a mode of you can pilot the deck, which is also just like a bunch of storm damage. So it's like, oh, suddenly I'm not a control deck, I'm a storm deck. GG. So that's part of the fun of the flexibility of the cards being run in this one. So yeah, I really like the build. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's a really sweet deck. I'm a fan. Call me a fan. And we have a top 32 coming up in an hour. So unlike the previous breaks, we will not have a 10-minute break. We will have a 1-hour break for deck checks. So,
it's important. They have to make sure that everybody's above board. So especially with an event such as this, it's very, very high stakes, as you know. So please do bear with us as we go into that hour-long break. But before we get into that, I do want to just quickly remind everybody, if you're just tuning in, a couple of reminders from Shadowverse Evolve and the world of Shadowverse Evolve, the happenings going on. Idolmaster, Cinderella Girls, starter decks, and booster set coming out on October 11th. So pretty soon, frankly, and there's a lot of powerful cards in there. And also just as an ambassador, very encouraging to have a very easy product to point to for new players and just say, hey, get this one. It's accessible, it's cheap, and it's good. So
yeah, you can literally build very, very powerful top tier decks with just the Idolmaster set. Like literally just the starter deck and just the set. It's a great entry point, especially if you're into Idolmaster. I know a lot of people out there are. The cool deck in particular is very good, but I know Igni has been like talking to me about some of the other archetypes as well. So
well, I'm a passion enjoyer, even if it's not maybe the best one, but I think cool is very good, and I think cool cute hybrid is very good, and I think cute hybrid is pretty good too. I think the one that is on most people's radar is the pure cool deck though. So I mean, pretty much no matter what though, you can't really go wrong. And also, of course, with the Idolmaster release on October 11th, we also have Idolmaster release tournaments. So you're going to want to head on down for that promo series 9 pack and the PR magical item. It's just a fun time. You know, new set come out, immediately compete. That's what card games are all about, baby. Not only that, but Alter Chaotica, also known as Booster Set 8, coming out as well with the pre-orders open right now. And it's coming out on sale on February 7th next year. So very fun set where the cards switch classes. And with the English version, we're actually getting an SP rarity Mysteria, which is really, really cool. Yeah,
absolutely gorgeous.
It's a whole new world. Like it looks beautiful. So definitely take a look out for that. And you also get the foiled thin tokens. And I know some people prefer the thin tokens as well. So
I'm actually I'm actually unironically super excited about the foil tokens. Like getting all the foil fairy wisps and like your tigers and puppets. Like I'm about that. I want to foil.
People
all
got
my,
excited
all my
too when
decks.
the first anniversary foil tokens came out too. They're like, oh my god, I must get a playset of the fairies especially. So
I needed my
I mean, it makes
foil
sense.
ghosts and bats and all my cool abyss stuff. So yeah, I'm excited about the tokens for sure.
Yeah, and I know that some people prefer the thin ones as well because they just take up less space in their deck box. So you know, it's really up to you. But yeah, these are a pretty good product. And yeah, so that's the pre-orders going on right now. February 7th, 2025 is when it releases. So keep that in mind. And of course, this is the first of 3 grand showdowns. The next one is happening in Singapore on December 21st. You're going to want to tune in for that one. I'm actually casting that one as well, so you can look forward to that. Yeah, the grand showdown in Singapore, December 21st. It's also going to have similar prizes to the grand showdown that's happening right now, except the hot stamp color is going to be red, which is... Honestly, I love it. I just love
Those
the way
are sick.
it looks. Yeah.
I really like the red ones. I really, unironically, love the red ones. They're cool.
It stands out so much that it's like, it like screams attention to it, which I like. I like it. I like it a lot. Also, I'm just partial to the color red, as people know.
yeah, me too.
No way, Red Zone Rogue. You couldn't have guessed.
I may like the color red. Oh, that Gilnellies looks so sick though. Like seriously.
It does. It seriously does, yeah. And finally, last reminder, please check out the Shadowverse Evolve X account because they're having a survey happening until literally midnight tonight for Pacific time. Head on down, fill out the survey, say your criticisms, your thoughts, your hopes for the future. We are reading them. I mean, not me, but like the people who are at Shadowverse Evolve are reading them, I guarantee you. So, you know, if you want to help shape the way the game grows in the English scene, give your thoughts. You know, let's make a better game together. Fill that out. And you might even be selected as a lucky raffle winner to get that Paragon of the Colosseum box. So, you know, you can't lose. It's literally free. Give your thoughts, shape the game, and maybe you'll win a box as well. It's a win-win-win situation. All right. Other than that, though, guys, that's it for the reminders. We'll be back in about an hour after deck checks for top 32 single elimination. I'm really interested to see what the breakdown is going to be, how people came out of the Swiss rounds, what is actually the breakdown. Find out all that and more after this. Hour break.
Well, I will go get food. I can smell Robin's making like cookies, so I can smell like the cookies coming from downstairs. It's like smells like chocolate chip cookies.
I'll probably be back in 40 minutes.
Yeah, I'll probably come back a little bit early too. At least
I'm
like
gonna go look at something that's on a screen. You know?
yeah. Touch grass a little.
Yeah, I mean,
all right.
4:30 a.m. But I'm gonna light down.
Right. Yeah. All right, sweet. See you in a little bit. top 30 deck log all up on. There's a couple.
The rank 16. Oh, Tifu, the one we saw won. He's getting beat.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
That shit failed that shit.
But things that it's like Bellaboo made top 30. Top 22. Looks like there's a couple of resubmitted. That's why you always, I tell everyone, you should always bring an extra pair of sleeves. Great card tournament.
Rank number 1 is a disdain grade.
It's like a pretty classic design. Look, dragon deck.
This is the build. I like this build quite a bit. No
Yeah.
broad summoner.
Does it have the summon? I like this because it has 3 Bob Coffin.
The Bavkatha is really strong.
I really like that card. I like this. I like this version. The Fina's like a little whiffable with only like 6 hits. No, not even 6, 5 hits. It's only running 2 Filene.
It is a little whiffable, yeah. I guess you use it as your move too.
I don't like the 2 Filene. I think I'd probably go down on Bobcatha. Hey, not one speed.
Excited to see it in action. Surely we watch
I mean, they continue to win. Definitely. Will definitely be. Then I was looking at the breakdown. Kind of what we'd expect, but less this than that.
It's actually even one less of this now.
Yeah.
One less of this and one more Haven. So 7 Havens, 7 Dragons, 9 Runes.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense, right? 9 runes makes a lot of sense. It's I think the conversion rate's probably pretty. I think Dragon has a high conversion.
It does
Looking
look
at
like
these
Dragon has
numbers.
a high conversion rate.
Yeah, looking at these numbers, I feel like Rune is probably a pretty standard conversion rate given that it had already like a big children. Forest is the one that I think didn't convert at all. It's only 4 Forest.
Let's tell you right now, Cal, we are not muted on this.
Oh, really?
We've been live on Hot Mic this whole Hi, chat. I mean, listen. This is just like some inside baseball that you guys get. So.
Yeah.
Hello, chat. Please forgive us. There's a bit of a logistical stuff that needs to be sorted out over at the venue as we finish up deck checking. So it'll probably be another 20 minutes or so. So I kind of feel like an airline pilot giving like an announcement over there. Please remain seated. We'll be back at around on the hour, basically. So yeah, I just like have the stream on in the background. We'll be back with you shortly. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Shadowverse Evolve Grand Showdown Los Angeles. We have just been through 7 rounds of Best of 1 Swiss to make it here into the top 32 top cut, where the players are going to be playing out single elimination games. We had, pretty grueling 7 rounds, and it's now time to see who made it to the cream of the crop here. And it's a pretty interesting distribution, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree. Out of all of the players that you see here, only well, let's say more than 0 Swordcraft players made the cut, but not many more than that. Not many more than that. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, of course, as you would probably imagine, the top dog in the top 32 is Runecraft. I think a lot of people were expecting such a result, but in tied second place, Dragon and Havencraft.
Yeah,
pretty exciting. And then in tied third place, Abyss and Forestcraft. And Swordcraft, let me just say, it is more than 0.
More than 0, yes. Which is more to be said than Uma, unfortunately. But
yeah, Uma didn't make it. The Uma warrior did not make it to the top 32. But I respect the hustle for sure. So that we're gonna be watching 1 game per round, as you know, and the first game we're gonna be taking a look at here is gonna be Kagari versus Sun, and it's a very interesting build of Control Abyss. I would say it's kind of like a hybrid with like some aggro tools as well. Very, very neat. And we also have Amata's Fairy Forest with some interesting techs as well. Like, turns out, who needs Cassiopeia if you can have Noble Fairy, which is
yeah, if you just have straight hard removal. I would say both of these decks, neither of them are like your standard cookie cutter builds. Each of them has their own, interesting tech cards, which I absolutely love to see. Mm-hmm. The Abyss deck is super, like Igni said, super interesting. It's got some low drops like Skeleton Fighter and Ambling Wraith that go really well with Fina, but it also has your top end like Ginsetsu, as well as more controlling elements like Rulanai and your Crazed Executioner. It's like this super interesting hybrid build. It's got a 1 of Dark Alice, which is a favorite card of mine. So, yeah, I think it's a super interesting list.
I mean, I just really respect the 1 of Dark Alice, right? Because it's kind of like immortal, and even if you don't want to get the top 10 last words banish effect, you can just let the Dark Alice go, and then you can bring it back with Death's Breath, so you could kind of get it back in that way as well if you're running the 1 cards.
I will say the 1 of Death's Breath.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the introduction of like cards like Ambling Wraith give the deck more 1-cost Sanguine activators for Aragavi, which gives the deck a little bit more mid-game than it otherwise would have. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, agreed. Also love the respect they put on Marzensky, like a full 3 of main deck Marzensky, which is pretty sweet. It's a card that I think is really good, and glad to see more folks playing her.
For sure. And
then, as you mentioned, the Forest Fairy deck looks pretty standard with a couple notable exceptions, like you said, that Noble Fairy.
It is pretty much just like a standard list, except for the Noble Fairy, where you're just like, huh? Okay.
It does make sense though. If you expect to come up against like some really large units, just having the hard removal is very useful. And it's one of those cards that you mentioned. You said Noble Fairy, and I'm like, wait, what does Noble Fairy do again?
Catch people off guard. It's also just the fact that you can play it on curve just as a ward follower too, technically, against aggro decks. Yeah, it's got some utility there.
Yeah, for sure. So I think it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup. You have like this Abyss hybrid deck versus Fairy Forest. We've seen a lot of Fairy Forest today, and it'd be pretty successful. So we'll have to see going into this round if it's going to continue to be successful against this Control Abyss kind of hybrid style deck.
Okay, let's just get right into the game. Turn 2, the Fairy Forest going first. Didn't see a slam down on a Fairy Circle turn 1 there. But we are just going to see a Tempo Lily. Will it whiff?
Potentially. No, not a whiff.
Actually,
got a card off
the Blessed Fairy Dancer. Fantastic. Also, the problem with like trying to present any threat against the Lily is that the turn after they can always just evolve it immediately. So, Tempo Lily can be pretty frustrating to play against sometimes, especially if you're trying to establish some kind of board presence early on. Going into a turn 2 with the control Abyss, just gonna be a pass. Wow. Okay, let's take it real slow.
Yeah, I mean, like no ambling wraiths or demoniums or even Finas, so. They must have a pretty top-heavy hand. They are running a decent amount of low drops here. Lily kind of just chipping on in. Having 3 toughness or 3 health is kind of a lot, generally.
Speak of the devil. The Noble Fairy comes out on curve, just as a 3/3 body, and it passing to Kakari.
Yeah, present a reasonable threat here.
Yes,
doing exactly, dude. That's exactly what I did. Like Noble Fairy. Which one is this? Oh, yes, that one. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's not a widely played card, which is why it's such a sweet include here. Oh, so we have that Maruzensky that I mentioned. She's just great value. Can present, 2-for-1s, 3-for-1s, depending on the board state, depending on Necro Charge. This one, she's just going to get her Evo, which is going to be able to give a follower -2/-2, and still being able to attack for 4 damage, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, that Noble Fairy is looking a lot less scary as just a 1/1 guy.
Yeah.
This is the Commoner Fairy.
Yeah, exactly. It's just been demoted. That -2/-2 is a permanent debuff, so that is just now a 1/1.
Yep.
It's like a what's that sword token? The 1/1 that has ward.
Oh no, like yeah, 1/1 with a Shield Guardian. Yeah. Oh, well, the Fairy Circle does come out here.
Gotta build up those fairy tokens.
For sure. Just to remind people at home, if they're unaware of the win condition of Fairy Forest, it's like you can aggress, but you can also pump up your fairies quite a bit with multiple tools in the deck. Blessed Fairy Dancer, Spirit Shine, and of course Amataz, who is the big new get from Paragons of the Colosseum. And we're actually going to see one of them happen right now. So the Blessed Fairy Dancer does buff the Noble Fairy. She's coming back up to where she used to be. Not quite there, but hey.
Does give a +1/+1 to all Pixie followers on field and EX, which is really nice to kind of pump up your EX area as well. So now all those little fairies are that much stronger and could become pretty big annoying threats as the game progresses here.
Mm-hmm. And again, with the Noble Fairy attacking, it is also just a ward follower that's kind of annoying to attack through.
Well,
he's actually going to bring it back. Okay.
Back yeah. I like this use. This is making a lot of use out of your Noble Fairy, right? Put in some early damage. Play it later for its enter effect, right?
You got 2 damage off of it. I don't really feel well
2 damage, and he also made him use the Evo and Maruzensky
on it. Yeah, that's true.
Got some values in the hand now, so
I wonder if not bouncing the Fairy Dancer would just be better though to pump your fairies up even more.
To replay it, yeah.
I mean, maybe if he has Amataz in hand, he doesn't need it.
or maybe he just really wants the hard removal that's stapled onto the Noble Fairy. Like seeing that the Abyss deck is a little bit slower. Maybe he's like, okay, I want to save this for some bigger threats.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I also like when Ginsetsu come out, and is hidden behind 12 million foxes. You can
she's a 1/9. Nah, yeah.
She's a fairy now.
yeah.
That is an option. Oh, let's discard. It is.
What did we hit?
Oh, we don't get to see. We don't get to see. It's a secret to us. Unfortunate.
Chipping a little bit with Maruzensky, 4 damage here. Pretty easy attack. Not really threatened by anything right now, and if your opponent's going to waste a Storm or an Evo on it, so be it.
I feel like it's kind of mad that we haven't actually seen... Have we seen Amataz played at all this entire day?
Nope. We have not seen Amataz, the Bald Blader, yet.
When is he going to come out? That's my big question of the day. If we get through this entire day and Amataz is not on stream, that'd be absolutely...
He's a wizard. He arrives precisely when he means to. And he's not yet meant to arrive quite yet.
Okay, can't quite make out Sun's hand here. Oh, I think I see an EPM. That's one thing you could do to get a couple more tokens.
Yep. Elven Princess Mage for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little
EPM
setup
is
card.
the old digital game nickname that we all had for her.
Yep, that tracks.
That checks out. Hey!
Oh, it's your boy.
I summoned him. Hey, come to work, okay? It's not
Yeah.
not Labor Day anymore. You gotta show up.
Colin Avatar. So, he gets a fairy token in the X area, and then each pixie follower in the X gets +1/+1. So all of those fairies bump up to 3/3. The one that he just put in pumps up to 1/1, and he also has an activate effect that lets you select up to 2 pixie followers that cost 1 or less and give them storm. So you can do a lot of damage here, and I imagine that.
I imagine that is gonna be happening. Yeah.
I would guess what 3 to face, maybe possibly a trade here.
3 to
That
face.
seems
3 to face.
seems fair to me. Or you could just send 6 to face if you're just like, yo, let's just go for it. I'm here for that.
I do worry about the. It is 6 to face.
Yo, let's
I was
go for
gonna say. I do worry about like not being able to get the storm damage through after all the foxes are up. So it's like I might as well get it done.
That's a good assessment.
Yeah.
Still a little while before Ginsetsu hits the field with only a 4 play points.
Oh, beautiful!
That's what you want to bounce back.
The Amata's bounce, of course, means that you get more fairy buffs and more fairy storms on the next turn.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty.
It's pretty much exactly what you want to see. The first time we're seeing it the whole day. We've been here for 6 hours.
Yeah. So it's an interesting situation, right? So instead of doing the trade, he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna be the aggressor here, and I'm gonna make you do the trade if you really need to, right?"
As the old classic literature reads, right? And it's like, who's the beatdown?
Exactly, yeah. And Sun is like, "I'm the beatdown. I got my fairies."
You did go first. I can't really argue with that.
It's true.
Okay, the Wings of Lust to cycle through.
Nice little Wings of Lust here.
Though.
Kind of in the tank a little bit.
Thinking about it, yeah.
I'm looking through Kagari's list here and looking at. I'm just basically trying to see, as someone who plays a lot of Abyss myself, I'm trying to look to see how much, self-damaging cards he has, because it can be a really tricky situation when you get to low numbers. Aragavi here he's a pretty beefy little guy.
It deals with the board, yeah, and I mean, Sun putting the fear of fairies into Kagari here, forcing the Maruzensky to trade as well into their token. That's a very successful turn of your Sun, I think.
Yeah, and Kagari knows that Sun still has that Amataz in hand, like threatening even more storm damage. And with the fairies and EX getting pumped up as it is, and Kagari being at 10 health,
there it is again.
This represents a lot of damage, right? This is like, 7 storm damage at the minimum? If you can get extra pumps on those fairies, you can...
Spirit Shrine, Blessed Fairy Dancer, like there's options.
Yeah, like, right? It's a scary position to be in, right? Lethal is not, out of the question, depending on what is in Sun's hand.
You see, this is why I'm saying maybe you should have bounced back that Blessed Fairy Dancer instead of the Noble Fairy that turn. But hindsight's 20/20, of course. 7 to the dome.
Storm to both. And like I mentioned, this represents 7 points of storm damage.
You have to get this damage in now before the Ginsetsu can come out.
Well, it's also really good to put your Abyss opponent at low life totals, because it makes all of their stuff really lethal to play, for themselves. Right?
It's Sakuna.
Okay then. Yeah.
Sakuna plus Evolve Point is GG.
It is. That is 3 storm, 1 play point left for Kagari. I think that's it.
Nope, it's GG.
No, that's it. Yeah.
Fastest game of the day so far. I mean, listen, when the Amataz go off, the Amataz go off.
Yeah. Just looking at that hand, you're just got to think, lethal, not out of the question, and
10-minute game in and out. Let's do it. Wow. I mean, listen, there's a very clear reason why Amataz Forest, definitely one of the front runners on everybody's mind to win the entire thing, right?
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
and especially in a region such as America with such great forest players. I mean, obviously a couple come to mind. So,
Right. Yep.
yeah, I mean, a very, very dominating performance there from Sun. And that
Yeah,
means Sun is making it into the top 16. Wow, our first top 16, I imagine.
Sorry to see one of my fellow Abyss fans going down in the first round of the top 32, but you know, like Igni said, it just shows the power of Amataz when Amataz kind of pops off. And it's one of those decks we mentioned before where I feel like sometimes you can kind of brick a little bit, right? But when it works, it works real well.
It works incredibly well.
Like 10 storm damage out of nowhere, like mid game is pretty good, right?
And Amataz is so cheap too. Just as a
2-drop
cost guy. Yeah.
2-drop,
He's
pumps your squad
so
in
strong.
EX, makes a dude in EX. Yeah, it's I mean, it's the first time we've seen Amataz today, and might not be the last time.
I doubt it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, hey, there you go. That was the first match of top 32 there, and we are only gonna spectate one match per round. So we'll be back with top 16 after a very short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right here.
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...?
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places, too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2 and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yup, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin.
You're on.
Bring it.
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my glory card, Alexander. And since it has rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that. Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's special weak because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes, I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias, Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy, too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Coliseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Coliseum.
The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Head towards the Starlit Stage. Crossover set, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls.
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...?
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2, and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yup, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin.
You're on.
Bring it.
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my glory card, Alexander. And since it has rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that. Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's special week because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes, I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias, Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yup, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Coliseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Coliseum.
The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Head towards the Starlit Stage! Crossover set, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls!
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects! Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...?
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and Glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2 and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yep, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin.
You're on.
Bring it.
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my glory card, Alexander. And since it has Rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that. Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's special weak because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes, I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias, Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Coliseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Coliseum.
The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Head towards the Starlit Stage! Crossover set, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls!
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects! Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class and...
How's it going, everyone? And welcome back to the Grand Showdown here in sunny Los Angeles. We are here in the top 16 single elimination. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I'm joined again by Ignitius. We have a spicy round, Ignitius, coming up.
Yeah, I'm super excited. This top 16, as you guys know, from top 32, it's single elimination. So top 16, already 16 players eliminated from the top cut, which is crazy to think about. But this one's a really fun one because we have the top ranking dragon player from Swiss with an interesting dragon build using 3 Bav Kathas, no fraud summoner, sorry, dragon summoner, and and no PDK either. But also the matchup here against KW Geek on the top left there. KW Geek is the last sword player left in top cut. So can they make it all the way to the top? And with a very interesting build as well.
Oh, dude, Igni, I love this sword deck. For all of the viewers out there, hear me out. This sword deck runs a card you might not have seen for several sets. It runs a full play set of Mars. Yep. Silent Flame General, and I think it puts it to good use. Looking at this list, we were talking about this off camera, and I'm like, I kind of love this list, right, Igni?
Yeah, I mean, like the fact that it can call out like Mock Knight or, you know, I think Mock Knight's the best one, but it can call out pretty much anything in the deck, because most of it is off. This is very interesting, and we're just gonna get right into it. Let's go. Dragon going first here, passing on the first turn to KW Geek. I will also say, if you look at the top 16 bracket, you'll see we have a couple of familiar faces, unfortunately, making it out as well, and not making it to top 16. For example, Bellaboo, world's runner-up, I should say. Didn't quite make it. Getting taken down by Pink Floyd. A couple of other familiar names like Hitori didn't make it. So, you know, I'm just saying, it's a tough field of competition for sure. It's a Grand Showdowns. They ain't nothing to mess with.
Yeah, for sure. And we have a turn 1 swordsman met with a Fina. What mode? It looks like we're gonna choose the destroy a 1-drop follower mode. Not the most common mode, but still very relevant. You know, nice little.
I mean, it does kind of make sense, especially because Sea-Base Duffishi, great name by the way. That deck only has 5 1-drops in it, just the Disciple and the Phylene. So the fact that it's not running stuff like Bellringer Angel makes the first node of Fina a little more difficult to make use of.
Yeah, 100%. Looking at KW Geek's deck, running a lot of 1-drops, right? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, like 14 1-drops, which could come into play if we ever get to the point where we can play as Courtly Dance. We saw some Courtly Dance whiffs earlier, but maybe we'll see like a full 5-follower Courtly Dance in this match. It's not out of the question.
It is not out of the question, and I also really love the inclusion of the Oathless Knight in KW Geek's list because it allows for fun interactions like Oathless Knight Ralmia plus a 1-drop coming out of Courtly Dance, and then having that activate the Ralmia's year cost evolve because Oathless Knight summons a body. So that's also a pretty fun niche interaction we see there. Hey, we're taking out the or engaging the Fina and then playing out a Kagemitsu. You mentioned that this deck runs 11 1-drops. So yeah, I mean, seeing 2 1s on turn 2, not super uncommon here.
Yeah, it's just absolutely chock full of the 1-drops, and I think this deck really is built to synergize around that kind of stuff with, your Ralmias, the Courtly Dances, all backed up at the top end by Leonidas. So this deck is running the tried and true sword staple Leonidas.
Fantastic early hand from Seabass the Fishy here with a turn 2 Fina into a turn 3 Servant plus Rending to immediately take out a threat while drawing a card as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you want to see here if you're the Dragoncraft player.
And this is the build that does it does run Oracle, but it also it has the Oracle in it, but it also has a lot of early game plays as well, which I find like a fun compromise between the two styles.
Yeah, it's not an all-in ramp deck, right? The top end here is Galmia. There's no other follower or card in the deck that costs more than Galmia, but you ramp into like being able to play, multiple cards in a turn, Ralmia Evo plus something else.
Especially with the Bav Katha, right? Like just being able to make use of her and her evolve effect while also playing something alongside it because you ramped up that turn is very valuable, I think.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Bob Katha. I think it's a really sweet card, and any card that has like all these modal abilities, and Bob Katha technically has like 6 different between the two forms, right. is a lot of options, and you can kind of go a lot of ways with it. So I really like that card. 3 play points here for KW Geek, and 3 play points in a deck that's running like 14 1-drops is I mean you can have a lot of play lines here.
I mean, like 11 1-drops, but also pertinently 18 3-drops. So like if you don't have a play on 3, kind of a shocker. It's like half the deck is 3-drops.
You are right. It is 11 1-drops. I was counting the Oathless Knight as a 1-drop, but yes, he is running the Oathless Knights as well. Yes, for sure.
Oh, it is Gemstaff Commander.
Nice.
The Leonidas pulled, perhaps.
I think this is my favorite card in Swordcraft. Just gonna go search a deck for another Swordcraft follower.
Yeah, it's Merlin, but for guys. So it's pretty good.
Like, go search your deck for the one card that you need. And turns out it's Floor Fencer in this case.
I mean, that makes sense. If you're trying to flood the board next turn, it makes sense. You're kind of forcing the dragon player to have total domination, right? Like that's the whole thing here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, total domination is pretty rough if he does have it. But this could be a circumstance where maybe you don't overcommit, or maybe you do and like force him to play it out. Yeah, selecting the Floor Fencer. That'll be a nice little play next turn if KWD decides to do so.
Yeah, this is
and
just a
Kagamitsu
1/1.
just coming on in for one point of damage.
Base form Kagemitsu, half as good as a goblin.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Very shiny. He's a very shiny goblin though.
Okay. Pretty expected play here with the Draconier. I mean, the good part about Draconier is that it just synergizes so well with the disdain package, giving you guys a bit more defense to work with as well.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
At this point, the Draconier is kind of like a dragon staple.
Don't even have to use the weapon yet because you're only dealing 2 on the evolve anyway. You can save it for a more pertinent target, perhaps an Apostle or a Galmu herself.
Yeah, and really efficient use of Draconier here. Like just that one card cleaned up KW Geek's board, so pretty efficient.
And we know that the Floral Fencer is coming next turn, but if it runs into the Draconier, which it probably will, and it's just sort of a board of weenies, and if they have any...
Yeah, you're
just
left with a 1/1 and a 2/2. Let's see if KW Geek has any better answers going into this turn.
It is a pretty strong start from the dragon player.
Yeah, pretty aggressive actually.
This is what happens when you're not forced to play Oracle. Sometimes you can just play guys, and it works.
Yeah,
out.
I mean, yeah, you can also just sandbag your Oracle, use it to draw later or something.
It's true.
We do
It
have
is the
that
Floral
Floral
Fencer,
Fencer.
indeed. Yeah. Are you going to use the evolve point though, or just the play point? Looks like
It
it.
just looks like they're just going to use the play point here. Basically, if I'm the opponent here, that just tells me, hey, they don't have a 1-drop, or at least not one that they want to play right now.
And it just feels
And-
bad for this Floral Fencer to even trade into the Draconia, right? It just like it hurts.
Yeah.
So, but you can't
Yeah.
you can't just like leave the Draconia up. It's the biggest guy.
Yeah, that makes the most sense to me. Yeah, just kind of clean it up and then be left with. I mean, Fina still has a 3 power, so it's like, you know, you're still staring back like 5 points of power.
Yeah, it's 5 damage coming through if they choose to ignore the board. Perhaps even more if there's an apostle in the hand, which I think would be a pretty strong start to the turn. Just 3 to the dome.
Yeah, it looks
2
like
to
they're
the
going to get their
dome.
attacks in first, so just kind of chip on in for 5 total.
Show the
7?
rending. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Gets rid of the iron or the steel-clad knight while drawing a card because of the Servant of Disdain's effect.
Yeah, clearing up that clearing up the 2/2. I mean, 7 is a pretty scary life total to be at, facing down Dragoncraft. Everyone
Yeah,
who's
for-
played against
for-
dragons just gonna be like, please don't have Forte, please don't have Forte.
Right, I was just gonna say.
Hey, look, Forte.
Speaking of- Hey, it's not evolved though, so it's just
No.
5 this time. But you're down to 2 defense with
Casual 5. Well then,
pretty tough. Like even just one Galmu burn hits, you know.
Yep. There's the 1 Gelmu burn, and then like, you know, as Swordcraft, almost all of your removal, and I don't think there's a single spell card. Oh no, there is. There's the dance and the heroic entry, but there's not really any like spell based removal in KW Geek's deck. So he's like
Oh, yeah.
basically just looking at trades, anything with Rush, anything with Storm, to just do what he can to clear the board, because every single one of these followers is lethal. So he has to do a full clear this turn to be like have a shot and pray that your opponent doesn't also have another Forte or Gelmu or something to deal extra damage.
Yeah, and there's just like not that much to do about it, right? Like Ralmia come out here, but
Double Realmia, just using him for the rush, you know? Base
the
level, she's a
rush.
3/2 with rush, so that does clear up. It does clear up the board, right?
that
Like
feels really bad.
it does. But I mean, like at this point, sitting at 2, you just kind of gotta do what you gotta do.
I mean,
to-
hey,
to-
if you clear your whole board and you know maybe don't give the Galmu a target to ping off of with rending, maybe you live this turn.
Yeah, we are gonna see an Evo. Evo Ralmia here.
Get storm.
Yeah, it's gonna be gonna get the storm, but yeah, I mean, like you're just staring down a big board that you, like I said, every unit, every follower on Seabass the Fishy's board, I love that name, is lethal. Like a single, you can't leave a single one. You have to kill all of them.
It's just a really tough time for the sword when you know you're meant to be a tempo deck and you get out tempoed by the dragon, which you would expect that you'd be able to win on board against, but not so. When Fina
Yeah,
is able to just efficiently have a body that removes your development, it's like it's a strong card.
Yeah, and I think this play is just to at least have a follower left alive, because the Evoed Ralmia does have 1 additional point of toughness, so it did survive the attack. So I think that was the thinking here, right? They're like, okay, I have to clear the board, and I want to at least be left with something.
If there's
And
another
not-
Forte here, it's
Oh
it's
no,
Phylene.
that's a Phylene. That's a really fancy ultimate rare Phylene, but yeah.
Yeah, I
we
have
Phylene.
one myself. I recommend it.
I may have also gotten
and
lucky
the
enough.
Whisper will just deal 2 to the face.
Yeah, let's see.
That's GG.
Yeah, I think he's explaining the interaction. Yep. it's GG. Whew.
Wow, that was a fast game. Kel.
Another one too. In the top 32, we had a really fast game. Now here in the top 16, another very fast game, not even getting up to 6 play points for KW Geek.
Yeah, like so far the top cut games we've been spectating. I don't know if it's the caster's curse or anything, but it's been blistering speed.
I guess it's your perspective, I suppose. If you're the Dragoncraft player, that's a blessing. I think.
Blessing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
I'm kind of sad that we never got to see the Mars tech pop off, and like this is the final sword in the entire top cut. So sword is out of the tournament. Thank you for coming. But yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough meta for sword, I think, in general. Yeah, the fact that it got to top 16 in the first place, you know, still nothing to scoff at, regardless.
Yeah, I just want to just say how spicy the sword deck was. Like, as Innie said, they did make it to top 16, but it is a deck that's running a full set of Mars. It also has heroic entry to get like your Mock Knights. It has your courtly dance, so you can like do a turn where you drop Mars plus a bunch of like 1-drops. You can get like the full 5 suite off of it. So it's a really cool deck, and not one that I've honestly seen before. It does have kind of like your heroic package, it does have your Disciple of Usurpation, but the fact that it's just running the Mars and the courtly dance, and it's just kind of a spicy list that I appreciate quite a bit.
It was just a very great early game curve for the Dragon, especially since they were on the play. And when the sword tried to establish like their tempo, it's like immediately just answered by 2 rendings in the Dragon's hand. Over
there's a bunch of
turns,
Dragon 2-for-1s, and the sword cannot stand up to that at all.
Well, rending turns out good card. Who could have thunk it?
Draconeer, also a good card. Like
Draconeer and the Fina in the early game too. Yeah, and that Fina stayed alive for a long time. That did a nice jump over the course of the game. So yeah, I mean, very very well played. I mean, Seabass Davishi, hey, there's a reason why. Top ranking Dragon player from the Swiss. Can he take it all the way? I guess we'll find out. We're gonna go to a short break, and then after this, it's top 8. So look forward to that, and we'll see what classes end up making it to the really really top of the winners circle here, and see who's gonna take it home in the end. I'm actually curious about this because I recently launched an Evolve podcast with our other fellow English ambassador Chris, and we had predictions on what the top 8 split would be like. So I'm gonna see who got closer. I said there would be 4 Kuwans. Let's see if I'm right. We'll find out.
I guess 2.
Okay.
2 to Iggy off camera, so we'll see.
And Chris guessed 3. So I guess we'll find out which one of us is most accurate. But yeah, we'll find out after this break, and we'll be back with the top 8. So don't go anywhere.
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Week, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and Glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places, too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2, and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yep, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin.
You're on.
Bring it.
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my Glory card, Alexander. And since it has Rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that. Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's Special Week because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes, I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias, Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy, too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick, but priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Colosseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Colosseum.
The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Head towards the Starlit Stage! Crossover set, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls!
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, The card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places, too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2, and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yep, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin.
You're on.
Bring it.
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my glory card, Alexander. And since it has Rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that. Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's Special Weak because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes, I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias, Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy, too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your angelic snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Colosseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Colosseum.
The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Head towards the Starlit Stage. Crossover set, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls.
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Shadowverse Evolve Grand Showdown, Los Angeles. The first Grand Showdown, the first big open invite tournament for Shadowverse Evolve English Edition, and we are here in the top 8. I'm Ignitius, your Shadowverse Evolve English Edition ambassador, with fellow ambassador Red Zone Rogue. Are you ready for this top 8, Cal?
I'm ready. Top 8. Let's do it. Like, we were off camera kind of going over the top 8, looking at all of the decks, and I think it's going to be a really, really sweet top 8. And the feature match that we have is going to potentially harken back to the very first match of this event. Not the same players, but the same archetypes. And it'll be really interesting to see if we have a repeat or an upset of that first match. We have Forest versus Runecraft, which is an interesting one to say the least, and one that I expect a lot of people to expect as like some of the outlier decks of the event.
Sort of,
right?
Definitely two of the most in the reticle decks of like, okay, this is the one I have to prepare for. I will say though, both players are running pretty interesting lists. For example, it is going to be just by the way, Daniel Guerra versus Rance, and I mean. The Forest deck is got Greenbrier Elf and Fashionista Nelcha, as well as 2 copies of Crystalia Tia. Not exactly typical. Meanwhile, the Rune deck forgoes the Penguin for the Owl. Okay, we're changing our avian friend.
Changing your familiar, right?
Yeah, sort of the same thing for a different cost and different stat line. So, hey, we'll see if it works out. I mean, they're here in top 8, aren't they? So it'll be pretty interesting to see who ends up making it to the top. Now, we mentioned that we had a sort of prediction running where I said there would be 4 Kuons in top 8. You said there would be 2, and Chris, the other ambassador, said there would be 3. I believe there are 3, so I think I let him lost.
Gas him up some more.
Oh no. Okay, yeah. Seabass is running Dragon. Captain Quest is running Rune. That's 1. Pink Floyd. We have the bracket right here. Pink Floyd is running Dragon. Floors is running Forests. Okay. Sun is playing Forest. K-Strider is playing Rune. That's 2. And then Rance and Daniel is Daniel's playing. It's 3 Kuons. Darn!
Yeah, and we do see some of these names that we saw earlier on stream here. like Seabass the Fishy, Sun, K-Strider. So it's cool to kind of follow along their journeys through this tournament up here until the top 8. And of course, we will be showing one feature match. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like in the top 8, we also have Pink Floyd, who was the one to eliminate Bellaboo, who was the runner-up at Worlds. So that's also a one to watch out for sure. See if that matchup ends up, if he ends up going through into top 4. But yeah, it's a pretty nice spread, honestly, across the top 8. I think Dragon is certainly overperforming to many people's expectations, and yeah, there's also an Indonesian event happening at around the same weekend as this one, and on that one, everybody was like, "Wow, I totally underestimated Dragon." So hey, don't sleep. The Phylene edition ended up being a huge move.
Yeah, Phylene's incredibly powerful, and notably decks that we're not really seeing here. We have no Abyss, right?
No swords, yeah.
No sword. Did any Havens make the cut?
I don't believe so. No.
So it's like, yeah,
Dragon Forest Rune.
Dragon Forest Rune. I think the Forest and Rune were what a lot of people expected, but as you said, Dragon is likely the big, upset of this event. Not having a lot of respect going into it, and it turns out, Dragon's still good.
Everyone thought it was playable, but they were like, "Oh, how could it win against the other?" Other. Yeah, but it turns out you just play Forte twice. It ends up doing a lot of the work for you.
Attack with Forte, forehead. Yeah.
Yeah, forehead. Yeah, exactly. All right, The game is getting ready. The players are already seated at the table. I have the camera on them, and they're all smiles. And here we go into the game. Nice to see. Fairy Forest versus D-Shift Kuon. I am curious. Like you said, the first ever game we spectated today, earlier in the round 1, was this very matchup, and Forest ended up winning. I think a lot of this is going to depend on if the Forest is going to be able to aggress the Kuon or not.
Yeah, and of note, that Forest list was able to win without Amataz, right? They were able to just aggro out Kuon without the big burst potential of Amataz. So it'll be interesting to see how it kind of shakes out here, and whether or not Rance is able to, get his removal side of his deck. The deck is, I don't want to break it down too simply, but there's a lot of like card draw and card selection, and then a lot of removal. That's kind of what the deck kind of boils down to, and then you have your big finishers.
The thing is, like, the problem with the removal in Runecraft is that a lot of it is single target, except for the one of Crimson Meteor Storm. And that was the downfall of the round 1 players, that they just couldn't have Merlin in time to pull out the toolkit of that one of. So, I mean, we'll see if Rance is able to get the Merlin in the early game. I will say, though, the Fairy Forest is going first, which is already a great start for Daniel Guerra. Apologies, Daniel T. Guerra. Respect on the name. Nice, vigorous handshake. Let's get into it. I mean, the thing is, when you get into top 8, you get a little bit more energized. You're like, okay, I'm at the tippity top of this. Top cut, so let's just get straight into it.
Top 8 of the very first Grand Showdown here. Like, this is a marquee event for Shadowverse Evolve.
I will just say, it is literally hundreds of entrants in this one. So, yeah, pretty big event.
Pretty nice, nice turnout here. And going into this match, for those of you who aren't super familiar with these deck archetypes, Fairy Forest is what I've been describing as like a combo aggro deck. You can go aggro with all of your little fairies, and you can kind of use cards in conjunction with each other to do some really big burst combo turns. Whereas D-Shift Kuon is very much like your late game control combo style deck, where you try to set up your discard pile and get a like big combo kill with extra turns. So it'll be a give and take trying to get to that point.
Certainly, yeah. We see the immediate Spirit Shine on turn 1, which means there's no Fairy Circle in hand, so... and here's the special little technique on Daniel T. Guerra's deck. Playing the Green Briar Elf. Need to go read the card. Yeah, I don't blame you. It takes out one of your cards from the EX to then find a Forestcraft follower from the top of your deck. So it's just a little bit of extra card draw, help you filter through a little bit. when you're not using the fairies for storm damage. And I mean, it kind of makes sense if you think about it. When you have a pumped up like EX area full of fairies from like a pumped up, you play Fairy Circle into Fairy Dancer, and then you play the Yamatas gives you one, but the one that the Yamatas gives you, kind of a weenie, might as well trade it away for another draw. Pretty interesting inclusion here for sure.
I actually really like Greenbrier Elf in this list. It's one of the decks that we've talked about being a little bit inconsistent depending on whether or not you can draw like your power cards like Amataz, and this card literally helps with that, like exactly. You get to look at the top 4 and pick any forest card from among them, and this is a great way to dig for your Amataz, so you can actually guarantee that you have those really nice.
Yeah, it's like very rare that you need all of the pixies in your EX, right? Especially since some of them are definitely going to be more buffed than others over the course of the game. So, trade it for a card draw, and it's a pretty nice stat too. Look at this; it just withstood a lamplight. So hey,
it's a 2/3 for 2. So I mean, that's a pretty good stat line, and it'll end up being its own little threat here.
I mean, it's going to be able to sink 2 to the face, which is exactly what you want. An early game play that sticks around.
You have the
very follow up with a good turn 3 though.
Yeah. Shikigami summons, just gonna summon a little 2/2 paper Shikigami and not do much else here.
We call that a goblin in this industry.
Right, goblin lets you draw and discard.
A goblin stat, yeah. Is that a pass? You don't have any plays on turn 3. There's no shot. Daniel Garrett's thinking about it. Let's see. What will be the best thing to play? I mean, obviously it would be like Fairy Circle into Amataz, but I don't actually hate just like playing a Tia to filter a little bit. Don't hate that.
Like looking at the list, he has most of the deck is like a 2-drop or less, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
So depending on what he wants to do and what he wants to sandbag for a later, more explosive turn, can end up dictate what he's doing here.
I mean, I just worry that it is an Amataz, yes.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say I do worry that without Fairy, because we know there's no Fairy Circle because he played Spirit Shine turn 1. I'm a little concerned that you might run out of gas a little bit if you're not careful. But if you leave that Amataz standing and it doesn't get taken out, certainly you can get quite a bit of damage next turn.
Yeah, and Amataz popping up all the Pixie followers in the EX area and placing one in there as well.
I mean, if Daniel Guerra has a Nature's Guidance, that would be the ideal, right?
Right, to return the Amataz and
looks like it's not
extra value.
Yeah, it's just gonna be an Amataz and probably even tap the Amataz for the fairy to go face.
Yeah, but give it Storm.
Do you want to tap the Amataz though? The problem is if you leave the Amataz up and it gets removed.
Yeah.
You just lost 2 face damage there, right? But the thing is, Daniel did just see a lamplight from the opponent, a lamplight / snipe, right, on the previous turn. So it's like Daniel's like, how likely is it that they have the other one? They're only running 4, so
yeah, it's definitely worth a consideration. And I think this is a play that was very conservative, right? You want to leave your Amataz as protected as possible, so it's not just an easy slam trade with the Shikigami here.
It's pretty medium risk, right? Because you've seen the quick spell come out the previous turn as well. And I think Rance might be trying to dig for it right here, because he knows if he can take out that Amataz, he's going to save himself a lot of pain in the future.
Yeah, Amataz can put in a lot of work, especially if Daniel can follow up this turn with more fairy shenanigans.
There is an Amataz answer. There it is.
Yeah,
the
surefire bullet. Yeah, snap that off immediately.
It's still a pretty low tempo turn though for Rance, so still having a 2/2 that can go face for Daniel is not a horrible outcome, I'd say. Especially if they can combo it up into this turn. Like once you get into 4 play points, you start being able to get into the territory of like 2 1-drops plus a 2-drop combo 3. Do something with that. Like in particular, the list here running the Nelcha might be able to pump up the fairy by another +2/+2. It should be pretty absurd. It is going to be Fairy Circle. Probably drawn off the top of it, I have to guess.
Yeah, I imagine so. So does he have another Amataz or like a Fairy Dancer to pump all those up?
Yeah, that would be ideal. I think play one fairy into Nelcha, pump up your fairy that can attack is also not horrible.
Yeah, I don't hate that. Definitely has the play points to do that.
It is, yeah, that's Nelcha.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah,
Wow.
Nelcha, if you didn't know, has an ability that you can activate if you have combo 3, and you can either give one of your followers +2/+2, or one of the enemy followers -2/-2. So nice little pump here.
Very, very strong fairy. Gets really annoying to deal with now too, because Surefire Bullet's only doing 3 to it. So, I mean, Cursecrafter would probably get rid of this, but
Oh, I mean,
no.
there's not much that Cursecrafter can't get rid of, to be honest.
You're not wrong. But the thing with Cursecrafter is that, once it does the 2 trades off, yeah, it can full clear, but it's the entire turn on Rance's side. Still not bad though, I would say. If they had it, he would probably slam it.
Yeah, Cursecrafter itself can attack into Nelcha, and then it can use its Evo and ability to take out the other 2 followers. You'd be left with a Cursecrafter with 2 damage marked on it, and nothing else, but that's not the worst.
Really not bad, honestly, yeah. But it's going to
Oh,
be
no,
Merlin instead.
Merlin.
The thing is, every time they play a card that is less optimal than what you would assume the optimal play to be, it kind of gives you information about their hand, too. So,
Yeah, exactly. Like,
know for a fact that Daniel's probably no Cursecrafter in that hand.
Yeah,
so.
yep, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, and it's Trail of Light that Rance seeks.
Interesting. Yeah, that's the alternate promo Trail of Light.
I wonder. I mean, you can sack it with the Magic Owl, I suppose. But not on this turn.
Yeah, Merlin herself costs 3 play points, so
He
Rance
evolved it too, yeah.
is actually at 2 here. I mean, one play point here, and he can evolve it if he wants to use an Evo point. Which it looks like that's the case.
Yeah, will indeed do so. You can recycle like a lamplit that you had in your drop.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what does he have in the bin? We know he has the snipe type card, and we also know he has the Surefire Bullet.
Yep, that makes sense.
So Surefire to clear up Fashionista Nelcha, and then we have the 4 attack into the 4/4. Okay.
But with a 2/2 left standing, that's still
Yeah.
susceptible to pumps from Spirit Shine, Amataz, Blessed Fairy Dancer, Elf Song, Nelcha again. So
Right, yeah,
whenever you
yeah.
leave anybody up against Forest, it gets exponentially scarier, right? Because of all the synergies they have.
Yeah, we've seen how explosive Amataz can be earlier in this tournament, so you can't really discount it all that much. We're going into a turn with 5 play points, and so it does have a little bit of room to work here, depending on what's in the hand. Kind of in the tank a little bit, trying to likely determine how to maximize the damage output that he can do this turn.
I feel like once you get to 5, 6, 7 play points as Forest is when you have to be like, okay, what's the sequencing that I have to keep in mind for the optimal result for the combo and for your synergies to happen. So that's where the execution heavy part of Forest Craft comes in.
Yep. Knowing when to play the Elf Song and when to play the Rhinoceroach, all that kind of good stuff. Looks like we're just gonna run some fairies out.
2 fairies plus.
Ooh,
Tia.
Yeah, this is one that we haven't seen in a while, actually.
Yeah, combo 3 is summon a Crystalia Eve.
Full value Tia.
It's just a 4/4, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this fills the board, right?
And on Evolve, you give the Eve +1/+1, so yeah, it's getting harder and harder to clear. And as we talked about, Rune does not have any real board wipes except for Crimson Meteor Storm, and that's not for many turns yet.
Yeah, Crimson Meteor Storm is a 7-drop, but it does have Spell Chain to be able to play for 5, but you need Spell Chain 10. And he does have a single copy of that in his deck, so unless it's in his hand, he would need to go search for it with a Merlin or something.
He's not Spell Chain 10 either, not without having.
No, I don't think so.
Game. Yeah.
I don't think so.
So this is a pretty scary board, frankly, because it's going to be swinging for a lot next turn if you
we
don't
know
deal with
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, I think.
And Daniel knows that there's probably no Cursecrafter, right? So that's also a huge reason why you'd go for this play.
Yeah, unless he drew into a Cursecrafter here.
It's
no,
not,
we have the
it's
owl.
Magic Owl.
And so I think
Okay.
you called it right. He went and got the Trail of Light for the Magic Owl.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense, but you know, it gives Daniel so much information about his hand is the thing, right? Oh, he does get the curse
okay.
crafter, though.
Did get the Curse Crafter either off of the owl or on that turn, but either way, this is pretty big here.
It is quite nice. Of course, it's just that there probably are 7 spells at least now with the Trail of Light being sacked as well. So, but it's kind of inefficient, right? Because do you really want to deal 8 to to the Eve?
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like it. We're gonna go sack for the ability, 4 to Eve, and then we still have the Evo effect if he chooses the Evo.
Yeah.
Likely we'll see that.
But
The
like,
Evo, even without the 7 spells on Amiyoji, will still do 2, so it's enough to clear off that token at least.
it just feels so bad to use Curse Crafter just to clear 2 bodies.
Yeah.
Could be so much more.
Could have been a nice 3 for 1, but you gotta get rid of that 5/5.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right? But it's kind of tough, especially because is Tia not a pixie herself? No, she's a Crystallian. Okay.
Yeah.
So she doesn't get pumps. Interesting.
Tia is type Crystallian Princess, for those wondering.
Crystallian. I mean, that kind of checks out. I get that.
Which is
Fair
interesting.
enough.
Yeah.
Mm,
So, like, I mean, it was able to contain the board a little bit, but definitely not as much as you would like, right? You're still staring back 4 power on the board with the potential, as Igni said multiple times, how, you know, these fairies are very pumpable, right? These are very pumpable fairies.
Yeah, I mean, if you got the elf song,
He did the thing that you hate to see as a TCG player, where you see your opponent start counting out numbers on the board,
yeah,
and
started
you're like,
pointing at
oh,
his own guys, like, how much do I have?
oh no.
Oh, it's Greenbrier. Is he looking
Yep.
for another? Is he looking for another pump spell? He could be.
All right, so Greenbrier digging, potentially getting a big pump like a Fairy Dancer, Amataz. Any of these would be great right here. Yeah, Spirit Shine. There's a lot of hits that can pump the board. Elf Song can give just a nice little pump with combo 3.
What's the best
Yep.
possible pull?
Counting the numbers again.
Best possible pull is like Fairy Dragon into Elf Song. I think that would be insane.
Yeah, like, let's see, with 4 play points remaining, I think he's trying to determine, like, can I muster some lethal on board? He has 4 damage on board. He would need to come up with 8 more damage, which seems like a pretty tall ask here, right?
Yeah, it seems a little unlikely. But never say never.
I've seen crazier things happen. Let's see. Is there even a way you could do it? Like Sukuna.
He can't combo 5 on the Sukuna.
Yeah,
He
you
can
need combo 5
3.
to get the plus on Sukuna. He's played 1 already.
It's so intimidating when a Forest player starts thinking, man. Just do it. That's why, at least in my locals, whenever a Forest player starts
Well,
thinking, I'm like,
there's
oh,
the
no.
Sukuna.
Hey, it's a great finisher, especially when you're already putting on this much pressure to your opponent.
Yeah, is this a turn where you just kind of like try to maximize the damage you can do? So Sukuna coming on down.
Elf Song, right? It's gonna be Elf Song.
Here we have.
Yep.
Yeah, good call.
I'm from the future. I'm from the year
Prognosticating
2040.
once again. So this is gonna make a fairy token, but also pump every forest follower on his field, which is actually a pretty nice pump because it's not exclusive to like the pixies and fairies. It'll pump up like Tia as well.
It will, yeah. And the thing is that it doesn't summon the token because the board is already full, but like you're using it
Yep.
for the pump, so you're fine. And it's and you still have room to evolve Sukuna for the +1 too. So it's gonna be a 3/3 Storm Sukuna. No, a 4/4 Storm
It'll be a
Sukuna. to get
4/4,
the
yeah.
pump.
So that's what 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, how much damage is this? 4,
3, 3,
5,
4,
6,
4,
7,
yep.
8, 9, 10. This is 11.
7, 9, 11. Oh yeah, and the
Because-
Greenbrier can attack. Yeah,
Greenbrier can attack.
it is 11.
Yeah, I think it's really close as one-off lethal.
You want to leave the Curse Crafter up? Actually, it's fine. It's only 3 damage. Who cares?
So-
Just go face, man. Yeah.
And when I
Yeah.
was like, can he do the extra 8 points of damage? Turns out pretty close. Not quite,
Yeah.
but pretty
I mean, that's
darn
probably
close.
what he spent so long thinking about, right? Like making sure he
Yeah.
wasn't misplaying a lethal here. But
I mean,
think-
when
I
you're
think-
this close.
you gotta double check, hey? I mean, like,
Yeah.
it's just fair to do. Putting D shift down to 1 defense on turn 6.
Ooh,
Pretty
not where you want to be.
tough for the D shift. We already saw Merlin come out. No concentrations out yet. So, and you can't conk Merlin now with only 6 play points. I think they might not have enough healing, especially like even if they clear the board, it just lets them play like 4 1-drops into right
Like anything. Yeah. This is a pretty tough situation for Rance here. Things are looking a little dire. You need to full clear and also pump up your life or put a ward out, or you need something, right? You need to jump over some hoops, crawl under some barbed wire, climb the wall, and then do a backflip to come out alive from this.
Holy moly, dude! What is he, American Ninja Warrior over here? Like,
Yeah,
I don't think it's gonna happen.
And that's exactly what I'm getting at. It's going to be a real tough turn.
Yeah.
All depends on
Again,
what.
I mean that's Rune's big weakness is the lack of AOE. This was also the case for many years in digital as well. So, I mean, just a testament to how accurately they ported the digital game over to Evolve, I suppose.
Yeah.
And that Greenbrier is also just a 3/4 that they have to deal with, or they just get swung into. So not
Dude,
only do you
that
have to clear the entire
Greenbrier
board.
Put in some work this game. We saw 2 of them, and not only have
Yeah.
they been like little threats on their own, but they've helped smooth out the hands. This Sakuna came off the top of that Greenbrier, so
Yeah, that was an additional 4 damage. Like, you can't sneeze at that, right? Like that. It's kind of a heads-up technology. I kind of love this Greenbrier elf.
I really like the inclusion. Like I mentioned, I think Amataz's weakness is kind of like, not drawing into your big power cards, and Greenbrier just really helps smooth that out. I think it's a really good inclusion.
It's interesting to see how some players have sort of diverged in the way they build their deck. Like we saw the more defensive build with like Cassiopeia and Archer to make sure you're able to deal with the boards. And this build just kind of goes all in with, I'm just gonna pump my guys, and you have to deal with my board. It's your
exactly.
problem.
Yeah. Why do I need defense if you're dead? Like,
Yeah.
best offense is
It is Merlin.
best
It's
defense
gonna
is good
probably
offense.
it's probably gonna pull Conk, right? But is that even enough?
I mean, Conk. So with 3 play points,
Witch
can't
Bolt, maybe?
Evo, yeah.
Can't even Evo it. That's the problem.
Yeah, you can't Evo and play Conk at the same. You don't have enough play points, so.
What if it pulls Lamplight and then you evolve the Merlin to play Lamplight again?
So you could. Let's see. What's even the best case scenario here? You can do double. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Like, so there's Surefire Bullet, which is a 2-drop that you can double play.
It is Witch Bolt.
Okay.
But you can't evolve the Merlin this way if you have to play Witch Bolt.
Yeah, I mean, there's the 1 Evo point available, but that's not enough with only 3 play points.
Yeah, this is tough. Ideally, Rant has like 2 Lamplights in hand or something to clear this board as much as possible.
You need what? 2 Lamplights or 3? Like 2
Technically
Lamplights
possible.
and
You run the owl
Snipe.
in, sack your own Witch Bolt so you can get it off of a Merlin Evo.
I mean, that might be what's happening right now. I think that is what's happening. Yeah,
I think he's
that's
doing it.
literally
Yeah, he's sacking his own.
What's happening? Yep.
I'm locked in, dude. I'm tuned into their same radio wave.
Yeah, so we're gonna replay the Witch Bolt, take that out,
Draw a
which
card,
which
too.
makes sense. You take out the one that's not engaged. Draw a card. Now Merlin can trade in to the 4/4.
2 lamplights, please.
But I mean, like, even 2 lamplights leaves a 3/3. Well, then you can trade in with the curse. Yeah. So you can wipe the board if you have 2 lamplights.
It's not. It's traditional source. But you can ping that off with Curse Crafter.
That's true. Yeah, you can use the once per turn effect with Curse Crafter.
Get rid of the Tia, trade the curse. You're leaving up a 2/1 body?
I mean, that's technically not dead on board.
You're technically not dead, but it's a little dicey, I would say, perhaps.
I think a little dicey. A little dicey is overstating or understating it a bit.
Making me a little bit nervous. You need literally 1 buff or damage from Daniel. Can he find it?
Yep.
Spear Shine. There it is.
Yep. Just give it the nice old pump.
And
attack, and
GG's.
that's game.
Woo! Another repeat of the round 1 of the stream. Fairy is just taking names against this Kuon, man. And it just makes sense. And another one where Amataz, he was fine, but he wasn't the key player. I feel like if I had to pick an MVP, it was Greenbrier Elf. That guy kind of did work.
But it's so much work. Like, did so much damage, drew like the right cards. It was a really nice one. I literally think I'm gonna alter my fairy forest deck after this event. I'm not even kidding. I think when this is done, I'm going to put in some Greenbrier Elves.
I mean, that's sort of
good.
part of the beauty of watching events like this, is that you get to learn from the best players out there how to improve your own play as well. So, every time I do an event for a Shadowverse Digital or Shadowverse Evolve, I always walk away with a new nugget of information, So this time it's hey, play Greenbrier Elf. We've been sleeping on this guy. Put him in.
Yeah, it turns out the strategy is to not be defensive, just to, go face or head, just to...
Makes sense to me. Can't complain
your
about
squad,
that.
send them in. I dig it.
The early game Nelcha was crazy too, like really, really strong. Just a really strong, incredible tempo from Daniel there.
It was just like an absolute onslaught of just fairies and just nonstop. Even got the Tia, just
always putting the other player on the back foot. That's all you can do, and it works out swimmingly. So yeah, that is gonna be the top 8 match, everybody. We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with top 4, getting near the end of the event here. Just as a reminder to everyone, okay, of course, there's prizing for top 32, top 16, and the top 4, but the top 3 also gets to get an unsponsored invite to this season's Worlds. So, yeah, we're starting to get to the point where a lot is on the line, okay? I'm saying right now, I want to go to Japan. So, let's see who's going to be able to win the opportunity. So, yeah, we'll be back after this.
When might becomes law, will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects! Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and Glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places, too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2, and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good.
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yup, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin.
You're on.
Bring it.
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my Glory card, Alexander. And since it has Rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that. Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's Special Weak because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes, I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias, Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy, too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Colosseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Colosseum.
The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Head towards the Starlit stage. Crossover set, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls.
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...
Well, it behaves just like any...
How's it going, everyone? And welcome back to the Grand Showdown in Los Angeles for Shadowverse Evolved. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined in the top 4 here by Ignitius. Welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty exciting day of competition, and this is where it starts to really get important, because the top 3 players, need I remind you, get unsponsored invites to the Worlds. So this is actually the first time we're seeing a Worlds qualifier, well, other than obviously Daniel Yanto, who was world champion.
Right, yeah.
Auto qual, but Daniel Yanto finally gets to meet his first rival, apparently. So, I mean, I'm quite excited to see how the matches turn out. And I will say, the top 4 has progressed quite differently to many people's expectations. If you take a look here, the top 4 bracket has Seabass which we know is on Dragoncraft. Sana and Daniel, we both know, we've seen on the stream already, are playing Forestcraft. And Floors also playing Forestcraft, although a little bit of a spicy one, I'm sure we'll see over the course of this game as well. But that means in the top 4, there are 3 Forestcrafts, 1 Dragoncraft, 0 Kuons.
Yeah.
How's them apples?
Yeah, three Forest, and Floor's Forest is like pretty spicy. We'll talk about that as this match progresses, but it's a
Spoilers, you can see that on the bottom lower third there. What deck Floors is playing? But yeah, Amata's Hunter hybrid, incredibly unique build. I'm really excited to see if any of it pays off.
Yeah, there's an Azudia in this deck. There's multiple Apostles of Unkilling. There's a Mark of the Six. Like, this is a wild deck, and it's a really interesting one to see, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it plays out. We do have a pretty standard turn 1 though here with a Fairy Circle.
I mean, the fact that it made it the top 4 is already a huge testament, right? I mean,
oh yeah,
well over 200 players, by the way, in case anybody was wondering, and it's making a top 4 with this build just shows the skill of the pilot and the skill of the deck building, right? Oh, and an amazing curve from Seabass the Fishy with a Disciple on 1 into a Servant on 2, letting you just get an easy card draw.
Yeah, all disdain all the time. This is the exact curve you want, right? Not even committing his unit to attack, not to make it vulnerable, and just kind of be really reserved and protect your board as much as you possibly can, because you're really playing for like the mid game here. It's not a race for you as the Dragoncraft player.
I'll never underestimate Disciple ever again. Ever since I was playing against a friend the other week, and I played turn 1 Disciple, turn 2 Disciple, turn 3 Apostle, ping the Apostle 3 times, go face. She was so upset when I did that. I'm like, listen, hey, I don't make the rules, okay?
Yeah,
this can happen.
That's what you call a nice curve there. And going into turn 3, we are going to see an attack from the servant here.
I will say on Floor's side, it's not a bad curve either to go turn 1 Fairy Circle, turn 2 Fairy Dancer. It's just, it's just not a whole lot of tempo is the problem right now. It'll pay off dividends if you have the Amatas in the back, but at the moment, you're not dealing with the prescient threat on the board. But can Seabass the Fishy follow up with a 3-drop play? It is the Apostle! And we're gonna ping the Apostle with the Disciple for another 3 to the dome.
Yeah, this is the perfect.
Yeah, 3 to the dome. Yeah,
perfect 1, 2, 3 Apostle.
I love counting.
Yeah, 3 storm.
Famously.
So this is a pretty aggressive start from Seabass to Fishy, right?
It's probably the
As
most
you
aggressive
mentioned-
start we've seen from Dragon all day. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, this is a lot of pressure here, and I do like the reserved plays of just not overcommitting, not leaving your Disciple of Disdain open to, you know, free attacks, because, you know, he understands like this card is super crucial to, you know, this strategy and the cards that he has in his hand.
Yeah, you see, I really do like the fact that he went for the attack because, I mean, now that he knows, no, you see a Lily, like, you know, you don't want to be necessarily just standing the Apostle either because it could just get immediately dealt with, right? Which is what we're going to see here. But, yeah, I mean, it's just a really good use of aggressive Apostle, I will say. Like, you know, not often. Usually you use it for the deck thinning, but, you know, Storm guy on 3. Can't complain about that.
And then bottom that, Lily got another Lily off of her own effect.
Mm-hmm. And is going to be able to trade the Servant very nicely as well.
Yeah, having 4 defense is quite strong here. And then we have you know, just kind of 2 more damage coming in face.
I just worry that Seabass the Fishy is going to run out of steam if all his early threats are answered this way.
Yeah, that's the real case here. Going into turn 4, this is where we start to really ramp up.
Hey, ramp up?
Yep.
Cow.
Yep.
Didn't know you were such a comedian.
I'm here all week.
This is where we start to disdain of, is apparently what's happening, as he plays the Servant for another draw. That Disciple has been putting in the most work out of any one drop I know.
He's like just so reserved and not attacking with the Disciple, just putting in so much work here.
And a very nice rending as well for another draw and to clear a threat. Deck thinning is deck winning, as they say. That's some words of wisdom. Granddad Igni always used to say that.
Just being able to refill your hand, deal with the board. You know, Seabass the Fishy is really setting himself up to not run out of steam, you know?
And I mean, the problem with the Disdain, still the Disciple of Disdain still being up, is that if Seabass the Fishy has a Forte on curve, it means he can actually activate it on turn 5. So it is a very scary prospect. It looks like it's a 1-drop, but it acts like it's a boss monster. So you're gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah.
I think the Archer in hand is gonna be able to do it though.
Yep, Archer in hand and some fairies kind of just chilling. This will be a nice board clear, especially since looks like we're going to see an Evo Archer. Going to get that double ping. You can just run out 2 fairies to get the full clear.
Archer really heads up inclusion in a lot of the more defensive lists for sure, because just able to take out huge swaths of board as just a 2-drop guy. Every time you play it just deals 1, so it just works.
Yep. 1-on-1, taking the Disciple down to 1, and then running out the second fairy to just kind of finish it off. The Disciple of Disdain finally going down after putting in so much work.
I just worry that, you know, this is a little bit, there's quite a lot of pressure over on Flores' side. Is Disdain going to be able to recover from this?
Ooh, looks like we have a end of turn Blazing Breath.
Yeah.
Marking a couple damage. This is a very...
Oh, this is very much indicating a total domination.
Yeah, this is a very sweepable board. And here we have
Draconeer.
Draconeer coming down.
It's not the total domination. I mean, it still could be, to be frank.
Yeah.
Draconeer to equip to himself.
Perhaps to kind of pump up for a total domination?
It's going to be total domination. Yep.
Yep. There we go.
It was very telegraphed, to be fair, but yes, indeed. The full sweep is very nice, and not even needing to evolve the Draconeer, leaving it standing, meaning that if Flores does not answer it on this next turn, whatever Flores develops can get sniped by a Draconeer evolve as well. It's just putting it into an awkward situation, really.
Yeah, I mean, that was the exact play you wanted as the Dragoncraft player. Nice little board sweep, leaving your opponent with only 1 card in their EX area. Yeah, definitely set them back quite a bit.
And then next turn you play Forte, and then next turn you play Forte. and then you win.
I mean, I'm not saying I haven't seen that before, but I'm not seeing that either.
I'm not even listen. When I say that, I mean that very affectionately as a dragon man. Hey, look, it's the apostle of unkilling, which
This
you
is
know,
some spice.
it's not exactly the most common use of your deck slots, I would say. But the fact that it's being run means that it summons a woodland cleaver out of the deck, which does have storm.
Really like the apostle, all right. And for those of you who don't know, like Igni said, on Evo, you get to search your deck for a 2-drop hunter follower and put it on the field, which is pretty nice. And in this deck, you specifically go get the cleaver, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you can get the
archer.
You get the archer as well. Okay, that I can see this. So
I'll just be real with you. I just totally forgot that archer was a hunter.
So yeah, they are running 2 archers in their list. So this is the second of the 2, and with 2 play points open, you could potentially do like a double 1-drop play, using the archer to just kind of kill off that Draconeer without using any removal. And it looks like that might be the case here, playing that.
Like, is there another 1-drop in the hand? There's no 1-drop. Oh, the Sakuna. Yeah,
cheeky Sakuna. Yeah, cheeky little Sakuna.
I mean, it is sort of forcing the dragon player to have another clear, which kind of unlikely. Their only clear really is total domination. So can you actually do it as a dragon player here? Especially since some of the stats on this are annoying, like particularly the apostle, right? So
yeah, it's pretty big. Looks like we just have a oracle to draw, so digging for that potential board sweeper, digging for that potential total domination.
Yeah, but total domination won't even clear the apostle, unfortunately.
True. You have Fina. Okay. So this is a dig Fina? Yeah, this looks like a dig Fina.
This looks like a dig Fina into a total domination is what it looks like to me, leaving up the apostle of unkilling.
Yeah. Not a bad hit. Grabbing another one of the disciples of disdain.
Yeah, if you have a Galmu on another turn, could work. This looks like total domination.
Total domination.
But the apostle is alive with a 2 defense stat line, 4/2.
Yeah, so leaving up a 4-power unit on board. Also,
not ideal.
The hunter or the archer also survives because she's a 4 health as well.
Oh yeah, she's a 1/4.
Yeah,
I
actually
totally...
2. Oh yeah.
Now it's quite scary if the opponent has an elf song, right?
Yeah, and so here we have a fairy circle, just kind of another one of these like setup cards.
What if they have 2 elf songs? That would be the ideal. Like play a fairy double elf song. Yeah.
Well, here's 2 play points.
Oh,
this is a nice one.
That's a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, elf song and a fairy dancer is like pretty nice. She's gonna pump up all the fairy or all the pixie specific followers on field and EX area. It's just gonna be the ones in EX area, but still like slamming a bunch of 1-drop 2/2s, as you call them, goblins, into the EX area.
You play a fairy into elf song here. It'd be a pretty devastating turn for sea-based fishy.
3 play points remaining. You could definitely do that.
Yeah. It's
Sakuna. All right.
That could be even more dangerous. Oh no, you don't have another evolve point, but it might just be like a Sakuna evolve and then go for it.
Yeah, like just the little cash 3. Yeah, Evo, good old little
+1+1. Yeah,
little bit of damage here.
What do you do with the last play point though?
It was what 4, 5, 8 damage? 8 damage total, right? Because there's 1 from the archer. Perhaps they don't want to attack with the archer, but on an empty board.
I think you're fine to attack with the archer, to be honest. Like, I think it's fine. I don't think you need to leave it up, but
it kind of depends on how much you think you need it, Maybe they want to sandbag it.
If it's a Galmu turn next turn anyway, I feel like it's unnecessary to leave it up, but there's only 3 cards in T-Vest of Fishy's hand. It's looking kind of dire.
Yeah, I mean, he's been running through a lot of his resources the last few turns, right? Having to dump multiple resources in order to board wipe.
Flores makes the same conclusion that attacking with the archer is totally fine here.
Yep.
This is looking really dire for Seabass Fishy. All that
staring-
board wipe, and what did it earn you? A bigger board on the other side.
Yeah, it just is relentless. The fairies are relentless, and even if Seabass is able to board sweep again, there's still a bunch of little fairies in the back pocket.
Yeah, Philene is gonna make it so that the Apostle cannot stand, and you also get a White Frost Whisper from the deck.
All right.
Probably played
Start.
immediately to kill the Sakuna, I imagine.
Yeah. I think that's likely. Still leaving up 3 power on board, but we're gonna have a lot of play points left after this. Gonna have, after playing the White Frost, we'll still have 5 play points here. So there's still a lot of options available depending on what Seabass has in hand.
Can I just bring up that throughout the course of the entire day of competition, we have not seen Galmu played once.
That's
Really
true.
hard,
We
truly
actually have
heartbreaking
not.
stuff.
that is factual. She has not hit the board a single time,
That hurts.
despite having
And-
at least 3 disdain matches.
This is the last chance we're gonna have to see it too.
Yeah.
Oh.
All
okay.
right.
Bav Katha?
Ooh, okay. Yeah. So you can actually play this and Evo. So Badkatha has like a bunch of modes. She can do a lot of stuff. So
Kind of like
Let's see
Olivia
what he
2 in a
chooses.
way.
yeah, I really like it. Olivia's like my favorite card in the game, and Badkatha is like up there too. I really enjoy this card just because of the flexibility that she has.
So he went for a healing 2 on Fanfare, and the
Makes sense.
evolve he's going for.
Yeah. Top card of deck into EX area. Is that what he did? I think that's what he did.
Yeah, and it is total domination. That's
Pretty good.
Unfortunately, I don't know if that's enough. Gonna take out the archer, leaving the fairy dancer on the board as the only attacker this turn so far.
So,
But if
yeah, so
Amataz
far-
is in, if the Amataz is in the hand, it's gonna start looking a little bit dire for Seabass the Fishy here.
Yeah, that fairy dancer just sitting out there is also quite dangerous. Any nature's guidance or anything like that just makes it so much worse.
It's a tough one. Let's see if they have.
Yeah.
I mean, like just one more pump plus Amataz would do it too. I feel like.
Let's see where he attacks in. So he attacks face, which might tell me that he has something like a nature's guidance.
Yeah, it is
Yeah, I
indeed.
mean- Called it, yeah.
You're on the wavelength too, Kel.
Yeah, see, I can prognosticate as well.
You can prognosticate, dude.
All right,
Famously,
so
that's been said about you.
yes, famous prognostication.
Prognosticator.
Yeah. So let's see. We got a card draw from the Nature's Guidance. The dancer's in hand, so you can do the play, get pumped. Depending on if we have some. Ooh, okay, Tia, or Lily, the other Crystallian.
That's Lily. Lily is not
Lily,
very.
what?
Lily is not very. It's not an aggressive play. It makes me think that he doesn't have lethal this turn, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. So this feels like a turn where you're just kind of like trying to survive.
Yeah, you just have to block deck the Katha.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Philene herself doesn't pose too much of a threat, so get rid of the Katha. We know that Seabass the Fishy is only running one of the Evo in the Evo deck anyway.
Yeah, so it can't go off full power anymore, regardless.
Okay, yeah,
Fairy
shields
Dragon.
up. Fairy Dragon.
So that's a 3-attack Fairy Dragon, 3/4, and just go
Yeah,
ahead and ward. I assume you ward up here. Oh, maybe
No,
you don't ward up because you have a Philene on the board, and if you ward it up, it can get taken out with a White Frost Whisper.
That is true.
Really makes you think. But not warding makes you vulnerable to Forte.
Yeah, I'm like worried about Forte. That me here just thinking only about Forte. So we do
course
see
you-
the total domination.
That's the third total Dom that's been played this game.
Yeah,
We got
that's
all
the
three out there.
It's the last one. It's not as effective this time. It's only going to take away the big boy hunter, but leave behind Lily and the fairy dragon. Hey, look,
Forte.
here's Forte. Here's Forte.
It is Forte, but you're leaving up a potential 5 damage on the opponent's board.
It's a risky play.
It's a bit of an ask.
All right, you know what? I'm here for the big risky plays like this.
1/4 Disciple.
Oh, interesting. Opted not to
Pass?
Evo. Opted not to Evo Forte either.
I think he's saving a play point for a Blazing Breath in hand, surely.
That's what this. Yeah, that's what this looks like to me, right? The one play point open is very sus. If you're staring down Dragon play, you're like, okay, you likely have the Blazing Breath here.
I mean, if I was Flores, I'd probably just attack with the 5 on board first.
Try
and
to
bait
bait
the
it,
Blazing
yeah.
Breath out, yeah.
For sure. Staring down, both players at 8 health.
It's getting
This is gonna
intense.
be a
I'm
close
like,
one.
I'm
This is going to be a
trying
close one.
Imagine my seat right now, quite literally.
Both decks have insane burst damage potential, right? Like, there's the Fortes, there's the Amatas. We haven't seen any Amatas yet. Flores is running the full 3 playset, despite having this kind of like interesting hybrid hunter build. So that could definitely come into play here.
Tragically, Exudia doesn't work anymore.
It does not, yeah. The one of
Yeah,
Exudia does not work.
Already below 10 defense, so, you know, it is what it is.
Looking at the...
Oh, trading
Looking-
into Forte? Hold up. That means Flores
Interesting.
does not have lethal this turn. Almost
Yeah.
definitely.
Okay.
That gives a lot of information away. That means there's no
It
Amazon in
does.
hand.
This is a very... I'm looking at Flores' deck list, and he's got some really interesting cards. I mentioned it at the start, but he's got a Mark of the Six, which is a card that says the next time your leader would take damage this turn, they do not take the damage. And so that's just a nice little sandbag that they could be holding in hand that gives them that extra level of insurance. They have a really spicy list here.
I feel like not going for lethal gives a lot of information away, because that means... Yeah, that means you don't have the Amatas, and it probably means you don't have the Apostle of Unkilling either, because you could Apostle of Unkilling to go for Woodland Cleaver that turn if you had it, right?
Yeah, get the storm.
Or maybe
This-
he's debating us on the casting desk too. Maybe he's got it right here.
Possibly.
You're making
I mean-
me nervous though.
Playing the Dancer out, pumping the squad here, which also will pump the Dragon Fairy on board.
Mhm.
I mean, that's 4 damage for the Dragon Fairy.
Fort face for
All right,
sure.
so now we're going to see if we have the Blazing Breath. No, just taking it.
taking it.
Interesting. So going down to 4. This is a very scary place to be. Amatas is lethal here. What does Flores have in his hand? Is it an Amatas? Oh, okay, he's going to run
Lily.
out the other Lily. We saw him get this Lily off of the previous Lily, so let's see if we get another hit here. We do.
Fairy
Another
Dragon.
Fairy Dragon.
It's not bad, but it's not winning the game
I mean,
either.
yeah, it's not a whiff, which is something that can definitely happen with Lily.
True enough.
4 play points remaining.
I mean, the problem with the board now is that if you play the Amatas, you can only get one other fairy out, and that one fairy gets
Yeah.
sniped by a Blazing Breath. So
Oh yeah.
there's no lethal here regardless. If he has Blazing Breath, that is. If he doesn't have Blazing Breath, then yippee.
I mean, it is a nice little bluff to just leave one play point open, right?
yeah.
One play point
Let's
open,
get-
one card in hand. Could it be a Blazing Breath? Schrodinger's
another
Blazing
evolve.
Breath.
Yeah. The breath is both blazing and not blazing until
Yeah,
it's observed.
exactly. It's both in their hand and not in their hand at the same time.
You're just gonna send the disciple to the bottom of the ocean and then play another fairy dragon.
Just run out the Fairy Dragon. Yeah.
I mean, it's ward. It's a ward card.
Hank-
You can't
Hanking
really
up, and you
be
know,
mad.
he's already burned through all of the total
The
dominations.
Yep, it's true.
So like, you feel pretty safe with this kind of board state, right?
Can you win with a Galmu this turn?
Ooh.
Seabass? I feel like you
Galmu-
played the disciple last turn to try and get to survive board of Galmu this turn though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you need a lot to do so, and I think Seabastifici has like just the 1 card in hand now?
2.
Yeah. 2 off the draw.
Yeah, if that disciple lived, maybe it would have been a different story. That is 5. That's Galmu. Yep.
Oh, well, we do have a Gelmu on stream, Igni. We did get there, but I'm not sure if it's
Yes.
gonna be enough here.
Gonna have to hard evolve, yeah. Against 2 wards, but you can take out one of the wards using rending. And then that's 3 face. Oh,
All right.
total domination.
Yeah, so yeah, we have the total domination getting back, which is pretty nice.
Clears the whole board. That's an ultimate Gallium too. I'm so jealous.
I mean, yeah, this is the full spice.
There goes the whole neighborhood.
Yep, the whole woodland. It just got burned down.
If Floor's top decks and Amatas, it's just curtains. But if he doesn't, you know, that's the thing.
Yeah. Because like it would put out basically 2 4/4s with Storm essentially, right?
Yeah, and 3 to face and 1 to face. They're both at 4 defense.
Oh, it's really coming down to it.
Oh! Is it Amatas off the top? So dramatic. Look at the pause. Look at the dramatic pause, dude.
Oh, I don't know.
You're freaking me out.
I have a feeling if it was Amatas, you would have just slammed it. Yeah.
They're being so theatrical with it. It's making me nervous.
Ooh. The fact that he didn't immediately slam it makes me think it's not Amatas, right?
Yeah, with only 1 card in CBS the Fishy's hand, if it wasn't Amatas, you know, even if you ran 2 fairies in, he would only be able to respond to 1, so you'd have lethal either way, but...
So if you're Flores and you don't have Amatas, you have to basically kill this Golmew, right?
Yeah, it's just gonna swing you face, yeah.
This is gonna kill. This is Operation Kill Golmew. That's what this is right now.
Amatas didn't show up to work today.
Nah.
Izudia doesn't do 6 damage if they're already below 10 health, so the Izudia is a dead card.
Just chilling.
I mean, pass!
All right. What? Oh, you know what? Like I said, the Mark of the 6 could save him this turn.
Mark of the 6! Oh! There's only 1 in the whole deck!
Who would expect that, too?
Oh! But he can prevent quick timing, right?
Oh, yep.
Simply by pinging the Galmew.
We're going to do the Galmew play.
GG.
Yep.
Holy moly. Very smart to snack with the Phylene first.
Like, he didn't have the mark in the hand either way.
Yeah. That was such a close game, man. I was getting goosebumps just watching that.
I think that was like the closest game of the day that we've seen so far.
Undoubtedly, yeah.
He did have the Blazing Breath. He did have the Blazing Breath in hand as well.
He was just waiting for it to save him at a crucial moment, yeah.
Yeah, not bluffing it. Wow.
That is crazy. Yo, I was like getting chills just watching that. That's the closest game I've maybe seen for Evolve. Maybe period. That was so close. If either player whiffed their last draw, there was over for both of them. Like, I think the Galmew was in hand for Seabass Fishy a couple turns ahead because of the pre-advanced disciple play, but like, yeah, if that Galmew did not recycle that total dom, it would have been a different story. And if Amatas was drawn at any point, it would have been a different story. Even if he had a Sakuna, you know, it would have been a different story too, potentially. So
that was a very, very dominated game. And by that, I mean, total domination literally got played, what, 4 times?
4 times, yeah.
Yeah, so that was board wipe after board wipe after board wipe. And when you're staring down an endless stream of like fairies and fae folk, yeah. It was
he would board wipe and then 12 million guys would come out again. I was like,
just okay, immediately.
Well, I was figuring out how to deal with this.
Igni, you know what this means.
Incredible match. I'm very happy to watch that one.
That was an excellent match, and it also means that we will have a Dragoncraft player in the finals. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have Dragoncraft and Forest in the finals because we know the other bracket is double Forest Craft. It was a mirror, so either way, it's gonna be Dragon versus Forest in the finals. We'll see who ends up being there after a short 10-minute break.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. Right after this, it's grand finals. You do not want to miss the culmination of such an epic day. So we'll be right back.
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory for yourself.
To celebrate, we're launching a special 4-player deck bundle. It includes everything you and your playgroup need to get started. Check out the video description for more info.
And just between us, the bundle includes all new cards made specifically for Glory Finder. Like these.
Whoa! Those are some crazy effects. Can I use these in standard play?
I'm afraid not. But double the players means double the power and quadruple the fun. Some of these Glory Finder exclusive cards only unlock their true potential when their class matches your leader's class.
Wait, I thought your cards had to match your leader's class anyway.
Normally speaking, yes, but this format is unique. Why don't we go over the major rule differences now?
Sure thing.
Most rules are the same as standard Shadowverse Evolve, so be sure to check out our previous video if you need a refresher. Now, let's start with deck construction. A Glory Finder deck consists of a 50-card main deck and a 20-card Max Evolve deck, but neither may contain duplicates.
So you can only have 1 copy of each card instead of 3?
Precisely. Unless, that is, the card itself specifies otherwise.
I'm not sure I even own 50 different Forest Craft or Neutral cards.
Well, not to worry, because in Glory Finder, you can mix and match cards from any class. Minus your Glory card.
Glory card? Sounds impressive.
Yep. It's a card you place in the leader area before the game begins, so you'll have access to it anytime you could normally play it. There are some important caveats, however. Let's take a look. First, the card must be the same class as your leader and something you could legally put into your main deck.
No neutral cards? Humpty Dumpty would have been fun.
Well, with one exception. If your entire deck consists of cards from the same universe, then you can pick a Glory card from the same universe as your leader card.
So, if my deck is entirely Uma Musume cards, and my leader is Special Weak, then I can choose Silent Suzuka as my Glory card, right?
That's right. Now, your Glory card can be any type of card. Followers, amulets, and spells, they're all fair game. But no doubling up. It can't be a card you already have a copy of in your main deck.
So where do I put this card again?
Face up next to your leader. That's the first step before the start of the game.
Okay, last question. During the game, I can play it whenever, or...?
Well, it behaves just like any other card. Think of it like an extension of your hand. For example, if your Glory card is a spell with Quick, you could play it after an opponent attacks, but it would still go to your cemetery afterward.
My head is spinning with all the possibilities. Which card are you going to choose?
I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why don't we play a game now?
If only we had more players.
I think I know just who to call. Oh, Urias! Oh, Rowan!
Ah, you wish to battle? I accept.
I wouldn't mind a friendly match.
Excellent. Let's move to the table.
Now explain what I must do to seize glory.
Someone's excited. First, we'll place our leader and Glory cards in front of us. Then, we'll move them to the leader area.
Don't forget to put your main and evolve decks in their proper places, too.
Way ahead of you.
Next, we'll determine our turn order with a dice roll.
Yay! I rolled the highest! That means I go first.
Play proceeds clockwise, so I'm after you, then Urias, and finally Rowan.
A warrior of my caliber deserves first, but I shall defeat you all the same.
You have a decent shot. See, in Glory Finder, each player gets a different amount of evolution points based on turn order.
Since Arisa's first, she won't get any. But I'll get 1 because I'm second, while Urias will get 2, and Rowan will get 3.
I can work with that.
Okay, time to draw our starting hands. Let's each draw 4 cards and have a look.
Ah, this hand is insufferable.
Mine's not too great either.
Fortunately, each player gets a chance to mulligan once.
Mulligan?
Foolish knight. It means putting your current hand on the bottom of your deck and drawing 4 new cards. Show this man, Arisa.
Oh, that's right. Since I'm going first, I have to mulligan first. Then you'll all get your chance in turn order. Come on, give me something good!
All right, we're almost ready. Now we'll just set our max play points to 2, our current play points to 0, and our leader's defense to 30.
Oh, it's 30 defense in this format.
Yup, and another tiny difference. I'll draw a card even though I'm first. Now let the game begin!
You're on.
Bring it!
I'm ready.
I'll pay 6 to play my glory card, Alexander. And since it has rush, I'll go ahead and run it into your Rose Gardener.
Wait, you can't do that! Rowan has an engaged follower with Ward on his field, so you have to attack that, don't you?
Actually, Ward works on a player-by-player basis.
Right, so I can't attack Rowan's special weak because he has a follower with Ward protecting it. You, on the other hand, are fair game. Hi-ya!
My poor Rose Gardener.
Yes, yes! I thirst for chaos.
Moving on. Alexander refreshes whenever it does combat damage, so I'm going to press the attack and go after Urias's Milner Dark Fiend next.
Why, can you even do that? You've already identified the plucky elf as your enemy.
I can. Regardless of who you've already attacked in the same turn, you can choose a new target with each new attack. Here goes.
I shall punish your hubris with a quick spell.
Urias! Angelic Snipe won't deal enough damage to kill Alexander. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe we better team up before Erica gets rid of my help Lindy, too. I'll use Sylvan Justice.
Hold on. Can you guys really use 2 spells at the same time?
I'm afraid not. When a quick timing happens like this, it's true any non-active player can play spells or abilities with quick. But priority is passed around in turn order, so...
My spell is first, which feels correct.
Then I would get a chance?
Yep, and then it would be my turn. Sorry for skipping you, Rowan. Did you want to play anything?
I wish I could, but I'm out of play points.
In that case, let's take this Alexander down, Urias. I'll play Sylvan Justice after your Angelic Snipe.
Face your doom, hero of the past.
I lost.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Urias Formond.
To the victor goes the glory.
Not even our combined might could stop you.
That's how the leaves fall. Thanks for playing, guys. I had fun.
Yes, it was a delectable diversion. Farewell.
I'm already thinking about a few cards I want to add to my deck. See you next time.
So, Arisa, what did you think of your first Glory Finder match?
Playing with 4 people kept things fresh. And I loved seeing which cards everyone chose as their glory cards. Kinda like a peek into their personalities.
Me too. It's nice having a casual way to play Evolve, and those Glory Finder exclusive cards keep things spicy.
If you want more Glory Finder action, check out our official website. It's got rules, card info, and a lot more. Links in the description.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye!
Wager your world at the Colosseum for a chance to win the ultimate prize. Booster Set 6, Paragons of the Colosseum.
The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Head towards the Starlit Stage! Crossover set, the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls!
When might becomes law. Will you rule or be ruled? Glory Finder, Guide to Glory. On sale now.
Introducing Glory Finder! Today, we'll go over the latest format for Shadowverse Evolve.
Designed for 3 or more players, it's a casual way to enjoy the game. Face off against your friends and seize glory.
Hello, everybody! Thank you for tuning in at the end of a very long day here at the Shadowverse Evolve Grand Showdown Los Angeles. We are finally at the Grand Finals! And to host this grand occasion, it's two of your English edition ambassadors, me, Ignitius, as well as Red Zone Rogue. Cal, how do you feel at the culmination of this entire first huge open invite event for Shadowverse Evolve?
Yeah, it's been awesome, to be honest. This is one of the events that I've been looking forward to the most this year. I've been really looking forward to like just a big open invite event here for Shadowverse Evolve English in the West, and definitely not disappointed. We've seen some incredible matches today. A lot of like really interesting, spicy little tech choices here and there between it all, and you know, it all comes down to this: the finals of the very first Grand Showdown. I'm really stoked.
Yeah, I mean, some of the games we saw today have been incredible. I mean, one that sticks out immediately in my mind is one that was just before this in the top 4. If you're just tuning in for the grand finals right now, I do implore you to take a look at the entire tournament if you have the time. But here we have the top 8 bracket, as you can see here, and the finals is going to be Seabass Defishy, who is also, I believe, #1 in Swiss coming into the top cut. So yeah, just a absolutely dominant run from Seabass Defishy the whole day, up against Daniel T. Guerra, and we've actually seen both of these players on stream already. It is a Disdain Dragon versus Fairy Forest finals, and in the third place match happening concurrently here, it is Floors versus Sun, who are both playing Forest Craft as well. No Kuon in top 4, no Kuon in finals. It is a Forest and a Dragoncraft day, which is very interesting to compare how it ended up, given that we know the distribution ratios at the beginning of the day as well. A lot of Abyss came into this event and none of them came out of it. So the conversion rates ended up being very, very interesting. Also, the fact that it's most Kuon came into this and no Kuons ended up in the top 4. It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, the meta is clearly more open than I think some people were giving it credit for. So, I mean, I feel the game is already ready. Are you prepared to just jump right into it? Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
I'm really looking forward to this one. As Igni said, we have Daniel T. Guerra on Fairy Forest and Seabass Defishy on Disdain Dragon.
Yeah, we've seen both their lists. They're both atypical in their own ways. The Daniel T. Guerra's Forest list does run the Greenbrier Elf to great effect, as we saw earlier in the day, to be able to filter through the deck more effectively, as well as a Nelcha to pump the board, foregoing many of the defensive options other players were running, like Archer and Cassiopeia. Meanwhile, with Seabass Defishy, just a fun name to say, he's running no PDK, but he is running Oracle and Bav Katha to great effect.
Yeah,
so
love it.
Let's find out how things are gonna go. I mean, already a great curve from Daniel.
Nice.
Turn 1 Fairy Circle into the Fairy Dancer on turn 2, already getting a full EX area pumped up. Fairies, very strong. If the Amataz ever comes around, it's gonna be there's gonna be a reckoning for Seabass. But you know, with Seabass playing the Disciple on 1, do you think we're going to see Servant on 2, the classic special?
Ooh, possibly. I mean, we've had the perfect curve
It is indeed
from Daniel. Now we have the perfect curve from Seabass Defishy, right?
I mean, this is exactly what you want to see, right? In the grand finals, both decks firing on on all cylinders, I should say.
Yeah. So let's see how Daniel like follows this up. Having a little pocket of 2/2 fairies on the back end is definitely where you want to be. Oh, a second one! Well, check that. They're not 2/2 fairies anymore. They're now 3/3 fairies. And we have another little like side pump as well, which is nice. Pumping up
Yeah, because the Fairy
dancer
Dancer is a pixie, okay?
Yep.
It's she herself is a pixie, so the one buffs the other.
And this is for turn 3. This is a pretty scary board, right?
3 to the dome, too.
8 power on the board, turn 3. Good.
Not sure how the dragon is going to come out of this one without a total domination either. It's going to be pretty tough.
I think that's going to be one of the crucial cards here in this match.
Draconier. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's really good, too, because you can use the Draconic Weapon to buff up your servant as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Get another draw off of it with the Disciple ping for the turn, and you evolve the Draconier, being able to deal 4 Demaglio, taking out a fairy and trading into the Dancer.
Yeah, nice little 2-for-1 for Draconier. We mentioned it earlier, but Draconier is kind of an innocuous little card. It puts in a ton of work for what it is.
Yeah, it's just a solid staple card to have, especially in a meta where boards matter so much, right? Like between Amataz and even Rune, despite the way it plays, makes huge boards too these days. So
Yeah,
just
for
having
sure.
having 2-for-1, maybe even 3-for-1 cards is very important. Which is why I was with you. I was like very happy to see Maruzensky being played in the Abyss deck
Yeah.
as well, because it just in this meta, it's such a good call.
Definitely one of my favorites, and does a good job of mimicking Draco near here. And we have Daniel now staring down a pretty large board on the back end with.
And do you see how healthy Seabass the Fishy's hand is as well because of that servant getting pinged twice too? It's like he's full of resources.
six card hand? Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
good.
After doing all that,
Yeah, so it's definitely not running out of gas anytime soon. Daniel here with 4 play points, trying to come up with the most optimal line. We saw this in one of his other games where he kind of like tanked for a little bit and searched up the optimal plays here. It looks like we're gonna get a Lily into a second Lily. I feel that happens a lot, actually. We've seen that a lot. Lily getting another Lily off the top of the deck.
yeah, that's true. I mean, it's better than it whiffing. It's better than when I play.
Yes.
So, I will say, I think sending the Disciple to the depths of the ocean is not even a bad call, because if you leave that guy up, you don't know what you're enabling. Is there going to be an apostle at the back? Is there going to be
I do like that, actually. You typically want to go for like a bigger unit, but sending that one away...
He's really thinking about it. You see that? He almost sent the servant
Yeah.
in from just like... I think you send the Disciple down. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, because you can full clear if you do, right? You can send the other 2 to attack, and then send the Disciple
the
away.
Draconeer down.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But if you leave that Disciple up, if Seabass the Fishy has an Apostle in the back that can pull a Rending, this suddenly gets very dangerous. I don't know how I feel about this play, Cal.
Yeah, it feels like a risky play here. You're basically hoping that Seabass doesn't have any gas. Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. This is making me nervous. Because if it's Apostle, that's a huge turn for Seabass.
We have seen those Disciples of Disdain put in a ton of work, right? Like it might be a little 1-drop 1-2, but man, they can put in a ton of work. And yeah, as you called it.
If this pulls Rending, Daniel is in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, say goodbye to his
start
board.
digging? Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
1, 2,
From the top.
3, 4, 5.
5.
Yep.
All right. Let's see what he gets. A 5 dig is a decent chunk actually for
you pulled
a game.
2, right?
You have like 40 card deck.
Yeah. Was that a whiff? No. He's checking. Okay. I was like, no.
I was like,
no.
I don't know if that's a
Galmu and Rending. That's huge.
Yeah, that is.
The Rending can be played this turn.
He does have one
Take
play
out
point
a
open.
Lily, go face.
Ooh, yeah.
Or actually, taking out the Blessed Fairy Dancer is better because it's a pixie, so you want to take it out. Right?
That makes sense. Yeah. So it doesn't get the pumps and all that kind of stuff.
Holy moly, those are... I mean, whenever I play Apostle and my pull is Galmu and Rending, I'm like I'm punching the air, dude. Like, I'm so happy when that happens. It's the best pull. It's simply
that's
the
exactly
best
what you wanted to see, right?
Yeah. I imagine the Rending gets played immediately to kill the Fairy Dancer. Yep.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Here's my target, and now he's trying to determine. Yep, exactly. Fairy Dancer.
And do you pump the Apostle one more for an additional damage is a question that you have to be asking yourself here. Against a 2/2, I think you might as well.
It looks like it.
Yeah, especially because you know that they have Lily in hand, and it's gonna get sunk anyway into this Apostle, right? So you wanna.
Yeah, and this extra point of damage can be incredibly relevant in this matchup, where it can come down to nickels and dimes at the end.
Is it insane if on Daniel's next turn he plays the Lily that he pulled off of Lily, sinks the Disciple and then double trades into the Apostle to prevent a turn 5 Galmew. I don't think that's crazy, actually.
I mean, I actually kind of like that. I actually kind of like that quite a bit. Like,
if he
getting the
doesn't kill the Disciple,
free
Galmew
Evo,
evolves on
yeah.
turn 5. Yeah, that's the thing.
The free Evo on Galmew is like pretty wild.
I think that might be the play, even though it's so tempo lost, but I think that might be the play.
I mean, it's one of those things you just gotta really respect your, the enemy's Disciple of Disdain. Like I said, it's just a little 1-drop 1/2, but he's like the linchpin of the deck.
He's a harbinger of scarier things. That's certainly true.
So now, Daniel decisively on the back foot here. Not
If
but
this-
a Lily.
If this Lily sinks a 1-drop, it's like, it feels so bad, but you have to respect the
I mean, you
non-curve
gotta
down.
do it, like-
Yeah. Especially because Rending's in the drop already, so the Galm can immediately clear your board too. Like,
Yeah, it's. I'm very curious to see if this Disciple gets respected here.
I mean, he knows the Galmew's in hand. Like, he saw it.
Oh, yeah.
So
He like read it. He's like, let me read this.
I think it has to happen. I think it has to be Lily, sink the Disciple, double trade into the Apostle, and maybe you have a 1-drop that does something. Whiff.
Yeah. I think that's a very, very apt call.
It's really tempo lost for Daniel, though, but it's the only way you don't die to Galmi next turn. So.
Yeah, I mean, like, you
Yeah.
sacrifice a little bit of the tempo to not give your opponent a free. Yep, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. You don't give him a free Evo Galmew.
I'm locked in, Kel. I'm locked in.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it was just like the line, though.
I'm
Like,
invested. I'm invested in this story.
we know how close this matchup can be, right?
I mean,
We
here's the
literally
problem.
saw in the last
there's
round.
one evolve point left on the T-Vass's side. If that was a whole bait and he just plays Forte Evolve this turn, it's like, I feel like there was no winning, really.
Well, I mean, yeah, in that situation, it's just like, what can you really do? I
Yeah.
think this was like the best thing that Daniel could do, given the knowledge and the info that we have.
Yeah.
Yeah, Forte face. Ooh. Taken down to a lethal level 6.
I do be prognosticating around here. They do be
Yes.
saying that about me. What does prognosticating mean? Quick Google.
It means telling the future.
Woohoo!
Regular Nostradamus.
That's true.
But this Forte is a really obviously big threat, right? It's lethal
mean,
by itself.
If he has another Forte in the back, like, what can they really do? Like, Fairy Dragon? is
Play
like
a
the
bunch of
best
fairy
way to-
dragons, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
It's so dangerous, too, because if you play a board, suddenly you're getting Galmew Rending. If you don't play a board, you're getting Forte phased. It's like, it feels like a no-win situation sometimes when you're up against Dragon.
Yeah, and with Seabass Fishy's life total being a robust 15, you're basically just all in survival mode here.
But the
Oh.
Amatas does show up.
Amatas has shown up. Gonna
That's
pump the squad a little
Potentially
bit.
8 damage on the board already.
All right.
And you make it a little bit more.
Did I speak too soon? Is 16 or is 15 in the
I think
works
this-
here?
Very unlikely that 15 is happening, but I mean,
Sometimes you just
know,
gotta
I'm a
live on a
little-
hope and a prayer.
I'm a little afraid. I think 10 might happen with an elf song.
Yeah. 10's a very real
But you
possibility.
have to kill the Forte, man. That's the. Oh,
Roach.
wait!
Okay.
Roach? Roach
All right.
Evolve is gonna be.
Well, we have no more play points left.
But a Roach Evolve costs 0.
Oh, it's true. It's true. But I don't think it's enough.
No,
Yeah,
you
just
have to
trade
trade
it.
Yeah. It's not enough. Imagine if that was enough. That would be absurd to get a turn 6 lethal, but
I think the problem here is exactly what you outlined earlier. If there's another Forte in hand, like, what do you do?
yeah. But if there isn't another Forte, you might just win off the back of this turn, because if the dragon can't
That's
clear
true.
this-
That's very true.
And
Having,
Galmu can only get one ping this turn, right? Because you.
Yeah, and having like Amataz.
Oh
and
wait,
it's a
Hold on.
Galmu. So this is the Galmu we already know about.
Okay, and there's the disciple,
We have the ping to get the free Evo.
but the free Evo does not proc the effect, so it's gonna have to be rending, I imagine.
Yep.
And I don't think there's a domination in the draw. Oh, there is.
Okay. Yeah,
When
yeah.
that happened? Oh, when he discarded off of the apostle. Very
Yeah,
smart.
yeah.
Okay. I just couldn't see it. Obviously, it's off camera, but
Yeah, so
I
this-
filled in the blanks.
Not lethal, but it is a board wipe.
It's a huge board wipe. That's a very
Yeah.
impactful board wipe. That leaves a Galmu standing and does 3 to the dome. So the ball is now in Daniel's court to stay alive once more. I do not think he has another lethal, even with another Amataz. Because Amataz plus Dancer would win, technically.
Yeah?
Amataz plus
plus
Dancer would be 7
Dancer.
stats on Fairy.
Yeah, and you have more than enough play points to do so. You have your one fairy in your back pocket. Yeah?
But it has to be Amataz Dancer. I don't think there's any other option, right?
Trying to think. I think in the situation, if he had Amataz and Dancer, he might have just slammed him down.
Could be a more complicated lethal line, like Amataz plus, et cetera, Sukuna Evo. But is that happening? Looks like it's not.
So we have the fairy coming out.
Okay,
More
what are we
play
spending
points.
the two on?
Okay, this is just a fairy dragon.
That's a weak one, though. A 1/4.
Yeah. Perhaps it's just to build combo?
But, like, if you don't deal with the board, next turn, the Disciple is just going to ping Galmu and go face, and you
Here's
lose.
the Sukuna.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, and the elf song.
Yeah, Elf Song.
One play point remaining. Yeah, I mean, you
have to use
have
it
to
for
remove
Evo.
one of these things. You can't leave both of these up. That's just lethal, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have to kill the Galmu at least, and even that leaving a Disciple up is still a little scary. How do you kill the Galmu?
So this is a valiant effort filling the board with some decently sized followers, but this Sukuna by herself is not going to be enough.
4 to the dome.
Yeah, 4 to face, take you down to 3. I believe we were here in the last round,
yep.
3 and 3.
And it's GG's. Just go ahead and ping and deal 3 to the dome. No quick timing, even if there was a floating play points, and it's GG.
Yep.
Seabass the Fishy is your grand Showdown champion. I'd love that.
Woo.
See that. Just a hug, a handshake, Well played from both sides. Incredible game. Hold up. Knocked the camera. They're laughing
Yeah,
about it.
the excitement is so good.
The excitement is unreal.
Love the sportsmanship here.
Fantastic
And,
to see.
Disdain Dragon won the whole thing. Who got it? Who had Disdain Dragon on their bingo cards as winning the first
I lost
showdown?
The bet, man. I lost the bet. I had a bet with Chris. Chris said there would be a Disdain in top 8, and that Kuon would win. And then I said there wouldn't be a Disdain in top 8, and that Amatos would win. So we both lost both bets we made.
Yeah, he was right in one. There was one in top 8. There was one in top 8.
No, he was right in one. He was right in one. No, he's not incorrect. Okay, you know what? I did lose more bets than he did. Damn. But...
And Seabass the Fishy had a commanding performance, being like the top seed coming in from Swiss as well. So like a dominant performance with Disdain Dragon.
And then completely undefeated in top cut. It's like very unreal. Great build of Disdain, clearly, and curving out incredibly well. Man, very, very dominant performance. I feel like people, they thought Dragon was a playable deck, but I feel like they kind of slept on it a little bit as a top meta threat. And they were maybe gassing up Kuon a little too much because I think that they might have tunnel visioned it a little bit, given the fact that, there was no Kuon in top 4 here. So, I mean, at a massive open invitational event. So,
yeah, I mean, Kuon was very well represented in like, the top 32, the top 16. Unfortunately, they didn't make it into the top 8, but we did see a lot of well-performing Kuon lists. But it's one of those situations where going into this meta, there's going to be a lot of Kuon, and you tech your deck to combat, the menace here. And, you got to know that Seabass Fishy was had to be fairly confident in his Kuon matchup to go into an event like this, and I think it shows.
Yeah. And it's really, really cool too to see the smiles on both their faces, because I'll just remind everybody in the chat that the top 3 of the event get unsponsored invites to Worlds. So we're, Seabass won the tournament, but Daniel's still going to Worlds, so he's pretty happy with himself too, right? So yeah, it's gonna be really intense. Is what's happening in the 3rd place matchup. Looks like Floors won against Sun, meaning that 3rd place was the Hunter Avatars hybrid.
That's awesome.
Floors is getting an invite to Worlds using Hunter Avatars.
That is awesome. That hybrid, Hunter fairy deck. That's pretty sick. So
that is sick, man. Yeah, we love to see it. And Sun, amazing performance as well, getting to 4th place, but just barely not making it to the winner's circle. But still, with the very heads up noble fairy technology, I just feel like it was mostly a tech against Abyss, because it can snipe against Setsu behind the ward board, and once Abyss was no longer a factor, less of a reason to play it. So that was probably part of the reason why. But yeah, in the end, we have our 3 winners here. Floors in 3rd, Daniel T. Guerra in 2nd, and Seabass the Fishy, winner of both Most Fun Name to Say and of the Grand Showdown Los Angeles. So very much huge congratulations to all of the players. A great culmination to a very long day of Shadowverse Evolve. And I just had a whale of a time. So yeah, I'm very happy with how today went. Yeah.
Excellent event. Absolutely love to see it. I personally can't wait to catch all of the coverage for the other Grand Showdowns. We have the Singapore Grand Showdown coming up in the next couple months, and definitely got more Shadowverse Evolve action coming for everyone. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, make sure you tune in for that on December 21st. It's gonna be after the Idolmaster set for sure, and it's gonna be a whole different meta. So take a look at that. And it's gonna have a very similar pricing, except it's in red. So me and Red Zone Rogue here are very much partial to it. So.
Very. I would describe these as incredibly sick cards.
Yeah,
they look awesome.
I would agree 100%. Not only that, guys, but just to remind you of everything else that's happening, the Idolmaster starter decks and booster set for the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls collab is coming out on October 11th, and this is a great starter product for anybody who wants to get into the game, whether they be current players who just want to pick up something new, whether they want to be current players who want to pick up a couple new tools for their existing decks, or completely new players who are interested in Shadowverse Evolve, or conversely, new players who are interested in Idolmaster and are seeing this and being like, hey, let's check this out. It makes our job as ambassadors much easier when we get to point to this starter deck and be like, hey, this is a good entry product. It's absolutely worth the price, and you absolutely should pick it up. So the Cute, Cool, and Passion starter decks, just as a quick rundown, I guess, Cute is more controlling, Cool is flood the board, and Passion, high risk, high reward stuff. So one for any playstyle you'd want. So make sure to pick one up. It's a lot of fun. So and in conjunction with that, we're also having release tournaments where you can win the promo magical item as well as a promo series 9 pack. So look forward to that. Also when the set releases October 11th. So we'll be having events where you can win these prizes. Speaking of upcoming releases, we also have Alter Chaotica. The pre-order is ongoing right now, coming out on February 7th, 2025. It's the 8th booster set, including some very, very powerful cards that you'll definitely want to check out. It's the theme is sort of what if classes were, or what if some key iconic cards were in different classes. So you can see on the top left there's Holy Lord Ector instead of Demon Lord Ector. You have Sword Ether instead of regular Ether. You have Magical Girl Medusa instead of regular Medusa. So things, it's a topsy-turvy world, coming out February 7th. And again, pre-orders are ongoing right now. And finally, one of the most important news of the day ends at midnight tonight Pacific time. It's the player survey on the official X account for Shadowverse Evolve English Edition. You can go ahead and answer a survey, share your thoughts, your criticisms, your feedback, what you want to see done better, and people will read it, I guarantee you. And if you want to help shape the future of the game and be a part of helping the game grow, make sure to give your feedback by midnight tonight Pacific time, and you might even win a box of Paragons of the Coliseum. So, hey, it's a win-win-win-win-win. So let's make the game better together. And other than that, that is it for the day. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It was a lot of fun for us, and watching high-level Shadowverse Evolve is always a treat. Congratulations once again to the top 3 floors, Daniel and Seabass the Fishy, for getting unsponsored invites to Worlds. That's super, super hype. And hopefully I'll be casting you again soon. Other than that, that is it for the Grand Showdown Shadowverse Evolve Los Angeles. Cal, any final words?
No, this event was awesome. Like I said, was very much looking forward to it. Did not disappoint, and I personally can't wait for our next Shadowverse Showdown.
Absolutely, guys. Make sure you stay tuned to all the social medias, Shadowverse Evolve English Edition everywhere, for all the news upcoming. But the all eyes on BCS and Grand Showdown Singapore coming up next. So yeah, we'll hopefully see you there. And other than that, that's it from us. Bye bye.